District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How
what
you
up,
doing?
brother? How you doing, man?
There's a lot for us to cover. We have a packed show coming your way. All right.
Yeah.
Greenberg's joining us at 11. Bobby Belt from Dallas checking in on the Cowboys at noon. Our guy Nucci from Nucci's Front Porch. I've been bugging Jeff to get him on the show. I can't wait to talk to him at 12:30.
Yes.
Denton Day, the college sports insider, joins us at 1 o'clock. Doug Kammerer at 1:30. We need to wish him a happy birthday. He's fired up about the Commanders, and I want to get an idea kind of when is spring over? Is summer here? Let's start looking long term.
We don't know what's going on right now.
I don't know that anybody does.
It gives you 2 days of summer, then it switches to spring, and it drop in to give you a little winter, then it leaves on out again.
All of it. It never seems to stop. Our guy,
kind of like Louisiana was all the time.
Sure. Our guy Jeff is back. Landini's holding it all down.
Tennis ball head.
A number of things to discuss. Obviously, real good win for the Nats last night. Did you watch any of that, B?
Nah.
I watched all of it.
By the time I got home, it was
What did you have last night?
I did watch the last 2 innings.
The Nats pitching last night was phenomenal.
He was on fire.
Williams was, I mean, he had 6 Ks through like 3 innings. He was really good. And then
Finnegan rolling and
Finnegan
clean it up.
Dude, the bullpen was awesome. O's couldn't do anything. Really impressive win for the Nats. They are now over 500 for the first time since July of 2021. It's pretty damn cool.
Let's try to keep it there.
So sure. And you and I are going to the game tonight. I'm excited to go to the game tonight. I think this is my first Nats game of the year.
I went to a preseason game.
Preseason game?
One of those little, they do like a little early game, like before the season actually starts.
Yeah.
Right. I went to that.
Who they play that
earlier?
One?
I don't know who the hell they played.
Clearly.
I was dealing then.
I imagine. Really impressive win for the Nats last night. O's the bats were super flat. We'll see what they get tonight. I'm looking forward to going to the game, but because we're going to the game, so when we get done, you're going to ride bikes, right?
No.
Oh, you're not?
No, I'm not going to ride. I wouldn't be able to really ride. By the time I get there and start, I'll be coming right back.
Because the ride doesn't start till like 5 or something?
Normally we get there around 4.
Okay. I have to do work till like 5 o'clock.
I'm not worried about you.
Okay. And I'll be ready to rock around 5. I'm going over there for Channel 4. I do need to talk to CK because do you have your Nats credential? Because I know we all get them through the radio.
I don't think I got one.
I don't know that he passed them out. Hopefully they're in the building somewhere because otherwise, I don't know. We got to call somebody. But
we got to call him for what?
I got to call somebody. You don't
work.
I need a credential to get in there.
Oh, you got to go do some work.
I got to go do real work. I have to go in. That's why I work.
Well, who asked you to go do work? Whoever asked you to do work should be giving you a damn credential, don't you think?
Well, I think I have one. I just don't physically know where it is.
Oh, that's what it is.
Which is why, I don't think it's been handed to me yet for the season. I think either the Nats still have it or CK has it.
No, I'm talking about Ford sending you, right?
Yes, but I get a season credential.
Where is that one?
That's what we have to figure out.
So, in other words, you're worried about what CK is because you lost the other one.
No. It hasn't been handed to me yet. Like for the Commanders, right?
Mm-hmm.
They at the beginning of the year, they give me a hard plastic one that I have for the whole season.
I know.
Right? And I picked that up at practice, or I picked that up before the first game because I'm there. The hard plastic one for me for the Nats exists somewhere. It
may be there.
It might. That's what I'm saying. It might be at the stadium still because I haven't been yet.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I thought you did a game earlier this year.
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I thought you left you said you had to go over there early one time this year.
I've had to leave early to get to Ashburn a couple times.
No, I'm saying in baseball.
I don't believe I have, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out together. But so we're here. I'm going to go there. Then I'm going to meet up with you at Walters or wherever we end up going. Yeah. I Ubered to the office this morning.
Uh-huh.
And I gave myself plenty of time. I called the Uber at 8:45.
Cool.
So then getting an Uber now takes 10 minutes on average. Used to be like 2 minutes.
Traffic.
So whatever. My man gets there and it's cool. Uber, for whatever reason, you know where I live. The most direct route is Mass Ave to Rock Creek.
Mm-hmm.
Uber insists always on going River Road to Wisconsin. and it just adds so much time. The guy was nice. It was fine.
Oh, that's what their system is telling them is the quickest route.
Yeah, but dude, it was incorrect.
Like,
how often do you speak up in an Uber on directions?
How often do I?
Yeah.
I normally put on Waze, and I have it going, and I turn up the volume so they can hear, like, dude, you going the wrong damn way. I do it every time.
All right. I did not, and it ended. I was fine
but
either
like,
way.
If you know where you're going, you can tell them it's a quicker route. Because like when they come to my house, you know, you come to my house,
yeah,
you go left, you get out the neighborhood quicker. They always go right.
Yeah.
And then they turn, when you're leaving out, you come to, I think it's Old Lee Road. They turn it Old Lee. I'm like, where are you going?
Right. It's
Where
annoying.
are we going 66. No. Go straight.
Dude.
It's the easiest way to go.
This dude today ended up River to Van Ness, cutting over Wisconsin to Connecticut, and then cutting around behind Woodley Park to get on Rock Creek Park.
By Channel 9.
We were below it. Yeah, we went right by
Van Ness.
Yeah. By that McDonald's right there. And then we ended up getting on Rock Creek down by the Wardman Park Marriott. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like down at the bottom of Woodley Park. And it was like, dude, we just added all this distance. None of it made sense. But dude, so I had to be real organized today because I had to take this Uber. I was up at 6 doing yard work, trying to. My boy Patrick from Simply Turf took care of me, got some sod, so I'm really trying to take care of it. See how long that lasts, landfill, but I'm trying.
Not very long.
I packed my lunch.
And I hope it rains.
I pulled Toby's move. I was like, all right, I got to wear a collared shirt to get in the clubhouse.
Hey,
so I got it hanging up.
You get a thumbs up. No dinosaurs.
No dinosaurs on my collared shirt. Yeah. Thank you. Although maybe the dinosaurs were the good luck. Toby finally made a positive Nats prediction, and it came true.
Yeah, I just lucked up. That shirt, no, don't get that.
But B, I'm telling you, I am locked in. I got everything. I got my new hair product for later. I've found hair powder that is perfect because it doesn't make your hair look wet, but it holds quite well. I got a watch to put on. I got everything, B. I took care of everything. I got a banana in the fridge. I got my lunch in the fridge.
So today you're saying you're working at trying to be an adult.
Yeah, except I forgot one thing.
What?
My father ducking laptop, which I cannot live without. That's why you notice I'm just sitting. The people on the stream can see I'm just standing here. I got nothing to look at.
Great thing he said, man, I was prepared.
I was locked in, man.
Locked in.
But
he left the most important thing for his job.
Accurate.
His laptop.
Yeah. So can I borrow yours?
I'm going to see. This is what adults do right here, people. I'm talking right into the camera. I have my laptop, the one that JP had for the last 3, 4, 5 days. I'm gonna let him take that because I have another computer I can use right here. He refuses to use the one here because it doesn't do much.
This computer sucks.
There's another one down here. I don't know why there's a second one, a third one here, but there's another one down here. We have all types of things in this studio.
Should we discuss something?
No, I'm just gonna say this: Cluster Buster, Daniel, somebody, please come tell me what's all this stuff because. One thing I talk in front of a mic, but I have a problem when I have stuff pointing at me and I don't know what it's about.
So there are new cameras in here today that apparently nobody knows where they came from, who or what installed them.
If Daniel don't know where they came from, I don't have it pointing at me. I turned it the other direction.
Drab, as much as we bust on Drab, like he's in management, right? Like he should be.
He don't know where's that?
He has no idea where
it can't be on me until somebody talks to me.
They installed it with this giant box, this like wooden box, which just seems so absurd. But here's my thing with the new cameras. Let us know what's happening. Cool. But we need some assurances. And CK was cool about this. Like CK agrees with this. There have been, unfortunately, incidents where we're in the early days of this. I get there's going to be hiccups where the audio doesn't cut off during the breaks. And nothing stupid has been said. But
yeah, but I talk about certain things in the break.
If nothing else, we use curse words that we don't use on the air. Yeah. Like we cannot have that happening. So you can't just throw new cameras in here without any awareness of what's going on.
Listen, somebody up top or whoever, come explain because one thing I don't like working with, I don't like doing anything and not know.
Yeah.
While I'm doing, just like when I got to do all these different things, these different tapings on landfill. If you don't tell me what the deal is when you come to me with something that's absurd. I am not going to do it. So the thing is, let me know what I'm doing for which people, and I have a problem with it. But don't just pop stuff up like do it. Give it to me today and say, oh, you gotta do like 3 or 4 of them by tomorrow.
Right.
No, it's not gonna happen. So if we can't have a communication, we're gonna have a damn problem. And I've been quiet for 3 damn years. That stuff's out the window.
Getting fired up on a Wednesday morning.
Seriously, man. It's gonna stand too.
I don't need that.
You don't
I'm
need
good.
to stand?
No, thank you.
It might help you better if you're closer to your eyes.
I'm good. Apparently, people are on the stream already. Michael wrote us, wants to buy the Tutty towel. Is the Tutty towel for sale?
Depending on how much he offers.
All right, Mike, there you go.
Mike, I know you could get one from. I have to find out her name.
Well, dude, if we've had a lot of fans,
she makes them and sells them.
Hold on, if they're 29th the merchandise sale, oh, it's a lady, it's not the team.
Yeah, I got this Miss Lady that did that.
All right, just should tweet out her website or something. Kind of a boring night in the association. Neither of those games were.
They were blowouts.
Dude, I mean, not only were they blowouts, they were almost the exact same score.
120-95, 117-95.
Right. Kind of what I expected, although I didn't bet on either of those outcomes, which would have been nice. The Thunder looked good. And we haven't seen the Thunder for a while because they had the sweep.
But Gildress can play, bro.
But that's a complete team, too, though. Like, obviously, he is their leader.
He's their leader, but the thing about him, when you watch him play basketball, he's good, but he doesn't get promoted like everybody else.
Even because even Anthony Edwards is blowing up now, but SGA still
he's as good as anybody in the league.
Chet Holmgren can
he's
play
skinny
too,
now.
man. Yeah.
But he can play, brother.
Yeah, dude. I mean, they were good. Kyrie and Luka didn't have a great shooting night. Kyrie was probably better, I would say. That'll be an interesting series. I think it's far from over, but the Thunder looked good in the first game. I do think Cleveland-Boston is over. Maybe Cleveland wins one at home, but I don't see that being much of a series.
Yeah. Boston, if they don't win the championship this year, that's a problem. They are the best team in the league right now. I think they're better than Denver.
They got to at least
Denver
get to
already
the
look like they're not the best team in the league this year.
I'll be honest. If we get a Celtics-Timberwolves matchup, I'm taking the Timberwolves. They just, whatever that level of toughness.
They play defense.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. They have multiple guys playing defense, which is very, very different than anything else happening in the league.
Pacers-Knicks tonight. Might have to watch that, B. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out.
JP, you're not going to watch that.
The best part of Nats-O's, it was over at like 9:15 last night.
Yeah.
Like, the 6:45 start is awesome. They got my full support on that. MLB, despite how long they've been playing baseball, Landfill, 150 years? Despite 145 years of just stupid decisions stacked up on top of each other, the rule changes to speed the games up, the rule changes to get stealing bases back in, and these earlier start times, you have my full support.
But
what's my man's name?
Like I heard you mention it yesterday to somebody about the stopping the shifting and all that. I don't like that. So the guy that can't hit the ball in different directions, you got to make rules to help him out. If they shift, hit the ball where they're not.
No, that wasn't.
Yeah,
the guy that they would put the shift on for was hitting into the shift still.
But I'm saying they wanted it to go back because if they can't hit it the opposite direction, that's their damn problem. They're professional baseball players.
They could. They just chose not to because the sole focus was power.
Well, I would have let that stay there. I wouldn't have changed that rule at all.
Landville, help us. Where are you on the shift rule? You're the seam head. You keep it secret.
I'm totally in favor of it. It's so boring. Baseball's supposed to be entertaining. You gotta change the rules up if it gets really unentertaining.
The shift made it that it was either an automatic out. It was like a 1 in 10. You got a home run.
Let's think about it. Okay,
I'm all for it too.
We've been going home run, home run, home run. Ichiro was hitting base hits, and became one of the greatest players out there. Okay,
you're a closet Ichiro
I moved
stand.
all the way to the right, and I'm gonna still hit it right. Then that's your damn problem. If you are a professional baseball player, hit it where nobody is.
But they refused to do it. They were capable
but that's
of
my
it.
thing. So in other words, we changed the rule because they couldn't do it. I would say I'm gonna stop and say they refused. They probably couldn't do it. like a lot of NBA players who cannot shoot a damn free throw.
That's true, and there are people that say don't make them shoot free throws. I'm pro shift. Everything baseball has done, I like better. The product has
wish
become
they could
more
shift.
entertaining.
You say
Ultimately, it's an entertainment
you don't
product.
like them being able to shift.
I like the no shift rule. Yes,
I don't like that. I'd rather them be able to shift.
What about the pitch clock and everything else?
The pitch clock cool because I don't think that the pitcher need to sit up there and do all the stuff that they do.
I think it's dude, like less relievers, all of it. I think they've streamlined the process, and the shift thing. You have a valid point, but for me, the rule changes I'm more into are the timeliness.
I'm a left-handed batter. I get up and they shift over here to my right because I'm normally pulling it that way. I have to just swing a little soft, leave the bat open and hit it where they're not. Find a way.
I've never understood why in the years where the shift became so pronounced, probably the last decade, Landini, until they changed it, nobody did that, but nobody did that. What was the logic behind not doing that?
Probably because they couldn't do it.
I thought it had something to do with like strike zones or something, that when you're a left-handed batter, the strike zone is not exactly consistent, particularly if you're facing a left-handed pitcher.
If you watched last night, that strike zone wasn't consistent regardless. I think baseball hasn't. I think it's only a matter of time until they go to robot umps, which will kind of, I don't know. You all right, B?
Turn on my computer.
Oh, there you go.
Just have to loan my other one to you.
Dude, we probably won't do a lot of it. Knicks Pacers tonight, I'm guessing we'll talk plenty about. But last night was pretty boring in the NBA playoffs. It was 2 blowouts by 2 1 seeds. But the puck last night. Now, I'm not going to pretend. It was a second screen experience for me. I had Nats-Os all the way to finish. And then I watched
Below Deck on the other one.
No, we haven't watched Below Deck yet this week. But we watched. Lauren got home from tennis. Lauren won her tennis match, by the way. Big deal in the family house. And then we watched Suits. We watched like an episode and a half of Suits on the big TV. But I had the puck on up top. Both games went into OT. Overtime in playoff hockey is just you cannot stop watching it. Rangers win in OT. What's that?
Fast pace.
Dude, and every shot is a possible ender.
Yeah.
But my pick to win the series, I got Colorado beating Dallas. They won in OT in Dallas. And I didn't watch all of it, but I watched the highlights this morning. I watched most of Rangers Hurricanes. Both games were awesome. Right. And the hockey was a dud 2 nights ago.
Overtime hockey, when they just shoot, because all you need is a juicy rebound, and then somebody's going to put it back in the net.
Sometimes the best shot is the rebound.
There you go.
A lot for us to discuss today. I want to talk about this Austin Rivers thing.
All I want to say, Austin Rivers, you're young right now. Line up, and I'll break your damn back.
Yeah, Austin Rivers thinks NBA players that love load management can play in the NFL. Let's get to the bottom of that.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet all the action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years or older and present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. If you have a gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
look at something real quick from yesterday. Now, you're going to tell me not to listen to the idiots on Twitter, and you're not wrong, right? But I do think I posted a picture because we were I at least was dunking on a lot of the Commanders gear is just like, I don't really like much of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was fair and even polite to point out some stuff I liked on social media.
Mm-hmm.
So I tweeted out these 2 hats, one of which you were wearing.
Yeah.
The draft day hat, which I liked. And then I liked this gray joint with the, those like rope hats are kind of cool.
Yeah. Like a trucker's hat.
Yeah. But with the rope too. So I tweeted those both out. I was like, yo, these are pretty cool if you're looking for a new Commander's hat. The amount of grief I've gotten over that. Like, now, could the gray one be a little better? Yes. I think you could just have Washington and then the W, or just have, like, it's kind of busy, but whatever. I still like it.
Yeah. You have a right to like what you like.
One No Bluff says, we not buying that bleep. Sorry. Boy Genius said, both terrible. District Sports Star went
Boy
from the
Genius,
best logo.
See, he likes to talk a lot of trash. I've had some interaction with that fool.
He definitely
But
talks
let's
trash.
be real, dude. That black hat, that grayish hat, the dark one, that hat is fire. So if you think
Jaden Daniels been wearing it for a week.
Genius is an idiot. That's something. That's what I say. He's an idiot.
And somebody, who is this idiot?
There's the people
Somebody
that don't
asked,
want to
how
buy.
much are they paying you to shill for them?
See,
did you miss the 20-minute segment where we just made fun of
no
how
one
bad
is
the
shielding.
gear is?
Let's be real. I played for the team. Okay, I work with them now. I don't wear the stuff unless I'm working. I've been that way since I played. You rarely found me walking around with any gear on. Redskin, Washington football deal, any gear unless I was doing something. That's been me my whole life. When
Right.
I was at USL, I didn't wear their gear unless I was on the damn football field. When I went to Philly, I didn't wear Eagle stuff unless I was necessarily working or doing an appearance. So some people, that's just the way they are. But if I'm going to wear it to go to work, I still want it to look good. And that black hat, I like. Well, the gray one with the different color, I like that. The dark gray.
Dude, I never, even when we were CSN and NBC Sports Washington and NBC4, I barely ever wear the gear.
I think I know where the stuff is coming from.
That dude.
That's Monumental cameras.
Huh.
Somebody going to have to talk about this. No more cameras and stuff working unless we get some conversation about
You're
finances.
right. That dude, that makes it very interesting.
Hell yeah. I know if I just pay attention long enough, I'll know what I'll find out something. I know who he works with.
You're damn right, B. Okay. We have a ton of guests today. Greenberg's joining us at 11. Some Bucky Brooks audio I want to play a little later, but I think we got to get this out of the way. This is from McAfee yesterday, Landini.
Yeah.
Austin Rivers, accomplished career, right? I think he's out of the NBA at this point. But I mean, the most remarkable thing I can remember from Austin Rivers, remember that shot he hit at Duke when it was Duke, Carolina? I believe he's out of the NBA at this point. Yeah, I think he's been out. Rivers, like he should, is building now out kind of his post-NBA career podcast world. Obviously, his dad is a fairly polarizing figure in the NBA, I would say. Austin Rivers joined Pat McAfee yesterday to make a certainly bold assertion. Here we go.
Look at you. You're talking about the Cavs today. You're stretching out. We got to get you outside of that football lane, man, where the guaranteed contracts are, where the best athletes in the world are. That's us. I can take 30 players right now in the NBA and throw them in the NFL. You cannot take 30 NFL players and put them in the NBA.
It's because you only allow 5 on the court. Let's all relax.
It's because you get a break every play. All you got to do is catch the ball and run north or south.
Listen, our sport,
it ain't complex.
Our sport's better. Our sport's better because we would just create a position for one of you 5'2", 40 running 6'10" guys and just put them, can't get hit much, fragile, all right, a little thin, very tough. We would just create a position because we got big brains. Hey, listen, NBA is a fantastic Let's not get crazy, though. About 30 guys could go in there.
I mean,
who's coming up? Anthony Edwards. Okay.
5 Max.
We got Anthony Edwards coming over.
Jimmy Butler. Russ.
Oh, you guys are drunk early in the morning.
See, the problem with people like Austin Rivers is they look at the physicality on the basketball court and they think that is really tough. Austin Rivers and the rest of his crew, they like to take off games. He talking about having a break after every play. They have a break most games. They don't play defense. So if you're not playing defense, you got a break. Like when you're not dribbling the ball, and when it's not, some of them not dribbling the ball, they just stand. Now, I believe that maybe 5 guys in the NBA probably can get into the NBA and the NFL and play. Now, I don't know if they're going to be good. We look at them and we go, how good that. All I'll say is Patrick Beverly. You watch him play basketball? Is he really, really a good offensive player, or he just play defense? So I guarantee I could get some 6'2" corners, 6 feet corners that'll check somebody in the NBA and harass the living hell out of them. But there are guys that plays football that were damn good in basketball, can do anything with a basketball. They could probably step over there and play. I could just put 30 people in each one of them. They probably won't be very effective. Everybody like to throw LeBron. LeBron is a locomotive on a damn basketball court.
He's an outlier, too.
Sean Taylor would have made him tuck his tail between his leg and ran his ass off the football field. Brian Dawkins probably would have killed him, okay? They're not bigger than him. The difference in basketball and football is this. In basketball, you look at the big guy and you get fear in your eyes. In football, I look at the big guy and I'm going to take his heart. That's the way we think. So a little idiot like that talking, saying that stuff is cool. Because I would say, Austin, let's go play basketball, and then you got to go in the Oklahoma drill with my 55-year-old ass, and let's see who's going to make it.
Well said. I wanted to play that because I thought you'd have a strong opinion on it.
As soon as I saw it, I was cursing in the car. I almost ran to the back of somebody's car. I was slapping the wheel and everything else. I know people always like to imagine, listen, dude, you all have guaranteed contracts because your union is strong and you have some great players before you. But half of you that make the money you make should not get a fourth of the money that you make. Let's get that straight. Austin Rivers, he was an okay player. He wasn't no great player. He got paid money he shouldn't have got paid. He got paid because of the way the CBA is set up. Just like a lot of football players today get paid because of the way the CBA is set up. But don't be fooling yourself thinking that y'all can just step on. When guys in the NBA are as they can flop and act more than the damn people on the soccer field. Now, if you want to talk about athletic, soccer people are athletic. They do all that with their feet. That's guaranteed.
NBA players are super athletic.
They're athletic.
But
football players are super athletic too. When you see in basketball, you go to the hole, you might get slapped a little bit. It used to be hard back in the day. He'll probably be a receiver. You think he can keep his eye on the football while somebody finna come and hit him? Hell no. He'll be flinching like a little yacht all day.
Correct. I think the notion of athleticism as it relates to toughness is there's not a direct correlation. Like the NBA, the government of the league had to set up rules to try to minimize load management.
Yeah.
Because these dudes are tired from running.
But didn't he
getting
earlier
rocked
in the thing he discussed, I think somebody said this on the thing, he discussed that he quit football because it was too hot and the coaches were yelling at him. He said that, didn't he?
Beamage does bring up a good point. They play in hot and cold weather in football. In basketball, it's air conditioning.
Inside, control. So when it's 20 below zero, is he going to want to come out there? Hell no. I looked at it and loved it when I played it. Now, I wouldn't want to do it. But I guarantee you, his little ass wouldn't do it.
Austin Rivers, by the way, what do you think he averaged for his career?
Per game,
Yeah.
I'll say about 4 or 5 points.
8 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists. 8, 2, and 2.
I might be able to get close to that at 5'10". Because I got to hustle.
Coach's son that probably helped him stay on some rosters late in his career, too.
Wow. Preach to him, JP.
The thought that, like, nobody could make that conversion is crazy. But
there are some football players that I've seen play basketball that can absolutely flat out play.
Apparently, Brandon Coleman, that the Commanders' new draft pick, tackle, is supposed to be a really good hoops player.
T.O.'s a good hoops player. T.O. probably fit right in with Austin, though. I guarantee you. Can you imagine Austin being checked by T.O. and then vice versa? Think Austin got enough physicality to deal with that?
Nope, I do not.
There's got to be a few basketball players that could be like a tight end or a defensive end or something, though, right?
Like there are basketball players that became great tight ends. Tony Gonzalez. Okay, also a guy.
Antonio Gates.
But guess what they did?
Mo Alley Cox, I think, is in the league now.
They weren't good enough to play football. Basketball. They were always football players. The dudes that never played football, I don't care what their size is. Everybody called Kendrick Perkins tough. He would be like the 1,500 toughest guy in the NFL.
Well, I also think...
Because he's big, and they are afraid of big. That don't scare nobody on no damn football field.
The argument that he tried to extrapolate from, I think, is there is this perhaps patriotic or perhaps silly notion that if Americans focused on soccer like the way the rest of the world does, that our soccer team would dominate. And I frankly agree with that. Imagine Allen Iverson playing soccer. But, that doesn't translate to professional football to me at all.
If we did, but guess what? If he was such the most patriotic person, he probably would have played soccer. Did he play soccer?
I don't know.
No, he played basketball.
Julius Peppers is another good example. There are some dudes, but
there's no 6'11" dudes that would be NFL players. I mean, there aren't 6'11" guys in the NFL.
What's their position? Receiver, maybe?
Yeah. You just can't. There's a reason
now the
guys of that size don't play in the NFL.
Taller and taller. The tackles are getting 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah, but the tackles are taller, but they 330 pounds.
Right. Jeff wants to defend it.
No, I don't. I'm just saying, imagine Wemby running on a fly and then Ray Lewis just coming out.
You don't even need Ray Lewis. You can just give me my man.
Derwin James.
Forrest. Give me Defoe. Defoe will cut him in two, dog.
Troy Apke would cut him in two.
I don't know. He might avoid hitting.
Dudes that are trained to hit. It's silly and it's audacious and it's a guy probably trying to just pump his podcast.
He can pump what he wants to pump, but you know what? He gonna run into some football players who gonna try him right there.
Neil Greenberg at 11. Landfill, where the hell did you find this song?
Man, that's one of the 7,000 songs we got in here.
Bailamos?
Yeah.
Bailamos. Who is this?
Enrique Iglesias.
Is this Jose's son?
No.
I know who's dancing right now, but I got a buddy named Ben. Ben probably dancing right now.
Damn, Ben likes Enrique Iglesias.
Yeah, he like this type of stuff.
Are you sure? It's kind of a banger, though. Jeff, could you play that at the club?
His dad is named Julio.
Yeah,
Julio,
if he's
Julio.
in Miami,
Cinco de
in a
Mayo.
certain area.
Cut up a remix to that. I think
it could work. It could work.
I think
I'll give you
Enrique's
that.
resume with the ladies, strong.
Hey man, if
I
you
also
put
think
that
he's
on,
like 5'3".
what's that hotel with Liv is in? The Fountain Blue.
Blue, yeah.
You play that right there in that little lobby area, Jeff. Things are skimpy down there, brother. It'll work.
Dude, the pool we go to, it's funny. Sent out an annual email about what can and cannot be worn at the pool for the family atmosphere.
Hey man, a 2-piece is family atmosphere.
Yo, they
Don't need no spaghetti though.
They legit specify. Landfill, keep this in mind if you come to the pool with me this summer. Appropriate swimwear is required in all pool areas. Thongs, Brazil, French cut, Speedo type trunks, and or revealing swimwear is not in the spirit of our family atmosphere and is not permitted.
So it's somebody with a bad body that complained. That's what that was. I'm serious.
The only rule I have violated, Brian, I'll admit this, and I'm going to be better this summer.
You got to think about it.
Footwear is required to be worn when exiting the immediate pool areas. I just walk around barefoot.
Even in the bathroom?
I think you might want to have it in the bathroom. That's when people
That's a good point.
They be having a little leakage on the bathroom.
There's like a little bar area, like snack area that I walk barefoot.
They're probably talking directly to you.
I got to be better.
But
Please tell me you wear slippers in the shower.
Sometimes. He doesn't.
At this shower, I do now.
He used to not wear them downstairs.
Now.
But think
First
about
couple
this,
of years working out down there, I didn't.
So ultimately,
I got to be better, Jeff. Self-help.
People
I'm
know
judging.
you can wear a 2-piece bathing suit, but it's people that can't wear one that complains a lot of times and gets. I go to beaches when there've been some nude beaches, and be honest with you, people that are nude should not be. And I'm not trying to shame nobody, but I'm just saying, if they have that confidence, then the people with a good body need to be guarded. You need to have some confidence too.
Listen, man, I don't get
I
involved.
went to hedonism. I said I'll never stay here again. Saw way better looks at the other beaches, not at hedonism.
I've never been on a nude beach, never been to hedonism.
I had the nude side and the prude side. The prude side was way better than the nude side.
I bet probably some freaks on the far side.
What's funny, Landfill?
Just straight up freaks.
I'm just thinking of what I'm going to name the segment.
What's going to be? Freak show?
D-Mitch gets in
Thong-cut
touch with his
bikinis?
fruit side.
Landfill does want me to point something out.
What's that?
The Nats beat the Orioles last night, 3-0. I did bet on the Orioles.
Yeah.
So the Nats won, JP 0. Is that what you want me to say?
That's what the people need to know. JP Finley, huge Baltimore Orioles fan, took a giant L
both.
last
I've
night.
explained it a million times. I will not be shouted down. I will not be bullied. This is a self-help year. I'm going to wear my flip-flops to the bathroom. B-Mitch is going to stay in the prude side.
I love the prude side. and I'll give you another side. I'm going to give you something else that I don't think you ever noticed. Landfill, you put something on this sheet every day. I don't think he's read it one time in about 4 months.
The B-Mitch and Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you, and available tax credits and rebates are UUD. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right, brother.
All right, let's try to guess that metal artist. Should I know this one, Landfill? I kind of like it. Oh, now it's Metallica.
Yeah.
All right. As soon as I heard him, I know. Boys, unless I'm doing something wrong, I don't think VX is up yet. Are you able to punch him up? All right, 11 a.m. means Neil Greenberg time. Our boy.
Neil worried about walking into something crazy.
Yeah,
today,
Greenberg, what the hell? Greenberg just tweeted out, I have no idea what I am walking into with B. Mitch and Finley today. And my simple retort, Neil, how is that different than any other day?
Usually there's a more structured lead-in. You're talking about flip-flops, NBA players playing NFL and vice versa.
Well, you know, when people say stuff that's out their ass, we got to address it.
Well, okay? I know.
And Austin Rivers, he was talking a little, man, bro, let me just stop. Because I try to give up that physical side.
It's also May 8th, Neil, which may have something to do
with
true.
That is
where
true.
we are in the sports calendar. What do you make of Austin Rivers' comments?
I mean, I think it's silly. Sometimes people say stuff just because they need to say stuff because it's May 8th.
Right.
And they need to get some buzz going. I mean, look, playing a sport is hard enough. And the way I look at it, you specialize for that sport. Your body is specialized for that sport. No one's taking anything away from the athleticism of an NBA player if they say they can't play football and vice versa. You want to say to me that NBA players can make decent tight ends because they can jump and catch? I mean, I get that. It's like a generalization.
There's been like 6. You know what I mean? Like because you can point to examples with Gates and Gonzalez, guys that are Hall of Famers probably. But I
mean, you're getting hit at 30 miles an hour or 300 pounds. I mean, your athleticism is now in the hospital.
But Neil, those guys right there, the 300 pounds, ain't the ones you need to worry about. You got to worry about the guys that are anywhere from 5'10" to 6'2", that weighs 185 to 220, that don't give a damn.
Right.
Those
it's
are the
just
ones that are killing.
Sport. I mean, you're talking about violent collisions. It just, I don't know. There's no reason for it. Like we can appreciate the athleticism on its own in a silo. There's no reason to say that you got to cross-pollinate or do any of that other stuff. So
he's 6'4". I'll go get some NFL players that are 6 feet 5'11", and I guarantee they'll dunk better than he can.
I can guarantee you there's almost no journalism people that can survive in the NFL.
I concur with that.
I would
Unless
be
we
running
count
the
B-Mitch
other way.
as a journalist.
Wait, Jeff said he will. Jeff couldn't even get a helmet at Bowie State.
Greenberg, I want to switch because I think you're so right. And I think you had the best line right there. You said your athleticism just landed you in the hospital because it's different. It's terrific. You can run and jump and shoot jumpers. Like, I'm not knocking what you do. It's incredible. But the vast majority of you would not last a quarter. This is not a story that really made our radar. We haven't done a lot of Caitlin Clark stuff. Caitlin Clark is obviously a huge star now, and she was number 1 overall pick, Indiana Fever. I think the Mystics have a preseason game today. Like, the WNBA season is coming. Greg Doyle is this kind of like longtime irritant columnist. I think he was at CBS forever. Now he's at the Indianapolis papers, the Star. What is the Indianapolis paper?
Yeah, the Indy Star.
I noticed you tweeted about this last night. Bring me up to speed on whatever the hell happened there, because it just seems bizarre.
So Greg Doyle he's like you said, he's a columnist for Indy Star.
And like a big deal out there, right? Like a Barry Svrluga type for Indianapolis?
Yeah, I mean, he's not Barry Svrluga, but
nobody is.
A columnist. That's about as much as they have in common.
But like a long-time established columnist. We'll remove Barry.
So when they drafted Caitlin Clark, he gave her the heart, with his hands. It's something that she does with her family.
At the press conference?
That, you like that. And he says, I like that you're here. And, she said, I do that at my family after every game, to which Doyle responded, start doing it to me and we'll get along just fine.
Yeah, I remember all that going down.
So it was like a really cringeworthy exchange with a player, and then it was kind of brushed aside because, he's like that with everybody. Like, he's creepy with everybody. But, it was just really, in my opinion, uncalled for. So they ended up, like, secretly suspending him, and it only came to light because he wasn't filing anything on the Pacers, who were having a pretty decent NBA run. So then it finally came to light that he was suspended for those actions, and he won't be covering the Fever this season.
It's like he still has a job.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and look, no one should have to endure that type of exchange with the media. So I think
it's more weird than this, because I think we don't know exactly what was meant by it. So I think it's more weird than anything else.
It's weird.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, we've gotten to a point in society, we gotta be careful. We assume what somebody is thinking, and I think that's a hell of a slippery slope to go down.
And that's fair. It was just a very uncomfortable moment when they're trying to welcome Caitlin Clark coming off this tremendous college campaign, #1 draft pick for the WNBA, which in turn is, starting to pick up steam. You want the story to be Caitlin Clark, not what did Greg Doyle say again? Like that.
Right. Yeah.
That's the whole thing. And
you never want to be the story. You want to tell.
Just an unfortunate exchange. My guess obviously is everyone's going to move past it, and we can focus on Caitlin Clark, the WNBA player.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg. All right. Here's my thought. I want to go through hoops, puck, and then circle back to football. So you can go as fast as you want here. Now you have the advantage of knowing the results of some of these series so far. I have said already that I got Thunder T-Wolves as my Western Conference Finals. Who you got as your Western Conference Finals?
I mean, it's hard to argue with that. I mean, they're overwhelming favorites right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're collectively up 3-0.
We don't see – you look at how the NBA and the NHL playoffs have gone, it's been very chalky. I mean, I don't see any reason to buck the trend now. I mean, Thunder, Wolves, Knicks, Celtics seem to be the collision course. After that, it'll be tough. I think the Knicks look really good. The Pacers are playing well, but I think the Knicks look really good. And the Celtics.
Who just got hurt for the Knicks? I saw that last night. Somebody's out like 6 weeks, but I think it's a minor role player.
Yeah, I think pretty much they're, Mitchell Robinson is, certainly a piece of the puzzle. But I do think the
Knicks got away with one the other night, though. That was
8 of it, right? I mean, like
for
that.
Indy.
That happens along the way, though.
When you have a team on the ropes, you got to make sure that you get those wins. So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty chalky for at least this round for sure.
All right, so I'm saying Thunder, T-Wolves, Celtics, Knicks.
I'll go with that.
Greenberg, we're all saying that. Okay.
I have no reason to disagree. Yeah.
All right, let's go to puck. I have said I'm very openly rooting for Edmonton. I want a Canadian team to win it. I want McDavid to win it. I like the way they play. It's fast paced. I got Colorado, Edmonton, and then I got Panthers, Rangers. I think the Panthers actually beat them in the Eastern Conference Finals. But what say you, Greenberg?
Yeah, I agree. I think Panthers were probably the best team coming into the playoffs. I mean, the Rangers are playing well. I'm a little surprised that Carolina is struggling the way that they are.
But Boston,
the Rangers, you got
Boston beat up on Florida that first game.
Yeah, I mean, but the Rangers are really good on special teams, and their penalty kill is not created to only prevent goals. It's created to score shorthanded goals too, which makes it unique in that regard, I think, among the NHL. I do like the Panthers. I have for a while. I'm with you with Edmonton. I think that it's, especially with the star power that they have, it'd be awesome for them to be in the Cup final or at least the conference finals. So yeah, Rangers, Panthers, Avalanche, Edmonton. Again, I mean, it's kind of hard to go against it with the way that the playoff series have been shaken out.
I agree. Okay. Talking with Neil Greenberg, sports data analyst for the Washington Post. I want to circle back to football. There's, this is kind of list season when it comes to the NFL. We know that there has been tremendous roster turnover by Adam Peters and the Commanders. Think about what Peters has done since he got here. Whole new coaching staff. They've added all this stuff, like kind of auxiliary stuff on the rehabilitation side, the analytics side. They bring in the most free agents in the NFL, then 9 draft picks, then 11 undrafted free agents.
Mm-hmm.
You've talked, Greenberg, last week, and I think I set your mentions on fire with your 9.5 wins conversation. So sorry, but not sorry. How much better are they? Because that was you imagining a really great scenario, but like, what's just a regular scenario?
I think the regular scenario is good because they have two things that you look for a team that exceeds expectations, right? They have a lot of upside, and they have a relatively easy schedule, at least on paper. So, and that's why I was really surprised with like the replies to the mentions, in terms of over 9.5. Now we can discuss like what I meant by that in terms of betting, et cetera.
People lose odds. People like you get
right.
like you're talking about the
like
money
just
making,
looking
right.
at what teams have the most upside this year, right? New York Jets, obviously, with Aaron Rodgers getting back. Maybe I think the Falcons have some upside with getting Kirk Cousins in there to upgrade the quarterback position. Obviously we wouldn't say that Kansas City has upside because they're the Super Bowl champions. But I think Washington has to be in that discussion only because of all the newness. And, I said this about Jordan Love last year with Green Bay, like nobody knew how good or ungood he was going to be. I happily bet over 9.5 wins for that reason. They ended up with 9 wins, but that still exceeded expectations. And I think, Washington is kind of that team this year. Like we have no idea how good they're going to be. We know the downside because they only won 4 games. So it's, unlikely they're going to lose more than, they're going to win less than 4 games. So I just think that the upside's there, and there's really no reason not to have optimism. I don't get it with this fan base.
Well, they've lived almost a quarter decade of BS. But ultimately, when I look at this team right now, on paper, I think that's the only thing we could do at this point. I think we need to preface everything with on paper. On paper, the people they have in certain positions is better than what they had last year. Then if you look at the way that the coaching staff has effectively coached around the league, compare that to the coaching staff you had last year, you have to believe they're going to be better. And I think for me, that's where my excitement comes from.
Yeah. And I think people underestimate the value of going from really bad quarterbacking to even average quarterbacking. Like that is enough to put you in playoff contention in the NFL. Like even if everything else stays the same, if you elevate the quarterback position, it makes a huge difference. And like you said, the position groups are probably better. The coaching's probably better. We probably believe in the front office more. And, I just think there's a lot of reasons for optimism around this team. I think that, they're going to be one of the teams to watch, especially with the schedule that's in front of them. Would I be surprised if it takes a year to get everything in place and moving? No. But I wouldn't be surprised either if it all starts gelling relatively quickly and, they're winning games that maybe we thought they wouldn't be able to win, when looking at the schedule coming out next week.
Our friend Neil Greenberg joining us on the BetQL guest line. You can follow Neil on Twitter, and I guess X is Twitter, at N Greenberg. I think there's reasons for optimism all over the place. I think they are better in a lot of positions. I think there's some depth questions, but you could say that about most NFL teams. Specific to Jaden, what kind of position to succeed do you believe he's in?
I think he's in a real good position because the franchise obviously wanted him, right? Like they had a choice of everyone but Caleb Williams at the number 2 spot. They could have traded back if they wanted to. They ended up getting him. He's got a legit number 1 receiver in Terry McLaurin. The offensive line is probably upgraded. They have a new offensive coordinator who should be able to get him in positions to succeed. So I think it's a really good spot for him. I mean, there's certainly going to be a learning curve going from college to the pros. But he should have a relatively smooth transition all things being considered. They drafted him. He's going to be in camp. He's got all the pieces around him, and everyone's going to be learning the offense from scratch. So I think it's pretty good. I mean, he's I've been listening to some like fantasy analysts, and I'm not saying that that's the end all be all, but they have him ranked 13th, which means they think he's going to be a fringe starter in fantasy. Well, you can't be a fringe starter in fantasy if you're not expected to produce. So I think the production from him is going to be pretty good.
Well, I'll ask you this question. What do you think his expectations should be? Is it for him to improve on a constant basis, or should we be saying if he don't make the playoffs, something's wrong, like some people are saying?
No, I mean, the playoffs are a team achievement. I mean, the quarterback is important. There just needs to be growth, right? I mean, I don't think you need to gauge him on how many passes he makes, because we've seen last year that could be heavily influenced by coaching decisions and situations, et cetera. Is he making his reads? Is he getting the ball where he needs to get to? Is he, using his football acumen to stay out of trouble? And can you see an improvement? Like, do you see an improvement from game 1 to game 17? Yeah. Like, can you trace improvement? Like with Sam Howell, there were so many ups and downs. I'd rather obviously see a smooth trajectory upward, and just so learning every game.
I'm with you. I think you want to see the trajectory upward. You want to see a guy that can go 17 too. Very few NFL quarterbacks play a full season.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what did Justin Herbert play last year? 14?
I don't know.
The guys missed time. Trevor Lawrence was playing, I think that's a huge part of being a quarterback in the NFL is the ability to learn how to take care of your body that you play 17 games.
Yeah, health is a skill. I mean, it's a skill in respects, especially at the quarterback position, because you got to avoid trouble, right?
Health is wealth.
Just ask Sam Howell. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised Sam Howell lasted the season from a health perspective. Like, I'm surprised that he didn't sustain some injury that would have cost him like multiple games, only because of all the hits he was taking.
100%, man. All right, you know how many started all 17 weeks last year?
How many? 4.
9. 9 of 23. And
so less than almost a quarter of the league.
That probably would have been 8 if Jacoby Brissett didn't hurt his hamstring when they wanted to bench Sam late in the year.
I just think that quarterbacks are going to get hurt. And listen, I said this, Neil, many a times on radio. I don't know if people really hear me. Quarterbacks don't approach the weight room like the rest of the football team. Quarterbacks approach the meeting room and knowing everything mentally. They are physically fit, but they're not lifting like the other guys are lifting. The other guys are lifting to go into battle. Quarterbacks have rules to protect them, and they want to know everything. They have the quickest workouts in the world.
You know what would be interesting for you, Greenberg, not to give you work, but guess how many quarterbacks have started all 17 games in both of the last 2 seasons?
Oh,
4.
I don't know, a dozen.
I'll text you, Neil. I'll tell you when we come back. Greenberg, thank you for your time, dude. There's an interesting deep dive here, though, for sure.
Yeah, like I said, I think health is a skill, and my guess is starting quarterback's health, translates to some team success. It would only make sense.
Totally.
Well, dude, I mean, it was arguably Kirk's best skill, and then last year you run out of time sometimes.
Time is undefeated.
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, love you guys.
Bye, man.
How many quarterbacks started all 17 games, both of the last 2 seasons? Tell you when we return.
Hey.
Landfill, would you like to laugh?
I do like laughter.
Jeff, would you like to laugh?
Sure.
B, how do you feel about laughter?
I laugh all the time. I love laughing.
Ezekiel Elliott says he's chasing a ring by going back to the Cowboys.
Yikes.
I wonder how that will work for him.
Is he going back
Cowboys
to
are
the Cowboys
good.
in 93?
Yeah. Is Jimmy Johnson coaching? Yo, like, one thing that nobody's talking about with the Cowboys, they just lost their D coordinator and a bunch of dudes from their defensive staff. Like, you don't think that's going to impact them?
Hey, man. I don't know, bro.
Dallas going to be real good in September.
Yeah. Yeah. Like they always are.
They've lost a lot, man. Good luck with that. Actually, our guy Bobby Belt will join us at noon from Dallas. We can ask him if he thinks the Cowboys are Super Bowl contenders. I do not. I think the Cowboys have been good. I think losing Dan Quinn is going to have a serious impact.
Contenders, yeah, but I don't think that they got enough to get over the hump.
Agreed. I'm not saying Washington is either. Don't twist my words. But if Washington is going to become a real contender, much like this draft, right? Like I think this draft could be pretty good, but it hinges on Jaden. If Jaden's a baller, then yeah, you're in business. But very much an unknown. Mark Ross, who we've had on the program before from NFL.com, NFL Network, he wrote his opinion. As a former, I think he used to run the Giants front office, maybe other teams as well. He said 10 rookies in the best situations to succeed in year one and beyond. You're going to have a lot of them. What's key is for Washington to be on this list, and specifically for Jaden Daniels to be on this list.
Mm-hmm.
Number 10, the Steelers drafted this kid, Zach Frazier, center out of WVU. Shout out to Wildcard Scotty. He was all over this guy. Pittsburgh trying to rebuild their offensive line so that they can rebuild their run game. They went with a tackle in the first round, Fautanu. I think that's the kid from Washington, but there were a couple of Samoan names I might have mixed up because there was also an Oregon State dude.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Frazier is like a total rough and tumble kind of brawler type. I think that's a great pick for what they want to build there. Byron Murphy at 9, the big fella out of Texas, D tackle, will help Seattle on the interior. No problem with that.
You know what happens, though? We get a player and we automatically assume that guy has to be a certain level. But you know what makes his progression easier? If the people around him play better, if the coaching staff really utilize what he can do instead of what somebody else can do or what their scheme is. So I believe that fact is going to make sure things work out better here because it's going to be more of a team mindset. They're going to expect more out of people. These dudes got used to being lazy last year. Guys were pissed off because they had to work. They were used to being lazy. And when people complained, the coach took their side. That right there, you change that and you make your team better. So,
yeah, I mean, I pointed out the numbers in the pass game when you lose Chris Harris and you let Wieselmeyer take over a guy without certainly any experience as a position coach in the NFL.
mm-hmm.
You went from 4th in the pass game to 32nd. Like, something changed there, and it wasn't just the weather. Before we get to Jaden on this, what do you think about Jacksonville? I think Lawrence was hurt a lot of last year. They definitely took a step back from 2 years ago where they won a playoff game. They might have got – they gave KC a fight in the playoffs 2 seasons ago. But they lose Calvin Ridley in free agency, but they signed Gabe Davis from the Bills, and then they drafted the kid Brian Thomas out of LSU.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like Jacksonville down there.
The quarterback has to keep improving, and he has to keep himself out of harm's way.
Yeah.
You know? So
he's tough. He's played through a lot, but you're better off not
when
having to.
you play through a lot, man, you better learn. You have to play playing through a lot sometimes. As a quarterback, things get a little broken up.
On this list, number 5, Jaden Daniels, Washington Commanders. LSU quarterback drafted 2nd overall. I'm reading now. Washington's new regime, led by general manager Adam Peters and head coach Dan Quinn, worked for months in preparation of drafting a quarterback. The Commanders signed veterans along the offensive line, Nick Allegretti and Tyler Biotish, while also adding tight end Zach Ertz and running back Austin Eckler to fortify the pass-catching options that already included Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson. Then they drafted more offensive talent to flank Daniels. My hat is off to Peters for making such a concerted effort to upgrade the foundation around the team's new franchise quarterback. The reigning Heisman Trophy winner is in a good position to succeed early in his career. You agree?
Yeah. I think so.
I do too. Now, I think there's a difference in he should be able to come in and play well, that they've put a good situation around him. But that to me also doesn't mean if he doesn't have immediate success, he's not the guy. Like I think we've got to see past like the jump to conclusions early on with this young man. Does that seem reasonable?
That's totally reasonable. Listen, I don't think you can expect him to step in here and be a finished product. You have to give him time to grow like any other quarterback has had time to grow. We're watching Justin Herbert do what he's doing. We're watching Allen, who everybody thinks is the next great thing, make as many mistakes as rookie quarterbacks still. If anybody, and I mean any damn body, expect Jaden to roll in here and have to be perfect for you to think he's okay, you're a damn fool and you're not really a fan of football. You're not a fan of this team, probably. The ultimate thing is you have to give him time to grow. Now, he has to be growing incrementally and showing you that he's getting better. But to think he's supposed to walk in here and automatically be one of the top 3, top 4 in the league, that's stupid.
Stupid. He's got to show you over the course of the year for sure, but there's got to be some time here. And this is still a young man adjusting to the NFL. And like the age stuff, I think is just so absurd. Like if he was 22, would people feel differently?
But listen, when people don't like something, they make excuses. Who cares if he's 22, 23, 21? He's a young man who has a hell of a talent. And if you go out there and you nurture that talent, he can become damn good. People don't play football till 30 these days, especially at that position. They play till they're 35, 40, things like that. So if you get him at 23 and he plays 12, 14, 15 years for you, who the hell cares how old he was when he started?
Not me.
And what we always say, when guys get in the league, the first thing we start doing in support of a person is he's immature. Okay? He needs to mature. He needs to grow a little more. Well, he grew a little bit. He may have less time to mature at the league level than the other guys that come in at 21 do. He has more experience under his belt. So maybe he rolls in town with a little bit more experience that may help him improve quicker, get to that point quicker. So why be mad at that?
Well said there, Brian. When we come back, Bucky Brooks, I think, does a great job for NFL.com. Bucky Brooks reacted to Adam Peters' first draft as general manager. Nobody go anywhere. Bobby Belt joins us at noon. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Teacher gonna show you how to get an A. Bucky Brooks is one half of the Move the Sticks podcast. Generally for me, about the time I go to the combine in late February, early March, is when I start listening to every one of those. Those guys do a really good job. Bucky and Daniel Jeremiah getting you ready for draft season. Draft season has closed, though. Like, here's the truth of the matter. If you like what Washington's done, if you don't, I know there are people that don't like complain about all the one-year contracts and what does that mean for next year. I think they hated the roster they inherited, had to overhaul it, wanted to remain competitive as they build forward for the draft.
I don't care about after next year. I care about what they're going to do this year.
They also brought in 20 rookies. There's 9 picks and 11 undrafted guys. So when Peters said we're building for the future, he meant it. And I think when he traded out of 40 to get 50 and 53, I think that was a really good example of him building for the future. It was a volume play.
See, the thing about it is we get so caught up in, a lot of us get caught up in the fact that we want to act like we're smarter than the people that's doing the job. All we could care about is what is the record going to be this year? What if they go out there and win 9 games? Could we really complain?
Hell no.
Then if they have to manipulate it a little bit more to make it even closer to what they feel is going to be, this is what we like. You know what I mean? Who cares? And if you got those 1-year deals, guess what that does? That gives you flexibility. That allows you to be able to get out of something and move on to something else.
The term Peters kept using was optionality.
And I'll go along with that word. I don't know if that's a word, but I'll go along with it.
I don't know if it is either, but I also will go along with it. Landfill, what did Bucky Brooks have to say about the Commanders draft?
Oh, I'm going to give the Commanders an A-. The English teacher in me just loves what they were able to do because they stuck to the script when it comes to rebuilding a franchise. You heard Adam Peters and Dan Quinn talk about changing the culture in the locker room. Well, the way that you do that, you bring guys that are team captains, guys that come from winning programs, guys that have a lot of experience in college because that experience in successful programs translates. So think about Jaden Daniels coming over, 55 career starts, being able to be a success immediately at LSU. And then think about Johnny Newton, Mikey Sanderstill. These guys understand how to play. They play well for their teams, and that leadership skill will translate to success when they get to the Commanders' locker room.
Now, I like that, but we've also heard that. I mean, Bruce Allen used to draft captains. What matters more is their ability to play, but I think they clearly have targeted guys that, B, you've said it a bunch. Tischler said it a ton on the podcast. They lacked a lot of team leaders. They lacked guys in the locker room that like brought everybody together. Not only in a, let's go beat the Cowboys way, but in a like, let's all hang out, have fun, be a greater team. And not that they had bad guys, they just didn't have those kinds of guys. And I think they've clearly tried to get some of those types of guys. And look at free agency, too. I mean, Bobby Wagner's a prime example of it. Eckler seems like a team guy that teammates have liked over the years. Ertz is an established veteran in the league. I do think a lot of the moves are trying to set a tone for what they want in the locker room.
Totally. I think that's most important because let's be real here, okay? Adam Peters was the hottest prospect out there. Myers knew Peters, okay? You think they wasn't talking to him when the season was going on? You don't think Adam Peters read some of the stories that were going on in this locker room? You don't think Adam Peters probably saw and read things that were happening, or probably was told some of the stuff? So when he built this team up in the way he got a coaching staff that went out and got people that we have seen on other teams perform at high levels. They are self-starters, self-motivators, true leaders. You don't think that they probably knew that stuff and felt that we got to get a lot of these fools out this locker room, which they did immediately. So I just I think he came in and did this is not the final product that they want, but they got closer to it by getting rid of the people that they probably heard were problems, were cancers, were not leaders. They were just going around, parading as one, but they're not one. So they found a way to get some of those guys out and try to get close to what they want. But that doesn't mean we're done. That doesn't mean, and I'm sure that's what they're saying, we're not done. We can still improve again next year. And then the following year too. Now, after those 2-3 years, guess what? You expect to be rolling like everybody else. The expectation should be playoffs. The expectation should be trying to move into another round of the playoffs. This year, I don't know if you can expect that. But starting after next year, for sure. Next year, if they improve this year to 8-9 wins, you're going to expect them to improve the next year. So as you see improvement, your expectations should go up. Not, oh, they got some new players. They drafted the quarterback. Well, you got to automatically go to the playoffs. No, you have to learn how to play at this level. We all sit here and act as if, oh, you could just go out there and play it. No. The NFL is different than college football. I don't care if you came from LSU. I don't care if you come from Alabama. When you get to this league, you have to figure out a way because those are grown-ass men who are as fast as you, better than you, more mature, and they know how to play here. You got to figure out a way.
Well said there. I also, one quick follow-up because it's worth it. This is from BJL 1906. Ezekiel Elliott claims he's chasing a ring by going back to Dallas, and I put that on Twitter. I said, chasing a what? And BJL responded to me, I think he said wings. Chasing some wings. I, too, like wings. Bobby Belt joins us next. Well, all right, we're up. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Right now, joining the program is going to be our friend, Mr. Bobby Belt, from down in the heart of Texas, Dallas, Texas. You can hear Bobby on 105.3 The Fan, Odyssey station down there. Those guys kill it. Morning show. He's covering the Cowboys, running around all over the, what they call it, the Metroplex?
Yeah, the DFW Metroplex. And I just want to put it on the record right now that I, at 34 years old, would never get into an Oklahoma drill with B. Mitch. So.
Sadly, he's not here to hear that, but we'll let him know. Yeah, what did you think of Austin Rivers? I mean, he's clearly just running his mouth trying to get people to pay attention to his podcast.
Yeah, look, I mean, I understand why Doc traded his own son now to the Wizards. So I get it. I don't blame him any longer. I would have wanted Austin out of there too. I mean, he's talking. He's doing the same bit that all these guys do. They get up to, a certain level of the national conversation and they go, all right, what do we got to talk about today? What clicks do we got to drive today? And they start pushing them. And so that's just the stage of his career, I guess.
Totally agree. All right, B. Mitch is back. B. Bobby is on with us and wanted to open things up by saying he would never go against you in an Oklahoma drill.
I want Mr. Rivers to do it, though, since he believed that all those players could play football.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I mean, you had the opportunity when he was there in Washington after Doc, drove him out of town. Doc didn't want his son anymore, so I understand it.
See, he should shut up when his daddy didn't want him to play. You know what I'm saying? His daddy cut you. What the hell are you talking about?
Exactly. Now, listen, you are busy down there. You got the Stars and the Mavs in the playoffs, both down 0-1, I believe. How much the discourse here in Washington, and it is even easier this year because the Caps made it, got swept. The Wiz were nowhere close. The Nats are kind of a fun story. They're a game over 500. They're way pluckier than I think most expected them to be. But the Commanders still dominate our conversation, probably
24/7.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be 75% of our show today in May when there's nothing happening. What is that conversation like in Dallas with the Cowboys?
I mean, Cowboys are obviously the story in Dallas most of the time, even when they're not very good or they're out of season and everything else is going great. You're still going to talk a decent amount of Cowboys. Like we did, today we do our 7:20 Expressway on the morning show. That's 7:20 to 8. We do 40 minutes straight without commercial. And we led off with Stephen Jones talking about a Dak Prescott extension. I mean, we did plenty today on the Stars, plenty on the Mavericks. Rangers played a game yesterday. We talked a little bit about that. So, I mean, we did majority of stuff that wasn't Cowboys today, but it still mattered when it got down to, hey, 7:20, everybody's in their car, they're listening, they want to hear us talk some Cowboys. And so Cowboys are always going to be a big part of the conversation. But I will say there's this sense among people in DFW that they would really love it if the Stars won the Stanley Cup and the Mavericks won the NBA Finals. Now, obviously, for obvious reasons, because their teams win. But I think people genuinely would love to have a setting like it's set up to be, Jerry, literally every other team in the city has won a title this year but you.
Yeah.
And I think that they want that pressure to be put on the Cowboys right now because there's been a lot of success for the other teams in this market in ways that, the Cowboys have not touched. And this is the year I think that the Cowboys have felt we talk about. Go ahead.
30 years? It's 30 years.
Yeah.
Right?
It was. Yeah. Yep. And so, I mean, look, the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, last time they were in a conference championship game, Tupac Shakur was still alive, had not even released All Eyes on Me yet. That's how long it's been. Wow. Okay. So it's been a minute. But
was Kurt Cobain alive?
Oh, no. Kurt was not, because Kurt was 94. Okay. So that was, we were post Kurt.
Okay.
But the whole conversation has always been Jerry and Stephen Jones don't have the same pressure on their jobs because they're ownership. They don't have to worry about the general manager doesn't have to worry about being fired. So they don't feel pressure the same way. And while that's typically the case, I will say that this offseason more than any other, they hear the fans. That is the most I can ever remember. They hear the fans. They sense the pressure. Their entire pre-draft press conference was focused on just, basically answering complaints from the fan base. And so I think they really sense it. They really feel it. And so they feel the pressure in that sense. Are they worried about getting fired? Obviously not. But I think they absolutely feel the pressure from the fan base of they're unruly.
I think you basically explained what Washington was, and I guess it's a little less because it's a new ownership now, but that's how people felt here. They hadn't won in a long time. People, the Nats won the World Series. The Capitals won the Stanley Cup. Still, we talked about the Commanders more than anything else in this town. And what I said, the thing about the other teams around here, Dan Snyder's gone now. You no longer have that excuse.
Yeah. No, and
everybody got to step up now.
I love what the Commanders have building there. Like, I really love the front office guys that they put into place. I am a big Dan Quinn fan. I think Dan Quinn's going to have a lot of success there. I think he is the perfect guy to kind of usher in new leadership and provide stability. And I'm a big Cliff Kingsbury fan. And so I think that the Commanders are building something that's really encouraging. And it's more pressure that hopefully will continue to build on the Cowboys to, hey, you got to get this done. You got to figure this out.
Agreed. So to that vein, Jerry says he's all in. What's he supposed to say? I don't really give him that much grief about the all in comment. But how has their offseason been? It seems like they've lost a lot. Questions with Dak, questions with CD, questions with Micah. Where is Dallas right now?
They are broke. That's kind of where they're at right now. It's tax man cometh. Like, it's time to pay is essentially where they're at. And so they're right up against it. They've done so many different restructures and salary cap maneuvers that now they've gotten to a point where it's like, well, there's only so much money you can continue to push off before now you've got to pay it off. Now, I think the thing that Cowboys fans are frustrated by is, why can't you do this? Why can't you flip this switch? Why can't you create this money here, there, restructure this deal? And it's like, well, they've done so much of that. Here's the reality. The reality is they have $10,000 worth of credit card debt. Now, the question is, did you get $10,000 worth of credit card debt because your car broke down and you had a water heater go out and all these different things happened at once that you had to put on credit and you had no choice, and now you're just stuck with this bill and it was just bad timing? Or did you get $10,000 worth of credit card debt because you had money to pay for things, but you decided to pay for bills with your credit card and then not pay the credit card on time until it all stacked up? And then it was like, well, now we got to pay this. I think it's important to figure out, how did you arrive to the point? And the Cowboys are in a point now where they've got a lot of debt that needs to be paid off. And the question I think that has to be figured out is, did you get here out of necessity or negligence? And I think the concerning thing to a lot of people is they feel like they got here out of negligence.
I guess the question would be asked then, bringing Zeke back. What is that?
I mean, they needed a center, right? They needed somebody to snap the ball like he did at the San Francisco game. No, I think it's just there's where they missed him. They missed him Monday, Saturday. They missed the juice at practice. They didn't have it that same way. And so I think to them, they figure, I think they're in an Amari Cooper situation. You guys remember maybe 2018, right before the bye week, Cowboys coming to Washington, they miss a field goal to end the game. Washington wins the game, hits off the upright.
Yeah, that was the Taylor game. Yeah.
And then they go and trade for Amari Cooper the following week. And we were joking in Dallas at the time that, like, that doink sound going off the goalpost, like, that was the sound of the Cowboys trading for Amari Cooper. And I think that, like, there's going to reach a point in the season where the Cowboys have approached running back the same way they approached receiver that year. They said, oh, Allen Hurns is enough. Deontay Thompson is enough. They're similarly saying, we can bring back Rico Dowdle. Let's go sign Zeke. We can bring Royce Freeman in. This will all work. We'll be able to do this. And I think you're going to get into the season and go, well, maybe not. Maybe we need to go trade for a running back. Maybe we need to go get somebody else. So I still anticipate they're going to get someone else, and that Zeke will just be part of the group, and that they view Zeke as somebody who can still contribute as a pass protector, somebody who can contribute in short yardage situations, and mainly somebody who can elevate the intensity of practice. That was the biggest thing they missed when Dez Bryant left. When Dez Bryant left, they lost intensity and competitive nature at practice. Same sort of thing that they missed this year with Zeke being gone. So I think that fills a locker void more than anything else.
But having watched a lot of practices and understanding what you're saying, because there definitely are. I mean, one of the guys that absolutely brought that in Washington that wasn't necessarily a starter or a huge contributor, but he was remember J.D. McKissick?
Yeah.
McKissick was that dude at practice. Like, there have been, if I had to guess, I bet Brian Mitchell was that dude at practice. Can Zeke be that guy if he's probably not getting that many reps as you get? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
how much
it's an
work?
interesting point to bring up, because I know Sean Lee, for instance, in the later part of his career, he really stepped back from leadership. And he was their best leader on the defensive side of the ball, but he intentionally stepped back from it because he said, look, these other guys are kind of taking my place on the field. It wasn't a bitterness thing. It was like, hey, I need to let these guys flourish as leaders now. This is about to be their team. And so Sean Lee intentionally stepped back, and it reached a point about midway through that season where he was like, this has become such a cluster in the locker room that I've got to kind of step back in and fix some of this. And he had to step up again and do some of that. So I think similarly, they thought they were ready to move on from Zeke. They realized what they missed at practice. Look, one of the things you hear talk to players around the league about Mike McCarthy is a lot of them will say they appreciate the way he preserves their bodies with the practice schedule throughout the year, and that he keeps them fresh and healthy throughout the year. They're not getting run down in practice. Some of the people who like a little bit more intensity at practice probably feel like, this isn't as tough as I'd like it to be. And so that's where I think you lean on those types of players to do that. So absolutely, is Zeke going to be somebody who can step up and really rally the troops in the huddle on game day? Maybe not, if he's kind of taking a step back. But I think in terms of bringing juice to practice and stepping in there and elevating the competition, he can bring that for sure.
Cool. It'll be interesting to watch that unfold. One thing I find interesting is you said that, the Cowboys are just up against the cap. There's this theory that you can always just push off the eventual cap money when it comes due, but eventually it's
coming to you.
And here's the difference. The Rams did it, the Saints did it, but there was a trophy that came with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Dallas never got the trophy.
Yeah, and I mean, Dallas right now has paid the minimum balance on the credit card for 6 years.
Right.
And it's the interest is stacked up. You need to pay it now.
What will they do then with Dak, CD, and Micah?
So I think one of the reasons why the Dak contract has been delayed a little bit is because there's an understanding, I think, that we're going to take care of you. We need to get past certain points. Because if you were to, the next offseason is when they're really going to get hit with this. And so when you sign an extension, for instance, if you were to sign CeeDee Lamb to an extension right now, it would really benefit you the first year. Right. So this year, it helps on the cap to have him sign an extension. But I think they view it as we really need that money later. We need it pushed a little bit later. We need that freedom, that flexibility. It doesn't help us as much right now as if we were to get it down the road a little bit. So I think that they're just trying to, juggle the books and figure things out. I do wonder with those three. I think they've gotten too cute with CeeDee Lamb in negotiations. To me, that's the easiest one. You pay him. Pay him, get it done. He's a stud. He is everything that you want in terms of that intensity in the locker room and the practice and fiery competitor. That's CeeDee Lamb. Sign him, get it done. I do think that Micah is an incredible football player. I think that Micah is still growing into being a pro. And I think that they are wrestling a little bit with not that they're not going to resign him, but let's see him grow up a little bit more before we hand over a massive $35 million per year check to him. And then Dak Prescott's the interesting one because, John Machota at The Athletic, I know, had told us last week when we were chatting about it, he thought 65-35 Dak is the quarterback 1 year from now, which is lower odds than we've really felt at any point with Dak Prescott. Todd Archer from ESPN came on with us yesterday. He had said that if Dak gets to free agency without a deal, he's gone. He's signing somewhere else. And that's kind of how I felt. I think honestly, this came a year early. I would be interested to have seen if this would have happened.
Yeah,
this
we had
offseason.
this talk.
Yeah, that if Dak were a free agent now, I'd be really interested to see where he would have ended up. And I think if you let him get to free agency this year with all the money Washington had and the quarterback opening and the draft capital that they had, I wouldn't have been surprised if Dan Quinn would have made the case to them that, hey, we can sign this guy and I know exactly who this guy is. And, it's his old quarterback's coach at Mississippi State that's there now in Washington. And I think that would have made some sense. Obviously, that's an alternate reality, but I think those are the kind of conversations that are going to exist about Dak Prescott. 2 weeks ago, he said, I look forward to my future, whether it's here or somewhere else. And that's the first time we've ever heard him talk like that. And so the Dak one is really interesting. It's going to be, I'm going to be fascinated to see how that plays out. And if they let him get to the league year next year, day one of the league year without a contract, he will not be a Dallas Cowboy. He will just leave. He's not going to do you any favors.
Wow. I agree. Two things. You talked about how the coach takes care of the guys, which a lot of players think is too easy. But there are players on the team that brings a certain level of intensity.
Yep.
Because I say that all the time here about how players got to take some ownership. And I believe that the Bobby Wagners of the world are those type of guys that they're bringing here to try to have players take take control of this team and lead it. Do you notice a hell of a difference when those guys have those type of players on the team compared to the coach running it, Mike McCarthy running it completely?
Yeah. I mean, I think you absolutely notice when certain guys are missing from practice and the energy that it brings. And I think you absolutely notice a difference from a Mike McCarthy to a Jason Garrett practice. To me, McCarthy is more about, I need healthy bodies. Like, I mean, he was willing to basically give Tyron Smith last year a staggered practice schedule where he was taking off like their full big, like Thursday practice every single week and then stepping in and playing. So he prioritizes health and freshness and, fresh legs over anything else. But there are other guys there who go like, yeah, but you're also kind of lulling yourself to sleep during the week. And I need juice out here at practice. Yeah. Garrett was big on juice. That's what he wanted at practice. And I think a lot of those players, Zeke came from that culture. Zeke came from Urban Meyer into Jason Garrett. And those are two big guys who are big on intensity of practice. And so I think that it's a nice balance where McCarthy says, hey, I'm keeping you guys fresh. But then there's still player leadership and player accountability that says, do not half-ass it here while we're going through practice. You need to be locked in.
I'm talking with Bobby Belt here from Dallas, covers the Cowboys, does a hell of a job. Give him a follow at Bobby Belt TX. Is Dallas better this year than they were last year?
No. Dallas right now is if things don't change or if you don't see big leaps from guys, if your rookie class doesn't hit at a very high level, which their top pick, Tyler Guyton, that's a raw offensive tackle. You really need him to figure it out quick. I think Tyler Guyton's going to be a Pro Bowl tackle one day. I just don't know that it's going to be this year.
He's huge.
No, I think right now this is about a 500 football team, to be honest.
Wow. What do you think, just watching from down there, what do you think Washington could be? Washington, I feel like is, with Quinn coming in there and kind of putting in philosophy. Look, I was not the biggest Jaden Daniels fan coming out in the draft. I would have been a much bigger fan of what Washington was doing if they got Drake May. I thought Drake May with Cliff would have been incredible, or even Penix. And I know Cliff loves Penix. But I think that, to me, that's a little bit more of a 2-year window. I think improvement this year, but really like ready to compete come 2025. But I mean, they're going to make things more difficult on Dallas moving forward. They've been a decent challenge for Dallas the last couple of years. I mean, there was obviously the end of the 21 season or the 22 season where, they get beat in Washington at the end of the year, played an ugly game. Remember that year they brought their benches down there? That was fun.
Yeah. 2020, the COVID year, they lost they lost by 22 plus the COVID year, both times. That was the same one where Andy Dalton got lit up by John Bostic, and the coaches had to openly question how tough their players were during the week that they didn't get up and try to fight John Bostic.
Yeah, so, I remember that.
I mean, Washington has been a little bit of a thorn in their side, but there's a lot of Dallas in that Washington building now between players and coaches that went over there. And so I think that they're going to have a pretty good beat on how the Cowboys like to do things. And they're going to, at the very least, for Dallas's purposes, be a tough challenge twice a year. And I think come 2025, like, they're going to start putting together this overhaul and things are going to fall in place. I really believe in Dan Quinn. I think Dan Quinn has the capacity to lead Washington to a Super Bowl under his first contract. And so I really, really like him a lot.
Beyond that, how much does Dallas lose in not having DQ as their DC anymore?
It's an interesting question because I know one of the things that became a viral sensation on social media after Dan Quinn left was, it was a little bit of the cognitive dissonance and attempt to cope a little bit. Was, well, look at what he did against Kyle Shanahan tree. He always gets worked by him. Like the numbers are not great. And we really got to beat these guys. And Mike Zimmer has a better history of that. And so people go, oh, look, Zimmer's clearly fit for this. I do think that they had reached a point where it was capped a little bit. He had gotten out of them what he could get out of them. and the message, it starts to run dry a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I think he's really fantastic. Maybe you get a 1-year bump from Zimmer, just new personality, but they are very different. Dan Quinn will get in his J's and get on the ground and do D-line drills with the guys. Mike Zimmer is a prickly personality.
Yeah.
And so I do think that maybe you get a nice little quick bump, but I mean, that also could wear. It's like, you got to remember, Mike McCarthy's on a 1-year deal. Mike Zimmer came here, signed a 1-year deal. Your quarterback is on a 1-year deal. CeeDee Lamb's under a 1-year deal. If this doesn't go right, they are blowing it up at the end of the year.
Wow. Big things in Big D. Bobby, thank you for making time,
All right,
brother.
Bobby.
Appreciate you,
brother.
Appreciate y'all.
That's our guy, Bobby Belt. Give him a follow at Bobby Belt TX. Funny follow on Twitter and a lot of great information. Now, if you know anything about me, and perhaps you don't, I love ballsy, creative content. Like, I love people that try to invent something new.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a huge part of why I love Outkast and Tribe even. Like, they took a genre and then added their own thing to it. Our next guest is a dude named Nucci, who has created a content series that is kind of changing how we view performances, and it's local, and I can't wait to talk to him. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Finley, 1067 The Fan. It was a little less than a month ago. The Washington Post wrote a story. It said DC's most exclusive new music venue, Nucci's front porch.
Wow.
For some, that may not mean anything, but for about 50,000 people on YouTube and a whole lot of local music fans, it means a lot. Joining us now is Nucci. Nucci, what up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? What's up?
We good, man. How you feeling?
I'm all right, man. I appreciate y'all having me on, man.
Well, dude, we appreciate you making time for us because, one, I know you're a huge Skins fan, local sports fan, and we'll get to that. But I want to start with your path to creating. For folks that don't understand, Nucci has like a regular house in DC and has started getting these major performers to perform on his front porch. They make these dope videos, put them on YouTube. How did you land here?
All right, so I've been doing music for a long time. I've been probably since like 2012, 2013. I've been putting stuff out. I was signed to Atlantic Records in like 2017. And in the process of leaving Atlantic Records, I was trying to figure out like how to release music without really being fully knowledgeable on like who owns what or like really how the industry went at the time. So I was like, let me do something that people will understand that I'm a dope artist and people can see me and it's not monetizable and it's just something that I could just in the social media age get it out quick for people to judge.
Yeah.
So I just went on my porch and I started rapping with my cell phone and a speaker beside me. And I just record me just doing like some crazy freestyle, like, and it wasn't necessarily on a schedule. I just do it when I felt like I had something dope. And then I drop it and then people, it began to get a following. And then eventually I got out the deal and I got with my man, Tyler Benson, and he like wanted to help me produce the series way more than I was because it had a following, but it wasn't a schedule and it just needed to grow. So we put a real tripod and a real camera and we backed the camera up and you can see my whole porch now. And I'm like, well, we got enough space to put a band. And then I got like my other guys, my man Terrence I work with, we put everything together and just started pretty much doing my original songs with the band on the porch. And I seen it and I was like, this is crazy. And I was like, I called Big G. I said, I wanted Backyard Band to come do it because I always wanted Backyard Band to perform in my house.
That is so dope.
Party. But I started doing that and I was like, I might as well share it. And I was like, it really was just me not being selfish and wanted people to see the performance of Backyard. And it pretty much snowballed from there. I got Raheem Devon to do it, Miss Kim, Kenny Lattimore, Eric Roberson, Brian Nubian, Tweet, Selena Johnson, Benny the Butcher. It's just TJ. It's just going crazy and crazy. Like,
could you have ever imagined getting this big though?
No, not at first. Not at first. But
I mean, you've been in Washingtonian and the Post. Snoop Dogg is commenting on your stuff. Like it's a viral, self-sustaining thing.
Well, I always thought something was gonna happen. I just say I didn't expect it to go this way. I felt like this is something I always like work towards. Like music has always been a passion of mine. It's always been part of my family. My dad was an artist. He was a pioneer in the DC hip hop scene when it was just a go-go city. And now I kind of face the same thing. It's just this era of do-it-yourself music industry. And here we are. Like I felt like I was gonna figure it out some type of way, and I'm just happy it's happening this way, where I could put on for the city and it exposes great music, great musicians, because it's more than just the performance. It's actually what DC embodies. DC is a go-go city, and it's really about live music at the end of the day. So I feel like that's something that I'm showcasing the rest of the world, that DC what is about. So when people come here, it's people doing live music, and it's not even a go-go rendition. The people calling it go-go just because it's DC.
Right.
What's next?
Oh man, I'm actually on I just did the National Cannabis Festival. We did that, and I'm about to do.
Wonder what that smelled like.
It smelled real lazy out there. I got to do the Summer Spirit Festival. Just announced Erykah Badu headlining, Backyard Band, Junkyard Band, Method Man and Red Man, and I got a
Is that
my
here?
front porch band. Yeah, that's in Meriwether Post Pavilion.
Oh,
That's
I
August
thought you
10th.
said I thought Method Man was going to be in your porch.
Oh no, he will be. It's not discussed yet, but it's gonna happen.
That is,
I promise.
That's
dude,
great confidence. I like that, brother.
I mean,
For sure.
when you
I'll be crazy. To be honest, it's crazy. I'm on here with y'all right now. I can't tell you how many times I done watch y'all in the house and I didn't debate with y'all. Y'all couldn't hear me, but I was debating about the team. And we talk about where I was watching y'all at right now. That's crazy to me.
like as you navigate this thing, your star will grow brighter, right? And inevitably, like other sponsors or whatever. How important is it to you to keep it to like actually your front porch? And dude, like if you're playing these venues, you play in the event at Meriwether, and you, names like Method Man and Redman and all this, like how strong is the pull to get these dudes to your porch, or just to let it go wherever it goes?
Well, the thing is this, it's pretty easy if you don't tell nobody what's going on. If you just do it and nobody knows, because you got to think about it. Somebody is always at somebody's house. So as long as we can do it and we keep it a tight-knit thing, and it's more so, it's not a concert, it's more so a production. We just literally on the porch. So it's the same as if you in the studio, y'all in the studio right now.
Uh-huh.
So it's a closed set like that, and it's just pretty much delivered as a concert. So I don't really see it being an issue of it having to move. And I honestly don't want it to move. I kind of think of it like the Wizards leaving the Capital One. Like I look at it like it has to be here. This is our thing now. Like that's how I look at it.
I love it.
But once you start with certain artists and the sound starts to go, don't you think people are like, hey, man, you hear what's going on over there?
I mean, the neighbors all right. The neighbors cool. It ain't that loud. It's
All right.
cool.
No, I'm not saying loud. I'm just saying like people start recognizing who's there, what's going on, and the crowds get a little too uncontrollable.
Yeah, I understand. That's when you just gotta understand where you're at, and you can't just be pulling up on everybody's house like that.
Do you have people now though, like? Because with Google Maps and all this crazy stuff, like it's probably not that hard to figure out where the house is. Like, you ever have people like outside taking selfies?
If you type in like Nucci front porch on like Google or something, like the next, like the automatic thing pops up. It says address. Like I see people searching for the address. So I know people looking, but they can't find it for some reason. Like if somebody drive by and they notice it, I see people do stuff like that, but it ain't necessarily went nowhere crazy. And most of the time, people, like I said, people respect, like the area respected, and like I feel like it's something that everybody's coming to, you know what I'm saying, understand is part of DC culture, as a part of it. So I just feel like it's something that should be protected by the people. At some point, you got to expect the people to do what the people should do.
Yeah, there you go.
So now's the portion of the interview where I'm just going to start saying random things. You obviously,
like he does every day.
Yeah, this happens frequently. You obviously know Miss Kim. Can you tell her that the Pieces of Me song is some of the most incredibly beautiful singing I've ever heard in my life?
I got you. I will. We'll do. I tell her today.
Jeff wouldn't do it. Jeff wouldn't do it
Jeff
for
won't
us.
do it for me.
Thank
so
you.
I appreciate you doing it, Nucci. And then number two, what are the odds? Two things. And I don't know if you want to do this because our stuff takes 4 hours, so it's long. What if we either do our show from your porch one day, or could B and I come to the next concert and just be? I just want a red cup and to be on that front yard.
I say I got yes to both. Definitely both of those.
All right.
I honestly wanted to do that as soon as this was brought to the attention. I was like, we can do this from the porch. This is where we really talk about sports at. Then we can turn around. I got my living room is the green room now, so I got the TV, the sound system, and then we can watch sports when we got to. Yeah, we could definitely make that happen. Both of those.
From the Cannabis Festival to the green room, we'll be chilling.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
All right, so thoughts on Jaden Daniels?
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to. I'm really just looking forward to change. Because I'm 28 years old, and we done had the same results my entire life. I didn't get to see the Super Bowls. I remember Mark Brunell. That was like the first Mark Brunell, Patrick Ramsey, like my first memories of a quarterback in the Redskins uniform. And then all the way, my next hope was RG3. That was short-lived. And then the best thing to that was Alex Smith, very short-lived. And now we got a new ownership, a new regime, a new coach. It's new. It just feels different. We got a quarterback that I actually wanted them to draft. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope he could stay healthy. Hope he can hold the ball. And I hope they let him do him.
Nucci, this has been awesome, man.
Appreciate it, brother.
Listen, I will bring a bottle, and I can even bring the cups.
We're going to bring more than a bottle.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. I'm going to have something in for y'all already.
All right.
Thank you, man.
There you go,
I
brother.
really appreciate you making the time, and congratulations on the success. I love people that think differently, and you clearly do.
For sure. Thank y'all, man.
All right, man.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
Give him a follow
Get
at
over there.
Nucci Music on Twitter and Instagram, or check out the YouTube page. He's got almost 50,000 subscribers, man, at Nucci Music.
There you go.
Doing it his own way and finding a ton of success. My hat is off to you, Nucci. Thank you for the time. We got Denton Day at 1, but before then, if there was a roast, who would roast us? prior to that, a lot of folks want to see me and B on the front porch. We would go. I'd probably need a ride or an Uber or something, but
why?
A lot of red cups in those videos, B. You know me. Once the red cups are out, it goes pretty quick. Also, I want to credit our friend, Mr. Pete Haley. Yeah, those kind of cups. I'll meet you at 5 o'clock. I just found out. You want to see me sober? Hold on. If you want to see me dead sober, you can watch Channel 4 at 4:45.
Everybody think you're always a little tipsy anyway.
I won't be then.
Your eyes,
but how long, landfill? So we get done at 4:45 at Nats Park, and B will be at Walters. What time do I get to Walters?
I don't know. What time you got to work?
4:45. Well, I might have to tape something else, but we'll figure it out.
Hey man, just tell them don't give you the might have to stuff. Just start working on that might have to.
I have to tape something. I don't know.
Do
when
they might have to give you a bonus? I mean, come on, dog.
We kicked this idea around, and we're getting good responses in the stream. So obviously, Tom Brady roast. When something's that successful, there's only going to be more roasts, right? Like
I want Dave Chappelle to be the host of it, if it's me.
Okay, you're aiming high, which you should.
I'm saying, you ask who would you want to do it? It's like, who would you want? Not who you could get.
Dave is the best.
If I could get something, it's going to be Jeff. I mean, Jeff would be the comedian we're going to get.
Maybe Danny.
Jeff, Danny. But I'm asking for, I don't want, listen, man, I try to go out to the stars.
I like it. Bro. I like it.
I would like Dave Chappelle. And then I'll go with people from the past, Gil. Because Gil know everything about me.
Gil could say some
he
real
could probably say some things that he'd probably be afraid to say because he might get in trouble. Leon Duncan.
He'd be very good.
I've been on a few trips with you. Ooh, Lord have mercy. I hate some things you might say.
I come up with some stuff.
But my brother Daryl, he don't say a lot. But when he says something, the dude is the funniest dude I've met in my life.
I think for you, Gibbs and Andy Reid would be.
Now, well, hey, I get to that point. I'll go Gibbs, Andy, but I think the two funniest people would be David Culley and John Harbaugh. John, see, David knew me has known me since I was 16. And John knew me when I had gotten older, but I was still playing. And I said whatever the hell came to my mind. I don't care if it was the coach or the player. But John and I, we were cool with each other because I'd never seen a coach run that much in practice. So I would love that.
I think you would have to get Deuce too.
Oh man, nothing that me and Deuce did together can be told publicly.
I think because of the closeness you have with Biner, I think he'd be really good. We're getting some submissions online here. Mr. Washington says Fred Smoot, Rev T, and you need Jarrah to call in. Jarrah would be pretty damn good.
Oh, boy.
Jarrah would definitely bring some fire.
Rev T walk in my house. I'm cooking him some food, and he start just cracking on me. I'm like, dude, I haven't dropped your turkey yet. I could drop it on the ground.
If it was me getting roasted, I might want like Bees to host it. I feel like Bees would be pretty damn funny.
Yeah, he would be.
For sure.
Yeah, Bees is hilarious.
Sure.
I would definitely let Landfill get a few hits on the pinata. I think Landfill would have some stuff.
I think Landfill should be the star of your roast because he roasts you every damn day.
He does. There's a lot of roasting going on.
He probably has a whole rundown, a whole little file of everything he said to you.
Sure. I'd want someone like the NBC4 people. Like Yang is one of the nicest people in the world. Like really, smiling, gregarious personality. I feel like she would just cut me off at the knees. I feel like she would just roast me.
Since you said that.
That time she called into the show to just roast you was awesome. Anytime she wants to. We're good.
My middle daughter.
Be tough.
The nicest person in the world. But when she says stuff sometimes, she's really quick with it. Like somebody sent me 2 bottles of bourbon the other day.
I saw, yeah.
And she walks in the house, she'd been somewhere, she walk in there. She opened the box and she goes, who sent this crap here. And it hurt a little tone, but she used the word crap. And my wife was like, what the hell did you just say? She's like, he don't need that crap right now.
I would invite Governor Wes Moore to roast us. I think that'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, I think that would be funny.
I think he could do a pretty good job.
You see, the governor is he's up on all the things that are happening, but I'm sure he has one of those quick tongues.
Sure.
To do what he does in politics, you gotta be quick.
I think Tress Way would be really good at roasting folks.
Yeah. I like Tress. I like Tress.
I think we'd have to get Mitch and Pete would be good. I think Kind could be quite good.
That's why I said Smooth. Smooth already said everything. He says something every day.
I almost kind of got to see this firsthand. Doc Walker at the Touchdown Club dinner kind of just roasted me the whole evening.
He did. Doc lit you up.
Doc would be phenomenal.
Doc. Nah. I've known him for over 30 years. He can't. That's too much. That's too much information, and he's still good with it too.
I think Valdez might have the most quick cutting tongue of all the people on our side of things. Like Valdez throws some hand grenades every once in a while, dude. I'm trying to think. I mean, we would invite Russell, but it'd be kind of comedic relief for us.
Yeah, because
he would just
he would probably roast himself.
Yeah,
the roast would turn on him.
He would forget that he's supposed to be roasting somebody else because he'll start roasting himself.
Yeah, Russell would play the Gronk role. You know, he's there, but everybody's really taking shots at him just nonstop.
Yeah, I think. I'm trying to think of the post crew. Greenberg could maybe be funny.
PFT would roast you.
PFT. Nate would. Woof.
Oh, he would light you up. Well, I mean, if he ever listens to the topic, I mean, hell, Nate talks 15 minutes before we ask him a question. I would love to be on the roast of him.
I would love to be on the roast of Nate.
I'll just sit in the back and shoot China balls at him.
The roast of Lil Nate X.
The roast of Little Nate X. Who would you want, Jeffrey? Anybody we're not thinking of?
Nah, not that I could think of right
No,
now.
I'd take Jeff's mom to roast him. Wow. I'm serious.
Or Mama Stu.
Yeah, Mama Stu get him. But your mama is quick.
So I get it from.
I think that is the perfect time to go to commercial. When we come back, Denton Day joins the program.
chair.
I mean,
Sit in his lap,
Denton is sitting quite close.
Then sit in his lap.
That's why I showered. I showered today just for you.
You don't look like you showered.
Well, that's offensive.
Is that
That's hurtful.
This is your post-shower look?
Well, I just went to work too. I'm not like fresh out of the shower.
If you had to guess, Landfill, now I showered today also.
Why does he look like he's not showered though?
I don't know. It's kind of Denton's look.
The man just got a beard and a little.
Denton's
and that
look is
mustache.
kind of not showered.
JP said you look dirty, bro.
He is saying I look dirty. He says I
I
look
combed
like
my
that.
hair. I shaved. I look like I showered.
It
Don't
looks
look
like
you
you're going
shaved.
to a
Don't look like you
first
comb your
commute.
hair though, dog.
Looks like I'm going to first.
Yeah, the way
your
that
hair
hair
is
is combed
Your hair
over.
going many different
I
directions.
went last weekend to a first communion. If you're unaware, Denton Day obviously joins us now. He very much wants to be seen on the stream, so you can see him on the stream sitting incredibly close to me.
And he has a straight upright stance.
How come you never thought to just saddle on up with B-Mitch?
He would stiff arm
Because
me
that's
away
what he
so
said
fast.
last time with you.
All right. Denton, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How's everybody doing here?
We're good, man.
We're hanging, man.
If we were to be roasted, who do you think would be good to roast Brian and I?
For B-Mitch, I definitely have Doc up there for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we respect our elders. We won't touch him.
I'd probably. I don't think Gibbs would do it. Oh, that would be hilarious if Gibbs got up there and roasted
you. Wouldn't have thought Belichick would do it.
That's true. I wouldn't have thought Bill Belichick would have done it.
I think Gibbs would do it.
You definitely have to have a couple of coaches of yours get up there and do it.
Well, he said John Harbaugh would probably be really good. Which
my high school coach would probably know a lot.
So
He
get
would have
those
to,
guys
he would
up
have to
there.
tell on himself though.
Yeah, it's fine. And then
we started NIL back in 1987.
Now that I believe. That I definitely believe.
I think I'd get Smoot up there too, just because I think Smoot would be fun.
I heard all that crap he says already.
Yeah, but we haven't.
A couple comments on the stream backing me up. Tay W says Denton looks like Joe Dirt, and Just Santana says, does Denton play the banjo?
No and no. I think Joe Dirt has way more hair on his head than I do.
Yeah.
So
He's
I
got
wish
that
I wish I had Joe Dirt hair.
All right. Landfill, did you need a roast Denton? Because that's always welcome.
Nah, I'm on Team Denton today.
Thank you.
You're
Landfill.
on Team Denton Day or Team Denton today?
I'm on Team Denton Day today.
Okay.
Day today.
We
should do a roast at our station. I don't think hardly anybody would be up for it, but I think it would be hilarious.
We basically did that at our little thing.
Rouye jabbed everybody.
Yeah, Rouye jabbed everybody, but nobody got the opportunity to jab back.
Yeah.
So like that felt, I mean, he was great, don't get it twisted, but it felt a little unfair because nobody got to say anything back.
I was told I couldn't put my hands on him.
If I may, just briefly, I get roasted by everybody all the time.
And
that's like
you roast
that's
Jeff
a central
every day.
tenet of the program.
You roast Jeff every day.
Yeah, but you don't get paid to get roasted. Imagine getting paid to get roasted.
You guys all blamed me when another host on the station had a weird dream about me. I had nothing to do with it.
If a man dreams about you being naked, he has some thoughts of you. You had to give him some idea. So you had something to do with it.
Listen,
having no context to this conversation makes it all the better.
You're better off.
Bishop was on Junks.
We don't need to.
And he said he had a dream
relitigate this
about
thing.
a naked man. And they said, who? He said, JP. And he said, no, JP Finley.
Yeah.
JP
that is
was
odd.
in
That
the
is
chair, butterball naked, sitting in the chair doing the interview. And I happened to be on the other side, fully dressed.
Now, Denton, that's not my fault. I did nothing wrong.
You did something to make Bish think about it. You tell, like the caller called in and said, every day JP says, imagine him getting out the shower.
I haven't done that today.
You talk about how he's
we did talk about showering.
You always talk about his butt. And that's why
Sorry, I got a good
Bish
butt.
saw him with his butt crack. He mentioned your butt crack in the dream too.
Good God.
I am the state of confusion. This is not fully your fault. I mean, you might have a little bit of blame, but why is Bish talking about your crack?
No, why did he bring it to the public?
To the public.
Yeah. Yeah. Why are we bringing this up again? I don't know. Probably my fault somehow.
We started talking about roasting people.
Nichols says, I think Denton's look is smooth.
Thank you, Nichols.
Is that your parents?
No.
What do your parents think of your look?
They similar to you. Similar to you.
What does your fiance think of your look?
She deals with it a little bit better, but even there are certain days where she has some questions. She's like, "Are you sure you want to walk out in that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course."
When I first started dating my
I would
wife,
suggest to her, just start laying his clothes out.
yeah. When I first started dating my wife, I had like my hair when it gets long gets like super curly, kind of afro-ish, and I had a big beard, and I
don't see that.
Dressed like it does. Dressed
Look
like a
it
bum.
stays a little straight like it is.
Over time, Lauren has converted me into the dude that you said looks like he's going to first communion.
It's like going to first communion. Yeah. So my Lauren has not done too much. She thinks the romp hymns are funny, and now that it's warm outside, we can bring some of those back out.
No,
but,
I want
the romp hymns. That's a one piece.
Don't do that, dog. I mean, you're too old to be wearing a damn onesie.
It's not a 1Z, it's a one piece.
One piece is a 1Z.
Yeah, it is very difficult to go to the bathroom.
Denton is kind of getting roasted right now. Juice Santana just said, "You know, Post Malone B said Denton looks like pre-Malone."
you know what's funny? There was a picture when I was in college of Post Malone dressed up as a cowboy that my brother sent along to everyone in our family because he thought it was me.
Really?
So pre Santana, I mean, just Santana, he might be onto something.
Seymour Butts says Denton's hiding that hairline like
trust
LeBron
me,
with the headband.
The hairline is fading from every side. The headband can't do much. I got to come in here with a skull cap to hide this thing.
We got to pay you for this up here as well.
I know, for real. I was trying to come in here getting ideas to roast other people, and all of a sudden I'm Tom Brady now.
I just saw Linnell was wearing like a
do-rag.
Yeah.
He's trying to get waves. I can't get waves.
I didn't understand what he had working on. Like his hair's not that long.
Well, it's for waves.
Okay. All right. Good luck, Linnell. Surely there's some sporting event to ask you about.
I mean, the Jaden Daniels interview. I'm sure you guys have played some clips.
We haven't yet. We were stacked all day, so we might get into it tomorrow. But
intelligent man, I say he doesn't put himself. He doesn't put a lot of stuff out.
He's not creating a headline. Oh, it was beautiful.
He
is not creating a headline.
So for everybody that wants to compare him to Robert, every time they want to say something, he is not Robert.
Yeah, dude.
Robert.
Especially in his interviews.
Well, did you see Robert came out and said he's a better passer than I was?
Yeah, I saw that.
Accurate.
But Robert had other things that caused him some friction.
Yeah.
And I think Jaden is so damn smooth at that. That's one of the parts of the 23 that I don't mind.
Right.
He's a little more mature than he would normally be.
Much more mature. He's not creating a headline. I thought the way he handled things, because it felt like at times Keyshawn was trying to bait him.
Keyshawn always 100%.
trying to bait. He was trying to
All
bait
you got
him,
to
and
do
he
when
was
you get
not
around him,
falling
just
for
say
it.
Suge Knight. Bait him.
Yikes. What impressed you most about Daniels?
Just the not doing the headline thing, because like there were certain questions. So like they asked him, "Can you win the NFC East?" And he was like, "Dude, I don't know yet." And I think that's a fair answer because he hasn't thrown with his wide receivers yet. Like I don't need or want my quarterback to, before he has even thrown a pass to a wide receiver that is under contract, to start saying we can win the NFC East. I don't know how you do this with the comments up in here, because that 3-pack comment is actually hilarious.
See, you got to learn to be a pro and just kind of keep it going.
Don't worry. He was going to get to it.
The Xbox thing is true. I do love Xbox.
People have no idea what you're talking about then, so you got to try to keep it going with this Daniels commentary.
That is true. So I'll keep going to Jaden Daniels. Do you think I get Jaden Daniels to wear a headband?
Probably not. I don't know. We'll see. He hasn't taken the hat off yet, so he's got to start there. I'd argue maybe too much has been made about the number issue, and I know Keyshawn tried to kind of get that out of him.
Yeah.
I thought Jaden handled that quite well also.
I did as well. Now, I saw the rumor on social media about a video potentially dropping on Friday with Jaden Daniels and Tressway, which I would assume be the transitioning of the number. I haven't confirmed that. I could have asked around. You probably could have asked around. I'll just wait for it to drop Friday.
I know some folks involved in that process, and everybody's trying to be respectful and understanding and get to a spot where everybody's cool with the result. And I think that's the only, because it's easy to be dismissive, like, this new star quarterback gets a number, but it's also, you got to recognize this dude's been here a decade, won a couple Pro Bowls. Like, there's a right way to handle things.
Yeah.
And I think everybody just wants to handle everything the right way.
I feel like Tress is the perfect guy to kind of be in that position, because I feel like he's more understanding, and I feel like he would handle that well. It's not like you're asking like a dude. I just feel like he gets it.
B and I were talking about it in the break, I guess, but like, you see both sides, right? Where you've got a veteran, an established NFL vet, jeez, that maybe shouldn't be forced to give up his number for a rookie. Yet you've got a quarterback, a number 2 overall pick. Like, it's not as cut and dry as folks want to make it.
This is a 10-year deal. This guy has been in multiple Pro Bowls. No, you can't just run in there and take his number and say, do it. There is something that's been established in the NFL. You want that number, you pay for that number.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And if Tress wants to let his number go for a price, that's how it should be worked out. If Tress was a guy that was a backup punter trying to make the team, that number is going to be taken.
Yeah, that number will be gone.
This is a guy, I understand he plays punter, but he's not a punter that's been in the league not doing anything. He has been to Pro Bowl.
He's been easily among their best players.
As Jaden said, he's the captain.
I thought
Hell, we gave him the MVP for years to come. What the hell, don't ever buy that? We gave him MVP for years on this team.
Breaking news on the Fan. The Denver Broncos have released Ben DiNucci.
Hey, pour one out for the JMU legend.
Remember Ben DiNucci. I'm with you, B. I think all parties can land at a good at a good spot on this, and it's not as simple as whatever. Just give him whatever he wants, and it's not as simple as
give him number 1. Be that.
It doesn't. Dotson wear one?
John Dotson wears.
Landfill has. I'd
Dotson
argue.
wears 1. Yeah.
I think Dotson wears 1.
Yeah, Dotson wears 1.
Another single digit. Make it. I wanted number 1. I got number 30. I turned it into something.
Yeah, I mean, he could go for 2. You might have to get De'Ami Brown out of here, though. So if you have De'Ami Brown, like we did the numbers, 7 and 9 are available, but obviously 7 and 9 are not available. So 10 was
I think
the
7, they just gave it to Haskins.
Hopefully they've learned from that mistake a little bit.
Man.
No,
because Jaden's worn 5 for the entirety of his, going back to high school.
Agreed for Haskins to wear it. So you wear it. But there are enough numbers out there. He can find another one. I mean
10 is available.
I've seen guys have a number.
10 is available.
With it,
yeah.
Comes well. Move on.
Right now, technically, Kaz Allen has 10, but 10 is available. Yeah, you're not going to hold that number for the potential.
How do you feel about Mariota wearing 0?
Yeah, goofy.
As Deion
Makes
said,
sense.
if you don't, what did Deion say? Deion told the people they could not wear 0, right? Because you're not 1. If you want to put on that number, if you put that number on, you better be
good.
Bad as hell.
Yeah, you better be good.
I tell you what, as if we needed one more piece of evidence that Jake Fromm might need to look for a new gig, I didn't realize that Jeremy Chin got number 11. Fromm also wears 11. Rent, don't buy. Now, Landfill has perhaps the most accurate take of all of this. Why is this problem so significant?
Yeah, this is a few years ago when they changed it and started letting just anybody grab the single digit numbers, this created a huge headache. Because realistically, I mean, if you look at it with the punters and the quarterbacks, they've got to have the low numbers. So there's only a small handful that they can get.
You know what number could be cool for Jaden? 8, except Brian Robinson's got it. Right. You know what I mean? You know what number could be cool for Jaden? 4, except Frankie Louvu's got it. When you create the single digits to be really cool, you do create kind of some of these problems.
Hell, come on, wear a double digit number and make it great.
I think he's gonna end up being number 5. Yeah. But we'll figure all this out.
But Tress is that nice enough guy, but you know what? Still should be for a price.
Tress deserves to get met where he needs to be.
Yeah.
Right? Wherever he decides.
And he has a great foundation.
This is what you find out right here. How important is this number to you? This is the price. If you don't want to pay it, then it's not that important to you, right?
Right. I do think Tress will end up letting him have it and giving it to him, but I do think there will be a price, whether that be a foundation, showing up at a couple of camps.
Now that transaction needs to be. I'm getting some of that. I can donate it to the foundation,
but
I'm not letting you donate to the foundation. You go get my jersey and get the tax credit. Hell with that. I want the money and I'm gonna get the tax credit. You know what I mean?
Jaden Daniels is probably now being drafted number 2 overall. He signs a contract that's worth almost $40 million.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think this is a contribution to a charity kind of situation. Yeah. Now, you don't have to try to like.
I mean, if I get it, if I'm gonna work out my tax stuff, I'm gonna pay something to a charity.
What about 15, B? You wore one, now you wear 15. Dax Milne, sorry, pal.
Out of there.
15 just don't look like a good quarterback number.
Hold on.
Looks good in Kansas City.
Yeah, 15 is the best quarterback number in the league.
No, not here. Let Pat make his stuff. Because now you do that, they're going to compare you to Pat. Now you don't want that comparison ever.
I don't think you can get compared to Tebow.
Yikes.
If he was going to Denver, he should get 15, and he'll make it look way better than Tebow did.
Won the Heisman in the SEC. Maybe he is.
Yeah. That's when he was just the best athlete.
Who wore Peyton wore 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wore 18 in pros, but he wore 16 in college. So we changed what he got.
See,
I like
Peyton
16. I like 16 or 18.
Peyton changed his number.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 16 would be a good number. I think that's a good number.
16 is Driscoll.
Didn't Jim Plunkett wear that number?
Yeah, you're giving a new number to Jeff Driscoll. Sorry, like you're getting a new number.
I mean,
Jeff Driscoll's not going to be on the team, man.
You don't think?
Well, they need a third quarterback.
They're going to keep 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah, they need 3 quarterbacks.
So it's Driscoll or Hartman, and Hartman you can put on the practice squad easy. In fact, Landfill, there may be a story tomorrow on the NBC Washington website that breaks all of this down just ahead of rookie minicamp. I don't think it has to be a single.
Read that crap.
What's that?
Nothing.
People read it. I'll show you the numbers. You know what's wild, dude? To Landfill's point about making it Armageddon in the number system, how many wide receivers on last year's roster, B. Mitch, do you think wore a number in the 80s?
I think 1 or 2.
1.
It was Crowder.
Crowder.
Yeah. The rest of them were tight ends.
Right.
What number did that Penn State guy wear?
Tinsley wears like 17 or no,
was he
16.
3. Pringle was 3.
Yeah, Pringle was 3.
Yeah.
We had 1, 2, 3, 4 that were all receivers.
Yeah, 17.
5 was your punter. 6 wasn't used.
10 was Samuel.
8
no,
was running back.
3.
9 was not used. And then you went 17. But the rest were a single digit.
I could have thought that Tinsley wore like 83 during the preseason. He might have switched it up.
Preseason he might have.
Penn State or something like that, right?
Yeah, the Penn State guy.
He wore 83.
Of the numbers in the 80s right now, Crowder's at 80. Davion Davis is currently number 84. I don't know that Davion Davis is going to make the team, but maybe he will. Cole Turner at 85, Zach Ertz at 86, Sean Bates at 87, Armani Rogers at 88, Bryson Tremaine, who certainly saw no game action, at 89. You got one receiver that you would project to make the roster in the 80s. That may be part of the issue.
Yeah, could be.
Landfill, you might be right about that one.
No, he's right.
He's definitely right.
Once you start telling people they can wear single-digit numbers, and they should never let a guy that weighs over 300 pounds wear a single-digit number. I don't care what you think.
They can pull it off in
It don't
college.
look right.
Because, you have dudes wearing multiple numbers anyway. Plus, guys are out of there in a couple of years. So you don't have situations where there's like a 10-year vet who's holding on to a number. And then, we just got this rookie coming in. He wants it. What do we do now?
Was there any conversation when you went to Philly, B, about 30?
I told you I went there. I left. I agreed. I came back. The number was in my locker. I didn't have a chance to talk to the dude.
Who was it?
I forgot the dude's name. He was Thomas. Last name was Thomas. Thomas. He was a running back. And I was going to offer him something, but they took it.
They did it for you.
And then what I'm supposed to do? Call you, hey, I was going to give you the nah. Bro.
Not how that works.
They made that decision.
All right, everybody stop roasting Denton. Denton, tell everybody where your Twitter handle.
You could hit me on Twitter at the Denton Day.
The Denton Day.
The Denton Day.
When we come back, we'll have the Doug Kammerer. Nobody go anywhere. but it's not sane, much like me. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Joining us right now, BetQL guest line, is our friend, Mr. Doug Kammerer. When I first asked Doug if he could come on, there was supposed to be all this crazy weather surrounding the Nats-Orioles Battle of the Beltway series. The weather seems to have moved on, Doug. How are you, buddy?
There was?
Wasn't there supposed to be bad weather or storms the last couple of days?
Well, yeah, we got a chance of thunderstorms, but it's not big. Like today, we don't have much at all. Yesterday, we had a chance of storms. We had quite a few downpours area-wide, but, the game was fine. So, typical run-of-the-mill type of storms. They're playing tonight, 6:45, should be just fine. Hopefully we get another win out of it. I mean, how about the Nationals, man?
I would love it.
Last night was impressive, man.
JP, man, I like it. I love it.
Man, that is – I root for everybody. It's like I have
good ball.
Kids on both teams.
Can't root for everybody.
Yeah.
Root for a team
true.
or not.
So true.
Doug, so I know you do your extended winter forecast, but I was kind of curious. Are you able to do that in the summer? Are you able to do that?
I've been doing that now for about the last 10 years, summer forecast. So that's probably coming out, I think, next week. I'm trying to nail down a date of when that's going to come out. But, yeah, I'm looking at that right now. So, just how hot are we going to get? How many 90-degree days are we going to see? What's the hurricane season look like? Can we get a storm like that up our way? All that stuff. I'll be able to give a forecast for that probably next week.
What do you think looking ahead? What I know about living here in the summer is that it's super hot, humid, and a thunderstorm can emerge at any moment.
Most evenings right around 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly right. Right during showtime, baby. Right during the newscast.
That's right. Get everybody paying attention. All right. So talking with Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist over at NBC4. You can follow him at Doug Kammerer, 2 M's, 2 R's. I've been wanting to catch up with you since the draft. How do you feel about Jaden Daniels?
I feel good. I feel really good. I think we did some good things on the offensive line. That was my key last year. I mean, Sam Howell, I like Sam Howell. I know we've talked about this before. I really like the guy, but we didn't give him a chance to do what he was supposed to do because we didn't have an offensive line. Now we've got a couple of offensive linemen coming in. Jaden Daniels is a guy that can get out of the pocket a little bit better than Sam, obviously. So I think that's going to be something that benefits us. And I really like our draft class too. I mean, we had some weaknesses, and I think we attacked those pretty well.
I think they did a hell of a job with it. And when you look at this team, like we've been talking about where we think they are compared to what the other teams were. I mean, what the team was last year. Do you see them being better than last year?
Ooh.
I know they haven't played yet, but still,
they have to be, right? Paper. They have to be. I mean, what was our final record last year? What did we end up with?
4-13.
And
they started 2-0.
How do you not get better than 4 wins? Can we squeeze out with all this brand new? I mean, half the team is new, right? I mean, I think JP, you put out something on that yesterday, the day before. It was 47% of our team is new. So how long does it take to get a team to gel like that? It's going to take a couple of games. So maybe we squeak in a game here or there early, but then maybe we actually turn some stuff up later on in the season. I mean, we've got a tough division as well right now. So that's a big thing too. I mean, the NFC East has always been one of those where, in recent history, if you go 8-8, you might get to the playoffs. That's not going to be the case this year. So I think the NFC East is a harder division as well with the Eagles. Hopefully, the Cowboys actually show something. We all know how we feel about the Cowboys. And the Giants are supposed to be a little bit better, even though I can't believe they let Barkley go to Philly. How does that happen?
Do you believe in?
They weren't going to pay him.
Yeah, it's cash. Do you believe? Apparently, they didn't even make an offer. Did you see that, B?
Yeah, but that's the whole thing about it. Like Tiki Barber running his mouth, and people. If you don't offer me, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
I'm supposed to leave and go get mine. I'm not going to sit here and try to justify some former player's damn mindset.
Exactly.
I don't get in the way of nobody's green. Believe me.
And think about this. I mean, Philly's got a pretty good offensive line. I know they lost Jason Kelsey, but they've got a pretty good offensive line. And that's something that the Giants did not have last year. So you put Barkley back there with actual other weapons and protection. He's going to be scary this year. So I'm a little bit, worried about that for the for that part of it. But again, that's the NFC East. I love our draft class. I'd love to see what Luke McCaffrey can do. Everybody knows him, of course, as Christian McCaffrey's brother, but this guy's ready to hit the ground running. So, and literally running. I mean, he's even faster than his brother, right? He had a better combine time than his brother did. And he's 6'2". That's a pretty good sized receiver. If you can put him on the opposite side with Terry, that's the one thing we had with Terry. They're doubling Terry the whole time. So if we can get somebody that can actually, catch the ball consistently on the other side of the field, maybe all of a sudden we got some options.
It's interesting. There is one question in Washington that we don't have the answer for. Brian and I both tend to agree that I think it'll probably land where it should, is somewhere in the middle. But where do you land, Doug? Jaden Daniels, the new quarterback, the great hope for the Commanders franchise right now, has worn the number 5 all of his college career from 2 different stops, Arizona State and LSU. Tress Way has been wearing number 5 here in Washington, for 10 years, and is a multi-time Pro Bowler. Like a face of this team. As much as
exactly right.
I get that he's the punter, but he's important to this fan base.
Very.
What do you think should happen?
Any other punter, you'd be like, it's the punter,
right?
Come on. But Tress is the guy that's been the one stable guy that we've had. I mean, how many other teams can say that your punter is one of the most popular guys in your team? So yeah, that's a tough one. But B, what did you say? What did you say about Barkley? You said what?
He got paid.
Don't get paid. Absolutely.
So Tress should get paid.
Yeah, Tress should get paid. Absolutely. Yeah. He should have like a new car waiting outside for him, whatever it is that they do nowadays to get numbers. Because I've heard some crazy things. Whatever that may be. Yeah, if he wants that number bad enough, Tress is going to get paid.
You find out how much it's worth to a person, just give them the offer.
That's true.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, I know my number. My number is 15 my entire life. But if somebody came to me like what, and that means, that number to me means a ton. It's my dad's number. I mean, we have numbers because we love those numbers. It's not because we just picked that out of a hat and we're like, I'm going to be number 8 for the rest of my life. No. That's not, maybe that's happened when you're younger, but there's reasons why we pick our numbers, right? Mm-hmm. So what's the number behind, or what's the backstory behind Tress's number? What's the backstory behind Jaden's
So that's
number?
an interesting question. And the backstory behind Jaden is that he grew up a massive Donovan McNabb fan.
Donovan McNabb, number 5, Philadelphia Eagles. When he came here, he was 5. Yeah.
Right. And the backstory behind Tress wearing number 5 is back then punters just got random numbers assigned to them, and that's how he landed number 5. I think he made
it into a number.
I think he wore 36 in college.
He's so good at it, all his teammates call him 5, right?
A lot of those guys call him 5. And I think it's a tricky situation that I think you've got a very mature young quarterback and a guy that just wants the best for the team. I think these guys will land at a good spot and everybody will be cool with it.
But it's a situation that the players should come to an agreement on.
What do we
Nobody
have?
else should get involved.
Here's another way to think about this one, right? Like, how long? Tress is how old?
Probably 34-ish, 35.
Yeah, how much? I mean, he's a punter, so he's got some longevity. How much longer does he have? And the reason I ask this is because we had Haskins come up, right?
Yeah.
What number was he looking for?
7.
Number 7. Right. And that goes down. You talk about history with the number 7 in Washington, D.C., and you know exactly what's going on with that number. And Theismann was like, yeah, okay, sure. And he didn't last. And that's kind of a thing. So now that number is all right. Anybody can get that number now. So do you want to continue that precedent? If Jaden comes in and he's here for 15 years, we're great.
See, I think like when those numbers are like not necessarily retired, but put in a holding pattern, it could go back in a holding pattern. I know my number was retired in my college, and I allowed Levi Lewis to wear it. And once he left, it went back.
Yeah.
College is a little different, though. You
but
know what I
even
mean?
the pro,
kids graduate, transfer.
They were holding these numbers here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And if Joe had to get permission, that could go back to holding. But I'm saying in this situation with Tress and Jaden, these are adults now. They need to handle that. What I'm saying is nobody in ownership, nobody in front office, no coaching person should get involved with this transaction.
True.
That should be those two guys come up with something that they can deal with.
Do you think they've already done that?
I'm starting to think it's done.
I think it's close.
I'm looking at some things that would have happened by now that's not happening, and I think it's probably done.
Well, Jaden's going to be on the field Friday.
As soon as that number 2 pick was in, hey, the number 2 pick in the NFL draft is Jaden Daniels to the Commanders. Tress was like, shit. Oh shoot. Sorry.
Or he was like, looked at his wife and said, what car you want?
Yeah, you get paid.
You want to take a European vacation?
Right.
Doug,
Babe,
last
I just
thing.
got a bonus.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You just celebrated your 35th birthday. People may not realize, but Doug.
So how old are you?
Just 49, bro.
Oh, okay. You were joking. Okay.
B putting them on Front Street.
No, but man, come on. Men don't care about that.
I don't care about that. I'm 42.
No. You look all the 49.
Thank you. But listen, it's good to be B Mitch. There's only one B. He goes wherever he wants, doesn't pay for a thing. It's a pleasant life.
That's not true.
Doug Kammerer lives a pleasant life too. What did you do for your birthday?
I had we went out Saturday night. My wife and I stayed down at the Capitol Hilton.
Oh, cool.
Ended up walking over to Shoto, which is right down there.
Sure.
Had a nice meal down there. Went to one of my favorite places, Grazi Nona. Grazi Mile, which is right next door. If you guys haven't been there, that place it's just a cool spot to hang. You get Grazi Nona is a great place for food. I mean, that food's my boy Casey Patton runs that place, and that thing is just phenomenal. I love that place. So Grazi Mile is just a place to chill, a little darker. You can hang out with your wife or girl, whatever, and it's great. And then
don't do both at once, Doug. You better just go with your wife.
Not at once, but I meant my you know what I'm talking about. I'm not that soccer player guy. Come on now. And then we went over to the place next door. It's a brand new club. It's called Arcade. Pretty good. We were there for like 12. You talking about, thank goodness I was able to get in for free because apparently there's $100 cover.
Whoa.
So, unless I know somebody, you won't see me back there.
Yeah, for $100 cover is it just called Arcade or they're like arcade games?
There's like arcade theme in there and it's Japanese themed. It's a really cool spot.
So let me ask, you went to Shoto, which is a pricey high-end kind of sushi joint.
Yeah.
And then you went for dinner? Did you eat at Shoto or just cocktails?
No, we ate at Shoto, and then we had a little something at Grazi, and then went over to Arcade. So yeah. But you're right. Shoto can get expensive really quick. So we just they have these really good tacos. They're small. Like tuna tacos are really, really good. And like one roll, like I didn't spend a whole bunch of money. I'm a cheap guy.
I doubt that. Doug, thank you for making time for us, dude. Happy birthday.
Hi, Doug.
Hey, real quick, we got to talk about my golf tournament. And it's not even my golf tournament.
That's right.
It's B. Mitch's golf tournament.
B. Mitch is not sure if it is. Is that fair to say? Say it's yours, Doug.
No, Doug can have it, man. Doug can.
Well, I mean,
I like Doug. He's going to be talking more than I'm going to talk.
You are the host, bro.
Yeah, but you're talking more than I'm going to talk.
You are the host. You're supposed to talk. I haven't got the time for you to talk. And like the picture that they put on here, I want you to get a new picture. I want you to tell them, hey, I need a new picture.
What picture they put on there?
It's you. I mean, you look good, but you look like you're like the CEO of like some Fortune 500 company. You're not smiling at all. I want to see that B. Mitch famous smile.
I don't know how they picked that picture. I'm always smiling.
What's the website? We'll let everybody figure it out.
Yeah, June 3rd is it's called the Mayor's Championship. It's at the Lakewood Country Club. So we need you out there. And B. Mitch is supposed to talk at 11:30.
And is that the one that's raising money for Ronald McDonald House?
Yeah.
It's for Ronald McDonald House. Yeah. And that's why I'm doing it. I'm on the board of Ronald McDonald House.
That's why
I'm going to be out there. Yeah, I can't wait, man. Ronald McDonald House has been something that's big in my family. So I'm super excited to be part of Ronald McDonald House for sure. But then this golf tournament, which is going to be a lot of fun. And it's going to be a big fundraiser for us as well.
Let's see.
Come on out, everybody.
How about this? Because you're on the board. See if they can get us a hard Ethernet line and a place to broadcast, and we'll ask CK, especially if B-Mitch is giving a speech. I'll do the show solo out there, but I think it'd be fun to be out there.
Oh, man, I'd love to have you guys. Yeah, We'll make that happen.
What's the website one more time?
The website is the-Mares Championship, and I can't even find it. Hold on. I knew that was going to happen.
Like
Hold
mayor?
on.
Like
Don't
Mayor
go anywhere.
Bowser?
Yeah, Mayor,
M-A-Y-O-R.
M-A, so it's the-Mares, M-A-Y-O-R-S Championship .perfectgolfevent.com. I know that's a lot.
Okay.
That's a
We'll
lot.
find it. We'll get it out there. Doug, thank you, dude.
Appreciate it, Doug.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We come back.
See you
We got to
soon.
make some bets. Our buddy Danny Frank's wife, Susan, just texted me 3 shots of tequila and I would roast you for free. The boys, what's that?
Will she need the tequila?
Wouldn't take much. I did my best effort to go long with Kammerer so that we didn't have time for her to hear first, but I suppose we do. Jeffrey?
All right, JP. As you can see from the chat, your bet was crazy. It messed the people up. It messed up some parlays you didn't hit. B. Mitch, you chilling with your boy this week. Owen Walker, Owen Mitchell, and my boy Langfield hit his bet last night. What y'all got going for tonight?
Landini?
I'm going with the White Sox.
Is TBD pitching?
+1.5. No, Flexen is pitching, so he's gonna be flexing on him.
Flex, time to have. Remember that song?
Give me the Knicks.
Kind of like the Knicks. You got to wonder what the Pacers have left after. I'm going puck. Give me the over Edmonton, Vancouver. A lot of scoring out west.
Knicks and the over.
Ooh, B with the parlay. What you got, Jeffrey? The Battle of Adelaide?
Now, I wanted to take Real Madrid, but the odds just changed, and it just took me out of contention for that.
Good.
So let me go ahead and take the Yankees. Parlay with the Nats beating the O's again.
Ooh, Jeff calling for the sweep. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Bobby Belt. Thank you to Nucci. Thank you to Denton Day. Thank you to Doug Kammerer, and happy birthday to Doug the Hammer.
Thank you for Buddha.
Kammerer. Thank you for what?
Buddha.
Oh, yeah. If you want to see Buddha, check out our Instagram page. Maybe you can pray to him. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Look for me and B at the Nats game. If you see B Mitch, he owes you a beer.
JP
Good afternoon and welcome in to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Happy Wednesday. It's May 8th, 2024. We have Jesse Winker of the Nationals on the show today at 6. They get ready for game 2 of their series with the Baltimore Orioles right here on the Fan tonight at 6:45. We'll also be welcoming PFF's Max Chadwick onto the show at 5. He is a college football and draft expert. Want to break down how Washington should plan on using some of their rookies. We'll do that coming up at 5 o'clock today. Remember, 2 hours from now at 4, the Beltway Blitz, we got tickets to go see AEW Wrestling, which is coming to D.C. You got to be listening ahead of the Blitz right at 4 if you want to get your hands on those tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Rouillet.
Hey, buddy. A little bit of a personal slump today. You can't go 5 for 5 every day with an Anthony Rendon, like 12 RBIs, whatever you had that day against the Mets. Just to get things going, I bring a lot of stuff every day to make sure I'm always good to go to do the show, right? Just in case I have a cough or something. I got cough drops, just in case, my throat gets sore. Just in case I get a stomach ache, want to still be able to stay here. So I usually travel with a pack of Tums. They opened up and covered my bag in Tums. I worked out before the show in the early afternoon, did a little pickleball, got here to take a shower, forgot that I had a thermos of coffee that spilled everywhere, including on the crotch of the pants that I was going to change into. I also thought I was bringing underwear. I wasn't. I brought my wife's workout shorts, so I don't have any underwear. I also have one of her brasiers in case anybody needs that. Struggling today. Not having a good day, but you try to stall up the team win. That's what I'm trying to do.
So when you left the studio to go do a quick little project before the show, we all joned a little bit about how two things. One, your team can't get right today. We'll just sum that up as today. But also, one of the things you do, I don't know if you're going to think I'm downplaying what has been a tough day for you.
Okay.
Is you take these little teeny tiny things that normally no one would ever think about again, like off the field losses. And you're like, my day's terrible.
Yeah, this headwind
it's a terror. So we're all laughing. We're like, wait, Danny was saying it's such a bad day. What was so bad about it? He spilled a little bit of coffee. Okay.
I mean,
that happens from time to time. His Tums fell out in his bag. Oh no. So it sounds like I'm joning, and I guess I kind of am.
I think that's exactly what you're doing, which is fine. I'll take it.
How can you possibly overcome today?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm still going to sit and do the show. I'm not going to go home.
I'm here to be your friend. I want you to know if you need me in any way to help you, I can help put the Tums back in the
I
case.
did that. I took care of it.
If you need me to wipe your shorts a little bit, I can come on over there and do that.
I don't think it'd be appropriate because, again, no underpants. It's just me and the shorts.
That gets awkward very quickly.
Uh-huh.
Did you hear last night, the NFL, I don't think they officially announced this, but the news broke because the media was doing its darndest. It's journalistic job to figure out when the schedule is going to break. The weirdest thing ever, man. So it's next Wednesday. The league apparently had sent a memo to tell teams to expect that it was going to be Thursday, and it's got, for whatever reason, it got pushed back about a week and no one knows why. But I continue to just raise this flag as high as I can to fly for everyone to see. This makes no sense to me that the league doesn't want people to know when they're releasing their schedule. Now, luckily, we figured it out. Collectively, I didn't do anything. I just kind of sat there.
You know what you did, buddy.
And ate some Doritos.
You helped.
But somebody figured it out, and now we know. Next Wednesday. So, for your planning purposes, if you're like me and you plan on going to the New Orleans game, you're going to a game on the road, you will know when Washington is playing its opponents, what the dates are. You can line up the schedule. That'll be next Wednesday. I guess I should ask you, Danny, as we have a mutual friend in Nolens, our buddy Christian, who runs the very famous restaurant in the French Quarter, Brennan's. I am going to see Christian. When the Commanders are playing in New Orleans, I'll be making my, what is every other year? Is that biannual?
So semi-annual is twice a year. Biannual is every 2 years. Yeah,
Okay.
That sounds right to me. Yeah.
I'll be making my biannual trip to Nolens for the Commanders game.
I think it's something the lads need to do.
Does Danny Rouillet plan on accompanying his pal?
I'm going to take a shot. I'm going to take a shot here. I'm going to try.
Darius and Ryan, I want you guys on the record right here and right now. We could even, CK's been asking for vacation dates for the summer. We could even, if we need to, we could give him some vacation dates during the fall.
Whoa.
How about a little show field trip? One way or the other. With or without Odyssey's help. We're going to New Orleans.
You mean without?
I can answer this for myself. I want beignets. I love French food as well. So I do want to go to New Orleans and have a little show trip.
Have you ever been to New Orleans?
I have not.
Clary on the French Quarter could be on Bourbon Street. Get him out and about. Your mind will be blown.
We might just lose him to the sea of the crowd.
I think, was I your age? No, I would have been younger. I think I was probably 21 first time I went to New Orleans. It was a good week.
I had an object that said I was 21 the first time I went, and it was a great time. It was great.
Darius.
Was that object in the shape of a card?
Nope.
Nope.
Anyway.
Okay.
Grant and Danny.
The rectangle had some laminating on it.
Darius and Ryan eating alligator at that weird place that Christian took us to.
Giacomo's. You sleep.
In New Orleans in the fall. What do we think?
100% in.
All right, good.
I think the boys all need to go.
No, we're doing that. It's just that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Stone cold lock. Lock it in.
Let's make it a plan. Here's what I know is going to happen though, because my wife and I have already been planning this for a few months. We're definitely doing it. That game's going to be the week of like Christmas Eve or something.
Of course.
There's just no way it's going to fall when I need it to, which is frankly anytime in September, October, or November, other than Thanksgiving week. The rest of the schedule, NFL, whenever you're ready.
How about that Thanksgiving Day game with
definitely.
Washington and New Orleans for some reason?
Thanksgiving night. I might actually make that work. I'll be honest with you. With all due respect, family, I'll see you next week. That might be fun. Go do Thanksgiving in New Orleans. What says Thanksgiving better than Bourbon Street?
Sitting down with your family.
Yeah.
But listen, I think you're fine with your idea. See you next year, in-laws.
Anything else you care about a whole lot? And like, that's the thing, like the schedule I need you right now, because I want to know when the New Orleans game is. Anything else that you care about?
I
really?
generally care about if they're going to do the division bit where there's like just a little appetizer one earlier than like the last 5 games or division games or something like that they've been doing lately.
Is it weird that I am oddly excited to find out when they play Caleb Williams and the Bears?
No,
that's my
1-2
matchup.
Quite literally my next answer.
Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, 1 versus 2.
Another Thursday night game is what it feels like to me.
I'm just going to remind everybody one more time that Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota, when they went 1-2, played head-to-head in week 1. I think Bears Commanders in week 1 is in play. Now, Darius shot me down yesterday with I almost said with a chainsaw, which doesn't really make any sense.
I've seen him do it.
It felt like he took a chainsaw to me, but he was very correct. I came out of the studio after I had the great idea. I'm like, Commanders, Bears.
Here's what's going to happen. I tell you for true.
Week 1, Sunday Night Football. And I walked in the studio and Darius was like, you fatso. Don't you understand, you loser?
Shut up, you fat idiot.
He's like, why do you talk so much, you blabbering fool?
Why are you running your mouth, you buffoon?
Don't you ever let anyone else talk, you jackass? And by the way, you're fat. No, but what he actually said was all those things.
Yep.
And then he said, I hate working here and I hate you.
Right.
And I was like, anything else?
Hey.
I'm
stop,
sorry.
Stop
Okay.
that. Come on.
You're right. But what he
said
said
it with your eyes, buddy.
All that stuff.
Mhm.
And then what he also said was, bro, they're not going to play on Monday night or on Sunday Night Football. But he had a great idea. He said, why not Monday night, week 1? And I thought, 2 games. You know they're going to do that. They love that wacky.
Oh, God.
The old Monday night double dip. You get a really good team on the West Coast playing. So the Chiefs will be Thursday night. Cross them off the list. But, there will be a intriguing, maybe like a Chargers Jim Harbaugh debut kind of late night game.
Like a San Fran situation.
Early game, Chicago TV market, DC TV market. Number 1 pick, Caleb Williams. Number 2 pick, Jaden Daniels. How about Soldier Field in Chicago?
No, I think that game's here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a home.
On the schedule.
That
Homer.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Good call. Landover, Maryland.
Get excited.
It's also called Soldier Field now, weirdly, because it's not called FedEx Field.
People don't know that.
So that was my misspeak. Soldier Field 2. That's what we're going to call it.
Yep.
As of right now. So that I wasn't wrong. In Landover, Maryland. The Commanders.
That's why I hate working here.
And the Bears. What do you think?
I'm of 2 minds. One, I'm like sick to my stomach thinking about a primetime game. I want nothing but 1:00 kickoffs, only beamed to my television. The other part, though, is it makes sense. It does. It makes a little bit of sense because you got the old guard, the actual really good teams. You got them kind of highlighting throughout the weekend. You've got them highlighting that night, but then you've got kind of the new wave, like the guys that are on deck, the next sort of generation.
And they're not going to be the A team.
No,
it's not going to be Buck and Aikman. It's going to be like the B team that they throw together at the last second.
Like Trent Dilfer's there.
It's like a lot of Lewis Riddick, who I love, by the way. But it's going to be, Marv Levy's son, Steve, for some reason. Steve Levy's like calling the game. They'll just patchwork this group. It's going to be 8:15, and it's going to hit.
Oh, I don't want it.
Good evening and welcome to the National Football League in 2024. Shot of Caleb Williams throwing to some random receiver. Number 1 overall pick, Caleb Williams, the Heisman Trophy winner in 2022. One of the most revered draft prospects in years. Gets his first shot to show Bears fans what he's all about. Camera pans to Jaden Daniels throwing a pass to like Dax Milne for some reason on the sideline. And he's like handing it to some guy I've never seen who's like in a beanie. It's like some random like 23-year-old mustachioed white guy in a beanie, like throws it back to Jaden Daniels, who's like on the training staff. And Jaden Daniels catches the ball and they're like, and there's the 2023 Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels, who will make his debut at home in front of his adoring fans tonight. No pan like a section that's empty, but Tailgate Ted's sitting there already.
Yep.
And it's just Tailgate Ted and like Rally Captain and like some other guy wearing a hog nose.
Like their guests.
Can you feel the excitement? It's week 1 football in the National Football League, and it's only here on ESPN. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
What do we think? You can see it, right?
I can see it.
You can see it.
I got chills thinking about it, honestly.
And by the way, you know what you guys sleep on? What was the craziest part about that whole scene?
Tailgate Ted and Rally Captain sitting in the section by themselves? No.
Dax Milne made the roster. After all the offseason?
That was my first thought was Dax Milne was involved there.
Dax Milne hanging around.
All the attempts at upgrades.
He is still there. Must have been a tough camp in preseason on the wide receiver injury front, I suppose. It was off the cuff. I didn't know who's going to be. Maybe it's
fine.
Jamison Crowder.
Mitchell Tinsley.
Maybe it's Jamison Crowder catching the passes. I had so much fun at Nats Park last night. So good. Danny, I'm telling you, the vibes were awesome.
Love it.
They announced 29,000 and change. I'm going to round it up to 30K.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first time I have been at the ballpark this year. I think I've probably been to 8 games already, something like that. That felt awesome. Not to say I haven't had fun and a good time. Part of it is that was the first game I've gone to that was really nice weather. And tonight's going to be even better, by the way, 78-degree first pitch. But I was with a bunch of buddies, so that helps. Everyone was hanging out and high-fiving and enjoying themselves. We're sticking it up, playing, extra base hit past the hat game, whatever. But Orioles fans packed the gills. Nats fans came out. There was like a fun camaraderie between the two fan bases. Not as much animus, but just kind of everyone was having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
I think the amount of people was the big key because it was the most people in the ballpark, maybe other than opening day, and it was freezing that day, which sapped some of the energy. And then the team played well. They shut out the Birds. They 3-hit Baltimore. This is arguably the best team in baseball. This team's going to win between 95 and 100 games. Trevor Williams, dude. Who is this guy? Like, who is in Trevor Williams' uniform, and what have they done with Trevor Williams?
Nice guy. We like Trevor Williams. But what is happening? Like, this is... I was doing a TV thing earlier, and
TV guy,
a big TV guy over here,
big TV guy,
huge TV guy.
Were you doing like books behind you?
No, it's just in whatever. Like it's not the conference room. What is that? Like
green room.
The green room. Yeah, thank you. With like computers behind me, so I'm very glamorous. But he's like, what are the paths to this being sustainable versus not? And I said, not is very easy. The fact that 4 of their 5 regular starting pitchers have ERAs well below career averages or aren't established yet. That normalizes, that equalizes. And then all of a sudden, this run of magic where you're winning 1-0 in Texas, 3-0 against one of the best offensive teams in the sport, those start to go away and you pick up a couple losses here and there, right?
They already have 4 shutout wins this year.
But that's incredible.
Nuts.
Like, this isn't Scherzer and Strasburg and Jordan Zimmerman doing this. This is Mitchell Parker. This is Trevor Williams doing it. I mean, it's unreal that it's happening. And it's awesome. I'm having a blast doing it. And the kids and kind of these, 1 or 2 year deal veterans that have kind of been thrown in are everyone's pulling the rope in the same direction. It is a blast to watch this team, man.
Trevor Williams allowed the most home runs of any pitcher in the league last year. And he's the only starter in baseball who has not given up a home run this year that has thrown 35 or more innings. People understand how insane that is.
Yeah.
His ERA is 1.96. He's doing interviews last night after the game nationally on MLB Network. The Nats themselves are really fun to watch. And I'm not talking about them being 18 and 17 over 500, which is cool and exciting, to be honest. It's the first time they're over 500 since July of 2021. You got to go back almost 3 years ago.
Which is at the end of the month that Kyle Schwarber had one of the greatest months in the history of the sport.
Yeah.
That pushed him over 500. And that's pretty much the last time they've been there.
But this team steals bases out the wazoo. They have 61 stolen bases this season. The most in Major League Baseball, and it's not particularly close. In fact, there's only a couple teams in baseball that have 40 steals. They've got over 60. And on top of that, they already have more steals than they had in full seasons 3 times in their existence. Now, the rules have changed, and so there's an asterisk by this in some way because it's frankly never been easier to steal bases than it is right now. But last year, I thought not enough teams gamed the system and really took advantage of the rules. The Diamondbacks, who ended up getting to the World Series, particularly early in the year, did. But the Nationals have turned up all the faders on running. Somebody gets on, they immediately steal. Doesn't matter who it is. And they've got guys with immense speed you can't throw out. C.J. Abrams. Problem is he's so busy homering and doubling and tripling that he's never on first base to steal second. But Jacob Young, you can't throw him out. The kid can fly. Even the guys that you don't think can run, like Trey Lipscomb's fast. When he gets on, he's going to steal. Luis Garcia stole his 7th base last night. Jesse Winker, who's got average or tick below average foot speed. Eddie Rosario, they all steal pretty much every time they get on.
Yeah, Lane Thomas can move, but you don't think like that. But there he is with double digits, despite not having played for a few weeks.
They're on pace to steal 282 bases. The only team since 1996 that's stolen 200 is the 2007 Mets. I saw Barry Svrluga tweet that today. It's just an amazing first 35 games, and to have all those Orioles fans in the ballpark last night and all that energy, and for them to be the team to get the shutout win, that was a nice little litmus test, and they passed it with flying colors.
They have, I think it's a dozen come from behind wins over the course of the year. So a lot of this is they shouldn't be doing this mathematically. Eventually, I think the dust will settle. Regressions will happen, both positive and negative. Like Keibert Ruiz isn't going to hit 110 the rest of the year. He'll get himself in rhythm. So some good will happen.
3 for his last 50, bridging when he lost 20 pounds with influenza. He's chasing it a little bit.
Yeah, so like some good will happen regressing, some bad will happen regressing. Like respect to guys like Jake Irvin, Mitchell Parker, Trevor Williams. You're not this good, and that's okay that they've pitched really well to this point. You don't take it away from them, but the occasional couple bloops fall in, your ERA goes up, right? Things will normalize. So I don't expect them to finish this way. I don't think they're going to be 36 and 34 when you play another, set of 35 games or whatever. But it's still really, really fun to watch this group, as you say, kind of outkick their coverage a little bit, be competitive, be relentless. They've taken on the personality of David Martinez, and they're having a lot of fun playing. I think that translates to the watching experience.
So I want to go on an interest gauging mission with you here for a moment. And I just want to see, taking some temperatures, how do people feel right now about the Nats? Do you find yourself investing in getting in at all to this impressive start to the season? If you're one of the many, and the majority of people, frankly, the last couple of years that have kind of checked out, who are more casuals and you're waiting for them to give you a reason, do you find yourself watching, getting more interested? Also, if you are what you would consider to be a Nats fan who watches and follows regularly, I'd be curious to just get people's thoughts on the state of the union of the rivalry with the Orioles. The Birds are really, really good. They might win a World Series this year. They're that good. And the vibes in the ballpark last night were awesome. Just kind of talk about where we are in that relationship between the Nationals and the Orioles. So we can open up the phones on those things next. 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
next pitch. Swinging a line drive to right, base hit over the leaping first baseman. Rosario's getting the wave in. He's coming home. The throw in from Santander on 2 hops, the slide, the tag, safe. He's in the back corner with the insurance run. What a slide by Rosario, getting his hand on the plate. Nationals lead it 3-0 as Trey Lipscomb delivers an RBI single to right field.
One of the kids making a play last night, getting the Nats over 500. Rookie infielder Trey Lipscomb, a native of Frederick, Maryland, Urbana High School. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. By the way, rookie minicamp for the Commanders, Danny, is Friday. Jumps up on you pretty quick after the draft. So we'll have full reports from out in Ashburn throughout the show on Friday. I'm excited about that. I think 1:15 is when practice starts. So right before our show, images, videos will be coming out of the guys running around. It's funny now what passes for like hype videos. I saw a couple teams putting out like 4 or 5 second clips of just like receivers literally in pennies that were like at the line of scrimmage, taking 3 steps and running an out route and just slowed down with like some music. That was the hype video that the teams were putting out.
Oh, yeah, I'm hyped.
So there's a lot of that coming on Friday, I'm sure, from the Commanders, but we'll be all over it with Jaden Daniels practicing for the first time out in Ashburn. But to the Nationals and their win over the Orioles last night, and the fact that they're over 500 right now, MGM National Harbor listener lines open. You can chime in if you'd like at 800-636-1067. Curious first and foremost just about whether or not you're getting in on this team, you're enjoying the brand of baseball they're playing, and then we'll dive into the rivalry with the Orioles and where you're at right now on maybe some of the hatred of the Birds, or if you're like me and you enjoy watching both teams and they're both within the region. You grew up an Orioles fan like me. I'm more of a Nats fan at this point, but I still really root for and care about the Orioles in the American League, which we'll get into. But how sustainable do you find the Nats not being over 500 per se? Because I think most people would bet against that, but just playing this type of baseball, the ability to push teams every single night, to field the baseball pretty cleanly, a couple games notwithstanding here over the last week. They've been great defensively this year. Is this team a lot better than we thought coming into the year?
Yes. And again, I don't expect them to finish over 500. I don't expect them to. I think they'll outkick 71-91 from last year. Not by a ton, but I think the division's worse, which I think helps. The Marlins are a disaster. I think the Mets are quite as good as maybe some people thought they might be. So yeah, you can win maybe a few games here and there. I think they're going to be one of those teams that probably gets outscored by a significant margin when you do their Pythagorean win-loss. They'll have a lot more. They lost this one 13-2, but then come back the next day and win 2-1, right? They'll do some of those where you're winning some of these close games because it's part of your DNA where you, as you said, you pitch well, you play good defense, you steal bases, you do some little things, you put the ball in play, maybe a bit more often because they don't homer very much. It's hard to just sort of hit that easy button, where like 1 3-run home run changes the game. And, you can win a lot of those, slugfests that go on when your organizational's 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th best pitchers going against another organization's 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th best pitcher. You can't really win as many of those games the way that they're built. But yeah, it's sustainable for them to play hard. It's sustainable for some of these guys that either haven't done it in a couple of years, like our guest today, Jesse Winker, who was an all-star a couple seasons ago. Somebody that hasn't necessarily done it at a sustained level, who's having a terrible this part of the season, guy like Keibert Ruiz. He's going to bounce back and be much better than he's been. So there's still some more positive things that are on the way. And we haven't even mentioned Lane Thomas, who hasn't gotten going and has been hurt.
Well, there's also reinforcements that should help.
That's right too, yeah.
I mean, James Wood hit 2 homers today in AAA. He has struggled with left-handed pitching, left on left a little bit. And I'm sure the Nats, if they're nitpicking, could say, well, he had 2 homers, on the season coming into today. Something that I'm not worried about at all. Because if you look at the exit velocities, the batting average, the quality of the at-bats, the power that he's got, it's a non-issue. But they're trying to look at this supermodel and say, here's something that's not perfect. That why does this earlobe look like this? And maybe those are things that they'd come up with.
Have you seen that, Freckle?
As to why they haven't called him up. And it could be any moment that they do. Today, doubling the home run total with the 2 homers, 3 huge exit velocities again. He's knocking on the door of being major league ready. And my guess is we'll see him sometime later this month. But if he's able to hit for some of the power that they lack, a lot of times the prospect comes up, they struggle a little bit, and that is possible that could happen. But I also think the other way, occasionally a guy comes up and really helps you, and you get better, and they provide exuberance and energy. With his speed, the way they play, stealing bases, being aggressive and running, I think he's going to be a shot in the arm for this team. they're not going to be competitive for a postseason spot at the end of this season. Nobody should have delusions of that. Right now, for what it's worth, they actually are a wild card team. They'd be in the playoffs if the season ended today. But to your point on the starting pitching, the guy that throws tonight against the Orioles, Mitchell Parker, has been really, really good. Kind of stunningly. I don't really know how he's been able to do what he's done. He's fine. He's not a high level prospect per se, but at some point he's going to run into a wall, you would think, where maybe it's tonight the Orioles hit him around. Trevor Williams, who's got an ERA under 2, is going to be over 4 at some point. That correction is coming, and it'll reflect in the standings ultimately. But maybe, Mackenzie Gore is really good and balances that out. Maybe that's the stretch where all of a sudden Patrick Corbin goes a month and pitches to a mid-3s ERA. Even in these terrible seasons, he's had some of those, stretches. And I admire the way Davey's managed. I think they put together a competitive ball club, and some of the veterans they went and got, like Winker, who we're going to have on the show tonight, in the rotation, like Trevor Williams, are giving them a lot more maybe than we thought.
Absolutely. I mean, Ildemar Vargas has been really good in part-time duty. Yeah, he's not going to be a 310 hitter with an over 800 OPS at the end of the year, but he's been a jolt in the arm sort of pick up the slack. And again, there've been a couple of guys that haven't done it yet. Like Lane Thomas is much better than what he's done to this point. And he's also been injured. They've been playing great baseball without him. You add him back into the mix. Your point about Wood coming up, it's kind of a shot in the arm. Kate Cavalli's coming back at some point this season, which would be an extra arm, which could be a lot of fun as well. But it's hard not to fall in love with this young group and a couple of guys that are trying to, kind of reestablish themselves in the big leagues. Do this.
I want to get into the rivalry at the O's in a moment, but real quick, let's squeeze in Dan in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, buddy? How are you? Dan, you're on the radio. Go ahead, man. You will get nothing.
Not ready.
And you will like it. The first call of the day always stings a little more.
Done it.
You open up the phones for the first time, bing, bang, boom.
Because if you had like 10 to 12 really good calls in the bank, you'd go, that's fine.
High batting.
I barely even notice it.
First at bat, 3 pitches. Look like you don't know what you're doing, swinging over the top of a breaking ball. The Orioles rivalry. Where are you at on animus and hatred toward the Birds? Peter Angelos being out of the picture moving forward, I think, is going to change a lot of this.
Yeah.
Also, if the Masson deal goes a different way, where the Nats aren't in a bad contract financially, where they're not basically missing out on money, I think that could also change the conversation.
Yeah, so I don't catch as much Eric Flack as I used to. Like people who were longtime Orioles fans, which I understand. You're allowed to be a fan of whomever you want. And this is all we had in this marketplace. Resented the fact that I existed, that Washington existed, that Washington baseball existed, called us all sorts of names. That's softened over the years. I don't catch as much. So that's where any animus that I had came from that, right? Where you get yelled at from the Baltimore fan angle. They don't like DC. They think it's too snobby or whatever. And that hasn't hit me as much lately. So I don't know if that's just who I'm choosing to be, whose circles I'm running in, or if that fire doesn't exist the same way. But especially with moving on from the Angelos family, I do think it's a bolder, better, softer future for these two organizations to actually be able to coexist as reasonable people always thought they probably could.
Yeah, I think that's coming. I would not be surprised if you see them make their first trade together, right? I just think that there's going to be a better working relationship between the two organizations that can only trickle down to a little better rapport between the fan bases. There are people that will always hate the other side. I think there are people in Baltimore that despise DC, and DC doesn't like to acknowledge this and admit this. But for whatever reason, there are people in DC that just look down on and hate Baltimore, and they're like, well, they hate us first. And it's like, you're kind of annoyingly hating them, whether they hate you or not, too. And I've seen it from both sides as a big Orioles fan growing up. I think that goes both ways. Like I'm on a text chat with buddies that are Nats fans who can't stand the Orioles. Totally get that. For a lot of reasons. We talk about them on the show all the time. Most notably, Peter Angelos tried to keep the team from existing.
Yep.
On the other side, though, like I have a buddy who runs an Orioles chat that I was on for a while, where he refers to them as the Walgreens, and he won't step
Which
foot.
is hysterical, by the way. Tell him to keep it up. Big thumbs up from me.
And he won't step foot in Nats Park. He'll only go to the games when they're, and it's ridiculous, right? Like, but this is how he does it. This is how he feels. And those people are out there too. I just think they're in the minority. I think most people are a lot like me, where my wife is a huge Orioles fan, like I was all my life. Still loves the Birds. She goes to more Nats games with me and roots for the Nats and has Nats gear and bobbleheads and all that. Like last night, if CJ Abrams hits a homer, that's your boy. You're fired up. When Gunnar Henderson hits a homer, she was just as jacked up about that. Now, he didn't do that because the Nats were busy shutting out the Orioles.
That was last
May
night.
have forgotten that.
So my lady wife is also a Baltimore Orioles fan, along with most of her family. And they posed an interesting question to me. I don't remember what it was last week or the week before. Like, this Orioles team is excellent. They haven't even played great yet, and they have one of the best records in baseball. Like, they are capable of going to the World Series. Like, if the Orioles win the World Series this year, how would I feel about that? And I'm happy for you guys, meaning like my family that are Orioles fans. Your team won. Not at the expense of my team, probably. That's not what's happening. But I don't think I'd be moved to emotion. I don't think I'd be like jubilant or like happy on my own as a fan anymore, which is interesting because that was all I had growing up.
I get that. For me, it's as simple as if the Nats are on, that's my priority, and that's what I prioritize. If the O's are on by themselves, I'll watch them.
Me too.
I like both teams. If they play each other like yesterday, I wanted the Nats to win. For the majority of my life, it would have been the other way around. But over years and years, I think honestly doing the Daily Show, if I'm being frank, where the Nats' well-being in some way was tied to ours. And the fact that we got to know the manager and the front office and the players, and it just, we work 5 minutes from there. It's my home team. It's my city. It's the team that improves the, the mood and the standing of the people that we care the most about here in DC. Like,
seriously, yeah.
It just kind of happened. But what I refuse to do is to pretend like I wasn't an O's fan or that I still don't root for them and like them. They're in different leagues. They barely play each other. I want the Orioles to win 140 some games a year, right? I mean, and that young group, especially the product they put together with Mike Elias, their GM, it's incredible. So you're just not going to get me to be the guy trolling the Orioles. It's not going to happen. But the vibes last night, I'm telling you, the ballpark was a blast. Like Ryan was saying, I'm thinking about going tonight. I'm not really sure. And I was like, dude, I'm just telling you, as a baseball fan who loves the Nats, you'll be glad you did. I've been to a bunch of games this year. None of them felt like last night. Like, it had that kind of energy in the ballpark.
Good vibe.
Like, happy to be here energy, which is really cool. I saw a poll, NFL related, online yesterday that stumped me. I had to do a lot of thinking to come up with my answer. I want to pitch that toward Danny next, right here on Grant and Danny.
Watson, Mahomes, underneath, Rice on the move. Deep block by Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That is a Kansas City touchdown.
That's our guy, Kevin Harlan. Welcome back, G&D on the Fan. Top of the hour, want to get into Jaden Daniels. Rookie camp coming up Friday. The Commanders. We'll do that at 3. Remember, wrestling tickets to see AEW today at 4. And Jesse Winker, the Nationals, joins us at 6 right here on the Fan. Close to a full-length show. We're taking you up to 6:15 and pregame with Charlie and Dave at that time ahead of a 6:45 start tonight for the Nats and the O's game 2 of a 2-game set. So the reason we played the Mahomes highlight, I was scrolling the web yesterday, as I am one to do, because your boy, like everybody else, is just addicted to scrolling.
Sure.
I'll just be, used to be, if I'm going to the bathroom, maybe I'll do some scrolling. Now
Maybe.
it's just, am I awake? Where's my phone? And then I just do this motion with my thumb for 2 hours.
Well, I know it's not with the point of the segment, but I'm now to the point, and this is bad. I want to get out of doing this. My alarm, I've had to set it earlier and earlier every morning because I now have to budget in 20 minutes of me going, what's on Instagram? What's on Twitter? Back to Instagram.
You do that when you first wake up?
When I first wake up, and it's awful before I even go start my day and get my kids up and
So
stuff.
I'm the opposite. I almost never do that when I first wake up. Too groggy, not active. Like I gotta right to the shower as far as I'm concerned. But bedtime is the worst. My wife hates this, but I will lay in bed and I will scroll my phone. If I do it for 30 minutes, you're lucky. Normally, from when I lay down to when I put the phone on the nightstand, I'm going to guess over an hour. Just kind of scrolling.
Grant, that's too long, buddy.
And I'm reading some, I'm normally, it's not like I'm not looking at TikTok reels or something stupid. Most of the time I'm like hopping around and it's on X, but then it's like, here's a story about why home runs are down in baseball. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And I'll read and I feel like it's show prep and it's, it's not whether it's this show or my baseball show or any of the stuff I'm doing. Hey, here's a hockey breakdown. I got my alt cast tomorrow night on Monumental. Like there's normally a reason for it. I'm not just like watching some chick do the new dance, on Instagram Reels. Although occasionally that happens too.
That does happen too while you're in bed next to your wife.
It has happened before. But you get the point of the
course
story.
I do. Yes.
But like it's bad, man. I was watching this like TED Talk somebody did about the addiction of young people and phones and how
you're like, tell me about it on my phone.
Well, but I'm not a young person.
Oh.
Like essentially people are giving their kids phones now in middle school.
Yep.
And in elementary school. And the kids are just growing up in this time. It changed in 2012 with smartphones where they're just always on their phone, always on social media. And it's like the biggest correlation to the uptick in mental health and anxieties and depressions and all this stuff. It was like a pretty eye-opening conversation. But I was like, I can't relate at all to being addicted to my cell phone. Certainly not me.
It's not me.
Wouldn't be me. But while scrolling, point of the dude story.
Scroll so hard.
I saw this thing pop up and it was one of these like open-ended questions. And I'm like, who would I say right now? So it was a picture of Patty Mahomes and it asked, who is the second best quarterback in football going into the NFL season? Joe Burrow was in the conversation coming off of a pretty serious injury. Josh Allen's kind of been my guy in that conversation for the last few years, but I feel like took a little bit of a step back in some people's minds with some of the turnover issues last year. Not mine necessarily, but I think some people feel that way. The Bills maybe aren't viewed as the same Super Bowl contender that they were. Lamar just won his second MVP. I think you could add him to the discourse. There are some other guys in there. But do you think, like, we all know Mahomes is number one. Is there a number two, or is that like the wide open convo right now? Who's the best other than Mahomes?
I think it's wide open, and I think that's okay, right? If Joe Burrow hadn't gotten hurt last year and had the kind of year that I thought he was going to have, you'd probably be able to slot him too. But how certain are you that a guy coming back from an injury that no quarterback has ever had is going to just be the same and be great again? How sure are you? I'm reasonably confident, but you can tell my voice is going up there, right? I mean, that guy's amazing when he's healthy, when he's right. Is he going to be right? We don't know. Josh Allen has obviously been incredible, an MVP candidate, although he threw 18 picks last year.
Josh Allen's my answer. The 18 picks are tough to kind of argue around and against, but 18 rushing touchdowns helps to cancel some of those out. I'm going to say that again. 18 rushing touchdowns.
He's a bulldozer.
That was over 50 combined touchdowns for him. 4,700 yards. That's without the rushing yards, by the way, that you add in, which was another 600 yards. So it's over 5,000 yards and over 40 touchdowns. In fact, over 50 touchdowns. And I'm going to go Allen too. I love that he can make all the throws from the pocket with one of the strongest arms in the league, but he's also running design stuff on short yardage and scrambling around. So I would say Mahomes 1, Allen 2.
It's not unreasonable. I mean, you mentioned Lamar. I think he needs to be in that conversation, won the MVP again, right? After a year that wasn't as prolific as a passer, but you add in his other numbers in terms of rushing and keeping the team on the field for the group that was probably the best wire-to-wire football team in the NFL last year. I know the Chiefs got hot and won the Super Bowl, but they're, a Zay Flowers fumble away from being tied with them in the AFC title game deep into the second half. But that's a guy that needs to be part of the conversation as well. But after that, who else could you nominate? Is it, I'm just going to go down the list of passers from last year. Goff, Prescott, Purdy, Stroud. I mean, Stroud was awesome last year, but
too soon.
Are you putting him at 4? I mean, that's what's hard for me.
I think it's got to be one of the guys we just named. Burrow or Allen, to me, separate themselves. I've kind of seen it as a 3-car race for a little while. The 3 horses at the Derby with their noses all at the finish line.
And then Herbert just behind them, maybe, for you?
Herbert's up there. Lamar's in that next group, whatever that looks like, that are like clear mid-top 10 guys. But yeah, I think if it's not Allen or Burrow, we got different looking lists. Because those are my top 3 probably, if I had to do it right now. There are guys that put up huge numbers like Tua that are just not in the conversation for me. Jared Goff has had back-to-back terrific years. Okay. I mean, Kirk Cousins has done that 7-8 years in a row. I don't think anybody's putting him in the top 3 to 5 in the NFL anytime soon. Like Goff is kind of back-end top 10 with Cousins in that conversation. But I think you got to be able to do it multiple ways and like be game planned against and scare defensive coordinators to be a top. And maybe that's where Lamar is on that short list of tier 2. But yeah, give me Burrow. Give me Allen and then give me Burrow, 2 and 3. Your number 2 is?
It's probably Burrow. But again, he didn't have as good a year last year, but even before the injury, coming off that calf thing that he had, he wasn't quite right. He was my preseason pick for MVP, by the way. I thought he was going to have an unbelievable season. Didn't really materialize that way. But again, it's uncertain with the injury.
People seem to care a lot what number Jaden Daniels is going to wear. Should that be a thing anybody cares about? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny. We got tickets to see AEW we're giving away ahead of the Blitz at 4 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. 5 o'clock, PFF's Max Chadwick joins the show, covers college football, the NFL draft. We'll talk to him about the Commanders class, who's going to shine, who might take a little more time to play well this season. And at 6 o'clock, Jesse Winker of the Nats, who are over 500 after beating the Birds last night. They are 18-17, number one in the sport in stolen bases. It was a track meet again for the Nationals yesterday against Baltimore. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show can help, the law firm of Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family by drafting a will, setting up a trust, creating a medical power of attorney for you. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them G&D sent you. Again, that's kmlawyers.com. So Darius brought this to our attention today in our pre-show meeting. And I'll tag you in here to help fill in some of the blanks, Darius. But I have seen a lot of this as well. It seems like one of the big conversations right now within the fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that people are talking about this at the bullpen before Nats Park a cameo last night who are wearing Commanders gear. But certainly on in the team's online community. One of the big sticking points right now is what is going to happen with Jaden Daniels' jersey number. Because I think where it comes from, my guess, Danny, a lot of people want to buy jerseys. You just drafted the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, number 2 overall. He's going to be here for 5 years at minimum. Hopefully, he's here for 10 or 12. What jersey sells more than the quarterback jersey? Zippy. How about a Heisman Trophy winning QB who just had the best year in SEC history? So he's a needle mover. And my guess is people want to get their hands on his kit and some merch and wear a Jaden Daniels jersey. But the Commanders have not announced what number he's wearing. Not abnormal before rookie camp, but a lot of the other teams.
I was going to say, what's the usual timing there?
So I think it's when rookie minicamp happens. The day of rookie minicamp, they put out a graphic with like, here are all the numbers that everybody's wearing. The tough thing about that is that sometimes those numbers can change. So like a guy will get, remember Sean Taylor in his rookie year. I still remember this.
We're 36.
Well, yes. In fact, it's funny. He was originally supposed to be 37. I don't know why. On draft day, I was told by PR he was going to wear 37. I bought my brother a 37 Sean Taylor jersey. He then wore 36 for that first season, not 37. So I was like, all right, whatever. I'm going to get him a 36 Sean Taylor. So I bought him 2 jerseys, and then in his second season, he had a completely different number. And I said, I'm not doing this again. If he's going to have a different number constantly. So he was 21. But point is, you could even have something in minicamp as a rookie that eventually training camp, when they do all the cut downs, someone maybe we didn't think was going to get cut is gone. Now they got the number you want. So I would always say wait until the regular season to buy your jersey anyway. But that's what I think's happening is people are excited. They want the gear and they want to know. Daniels wore 5 in college. Is he going to wear 5? That's punter Tress Way's number. Is Tress going to give it to him? Are they going to negotiate? Does he have to pay him? Does Tress care at all? And that's become this big conversation.
I didn't even thought of the I want to get a jersey angle. I just think that everybody's like you and Darius and care about what numbers people wear because they care about what numbers people wear. Like if I tell you guys, hey, there's a linebacker that's going to wear 11, you guys like start a bonfire and get super angry and yell at me. So like, I thought that's what it was. I didn't even thought about the jersey purchase angle. If that's all it is, I get that. I get that frustration.
But look, there's certain numbers here that guys can't wear. Okay. So 7. Well, Haskins did wear that. He asked Joe Theismann, he let him wear it, but it's
in general
semi-retired.
Yes.
People don't wear 7. 9 because of Jurgensen is the same thing. We don't do that. Otherwise, single digits are kind of available, and you can grab whatever you want. As a quarterback, you could also go 11 through 19, I suppose, all the way up to the Unitas number. Very popular 18 because of Peyton Manning. I think Cousins is going to turn in his 8 instead of buying out Kyle Pitts. Of all the jerseys that are in circulation, he's going to put a 1 on his jersey, wear 18. And that's another factor here, by the way, is if you're taking a jersey number from a popular player whose jersey's in circulation, this is not happening, but just in a hypothetical. Let's say Jaden Daniels were 17 in college, and he really wanted 17, and that's McLaurin's number. Well, McLaurin has probably sold more jerseys over the last 4 years than any other player on the team. There's also right now in every Dick's Sporting Goods and every Kohl's, everywhere you go in this area, there's 17s on every rack. Yeah?
Yes.
To actually change his number, Terry McLaurin has to, I don't know how the numbers work exactly, but basically buy the jerseys that are in circulation with a big check that he strokes to, whether it's the league or Fanatics. I'm not really sure. Whoever
gets it, yeah.
So, like Kirk Cousins, when he went to Kyle Pitts and was like, hey, man, what do you think about me wearing number 8? Kyle Pitts is like, absolutely, no problem. I'll change numbers. I'll wear what I wore in college, 84, whatever it was. And then Cousins got the bill for what it would cost to pay for all of the Pitts jerseys, and it was like $500,000 some dollars. And he's like, nah, I'm good. Which is kind of funny because he's made a couple $100 million bucks.
I was going to say, yeah, he's got a lot of guaranteed money coming.
He's smart with his money, and
Yes.
he's like, is it really that big of a deal to me in a new city? No, I'll just wear 18. I'm going to be here for, he probably thought 2 or 3 years.
The long term.
He didn't know he'd get slapped in the face on draft night soon thereafter.
What number does Penix want to wear, by the way?
Yeah, exactly. Penix might buy out the number 8 from Kyle Pitts. But anyways, did I cover that decently, Darius? Like, you are way more boots on the ground here, if I can say that you're just kind of more in deep on Commander's social media.
Yeah, sure. And I think another part of it, you mentioned, the availability of single-digit numbers. You have to take into account that single-digit numbers are also available to defensive players now, too. And you look at the free agency market, the free agency signings that the Commanders just had this past offseason. Mariota took number 0. Brandon McManus took number 3. Frankie Louvu took number 4. Dante Fowler took number 6. And Jeremy Chin took number 11. So it kind of winds down the amount of single-digit numbers available.
Forbes has 13. Igbenogany wears 19. So all of a sudden,
He doesn't matter. I mean, no disrespect, but
wow, dude. Just
good Lord,
naming some numbers that people have.
I mean,
wow,
but,
great. I'm kidding.
Are we really saying Noah Igbenogany is going to keep Jaden Daniels from a number?
I'm kidding. And then you start again. Then you have Brian Robinson who wears 8. So there's actually not that many normal associated.
Yeah. So 1 is Dotson, 2 is Diami. You said 3 is spoken for.
Brandon McManus, our new starting kicker.
4.
Frankie Louvu.
5.
Tress.
6.
Dante Fowler Jr.
By the way, enough edge rushers wearing single digits. See, Danny, this is a stupid thing that these guys are doing.
Oh, hold on. I'm just looking up. It's fine.
So the point is, if he doesn't get Tress's number, which is 5, now we're in a weird spot. But what does Tress do, by the way?
Why does Tress have to do anything?
He doesn't have to do anything. He could he's the most long tenured player on the team.
Mm-hmm.
He might be, it's funny to say this, one of the most popular players on the team. I guarantee he's in the top 10. Well, I shouldn't guarantee that. I would think he's top 10 jersey sales over the last couple of years. I see Tress Way jerseys. There aren't that many jerseys that I see. There are certainly more McLaurins and Dotsons and Chase Young, and some flavors have come and gone for sure. But like, you see Tress Way 5 jerseys around.
Some? Yeah.
You see every bro in there's just dudes in Arlington walking around with 5 o'clock shadows and Tress Way jerseys. I don't know, man. If I'm Tress Way, and I don't know what the plan is or how this is going to go, but I'd imagine he is the kind of guy that's going to go, Jaden, you're very important to this organization. This organization means a lot to me. People like me because I'm a good guy. You supposedly are a really good guy too, and everyone seems to think you're an awesome dude. I'm going to gift you my number 5. I'll find something else. My guess is that's how Tress is going to go about it. And then Jaden Daniels would wear 5. But Darius has me thinking over here, now I got to watch Tress Way wear number 96, which I am not trying to do that. Nothing's more annoying when you turn on a college football game. Nothing's more stupid than the kicker and the punter wearing a number in the 90s. I will not have that. I won't stand for that. Tress Way must be protected. He must get a single-digit number. Punters and kickers must have single-digit numbers.
I don't think he's got much of a choice.
There's got to be another single-digit number that he can have.
So 7 is Theismann. 8, Brian Robinson. Do we have a 9? I don't think there's a
Jurgensen.
9. So and there's Jurgensen, yeah. So there are no other options for single digits for Tressler.
Also, number 96 isn't available. James Smith-Williams has that.
The hyphen. The hyphen strikes again, Grant.
Is he still here? I don't think he's here anymore. He was a free agent.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He may not be here.
About you, right.
Get up off 96, okay? Everyone relax.
So Tressler, 96 is open.
No, here's what I'm doing. Ring.
Hello.
Hi, is this Dante Fowler?
Yeah.
Hey, I heard you wanted number 6.
Uh-huh.
You're number 96 now. We'll see you at the park, okay? Have a good day. Thanks.
Why did that happen to me? Dante Fowler. That's not what I agreed to.
Ring.
Hello.
Hi, is this Tress?
Yeah.
Tress, I wanted to say thank you for stopping by my office.
You're welcome.
Volunteering to give up 5. I didn't think you had to do that. In fact, I was talking to local radio personality, Portly fellow, Grant Paulson.
Oh, I know Grant.
He
Yeah,
said
great
you
guy.
should have just kept number 5. You've earned it.
He did?
Longest tenured player on the team.
That's nice of him.
Keep number 5 and tell Jaden Daniels to find a new number.
Uh-huh.
But you're a good guy, and
Thank
you
you.
gave up the number. It was a very, very pleasant thing for you to do. We're not going to make you go far. I just got you your number 6. So we'll see you out on the field, Tress. Okay, bud? Okay. Hey, Jason Bateman style. Thanks, bud.
Thanks, bud. You're going to make Dante Fowler Jr. go off his number for Tress?
Bro, I'm not watching a punter have a double-digit number. I'm not doing it.
Tress can't work 12?
No.
That bothers you that much?
Yes, it's stupid. He's a punter.
So let him punt with 12 on. Who cares?
I'd rather not.
Rather not or won't?
What am I going to refuse to go to the game?
I'm asking. How this line in the sand?
I'd rather not. I would like to go to Dante Fowler and go, Dante.
Hey, bud.
I'll treat you to a nice steak dinner. You can be 96. You're a pass rusher. You want to be 56. You've worn numbers in the 50s all your life.
What if fellas like I can't honor James Smith Williams? I can't go to 96.
When I think of Dante Fowler, I think of number 54 anyway. I don't think of number 6. Also, Frankie Louvu is about to catch some shrapnel. And I love Frankie Louvu. What are you doing, Frankie Louvu, with your single-digit number? That's really what's it. Danny's.
That's what this is, by the way.
Danny's sidestepping a really important issue here, which is all of these dudes stealing the single-digit numbers. So give me the numbers Jaden Daniels could be if it's not 5. And again, my guess is he ends up 5 and Tress gives him the number.
I think just 7 and 9.
No, because he could do double digits all the way.
Don't
up
do the
through-
record. What are the numbers? Thank you. I know they can't be 7 and 9.
That's a good bit.
Settle down.
Going into week 18, maybe. All right, so 10.
Yeah, 10 would be available. Is 12 available?
Nobody
I believe?
wears 10. Are you sure about that? That's
I don't
It
see
was
10.
Curtis. It was Curtis Samuel before,
Correct.
and he's now gone. And yeah, none of these new free agents took 10.
To me, if you're Jaden Daniels, why don't you pick 10? That's a silly number.
That's
It is a
twice
good
as good
number.
as 5.
10's a really good number. Now, maybe it's like Heisman Trophy winner, number 2 overall pick. He doesn't want to just keep doing the Robert Griffin footsteps thing. So why go 10? And is that hit a little too close to home? The guy who bought his 10 Griffin jersey, who was all in on the number 2 Heisman Trophy winner, now has to go buy another number 10 Heisman Trophy winning number 2 overall pick jersey of a dual threat and go, this time is different. Is that a reason to avoid it? I think 10 is a great quarterback number.
The only other number I can think of might be 18, because I know obviously Terry has 17. Jeff Driscoll currently wears 16. Lamade Zacchaeus wears 14.
Jeff Driscoll, you won't have to worry about that number after probably
Probably not.
July 29th.
15, I believe Dax Milne wears that.
And Grant got him on the team.
Good point.
Milne,
That's a good
right?
point.
Thank
Great
you.
point. So, man. So
It's
it is
slim
slim
pickings.
pick. Is this why people care about this?
I think now this is starting to make sense. Now that we're doing the math, I see why people are tits about this.
Should Tress Way even be asked to give up his number? In another market, someone hears what I'm saying and they go, this guy is a moron. He's talking about the punter and the rookie quarterback who went number 2 overall. But it's Tress. It's the longest tenured Washington Commander.
He's super popular.
It's one of the most popular players. And again, this is not how it's supposed to go, but A, just a phenomenal dude, like absolutely incredible, tremendous guy. And B, one of the better punters in the league for an extended period of time. I think Daniels goes to him and says, let's work this out. And Tress says, okay, and they'll sort it out. But what would you do if you were Jaden Daniels? Jaden Rouillet.
I would ask what numbers are available and choose from those.
Really?
Yes.
Even though, like branding, words like that, I'm going to say it again. Like, even though branding.
Oh, you did say branding. Uh-oh. No, I would say it's a privilege to be here. Maybe one day down the line, I'll be able to change to what I want. But
See, I don't think you want to change. Not only the brand joke that I just made, but also
branding.
You don't want to be a 2-number guy in the same way you don't really want to be a 2-team guy. Like, you're going to inevitably have to pick a new team. That's why if I was Cousins, I guess it doesn't matter a lot because he wore 12 at the beginning of his career. But I think you keep your number. You're kind of known for something. You don't want to bounce all over the place. Now he's on his 3rd team with his 4th number or whatever. Like, I don't know about that.
I hear you. I also don't care about that sort of stuff at all. So I would say it's a privilege to be in the NFL, what jerseys are available, and I would choose from those. So there aren't many. There aren't a ton available. but I've just picked one of the 10 would be one of my selections.
I think I know the answer before I ask the question.
Okay.
That will not stop me from asking the question.
I like it. Branding.
Do you care at all what number Jaden Daniels wears?
You're actually not going to believe this. I don't at all. Not even a little bit. Anybody that spends a second on it is wasting that second.
We've spent a few seconds on it.
Yeah. It's the like, what's he going to wear? We shouldn't worry about it. We'll find out in due course. I can't get motivated for that one.
I think I agree with you largely, but I am interested in what the fans care about. And I think it's just fair to say
People
right
care
now,
about this.
and
You're right.
maybe that speaks to it's a downtime or they're waiting for the schedule or they got nothing else to talk about. I don't know. But I've seen this. It's run into me a few times. I do my best to avoid the Commanders online circles because most of them are just screaming and saying things to me I don't like.
Yeah, because it starts off, what number Jaden Daniels going to wear? God, I hate Grant and Danny. So I don't really need to
So I
see
try
that.
to avoid it as best as possible.
Same.
But luckily, Darius is in deep. He's got his like waders on. He's got his boots on. He's
got his miner's helmet.
Everybody's he's telling us who's got a pod with who and who's going to who's beefing with who and who Kendrick and Drake are yelling.
He knows
at
all
this
about
week.
it.
I mean, in Commander's Twitter, like he's got it covered. Who sent who what in the mail? We're always getting the latest updates, right? But I think people care about this.
I do too.
And my only thought is it's because they want a jersey and they don't want to wait. And I'm going, you're going to find out on Friday probably. And people are like, yeah, but okay, let's say we find out on Friday. Should it be 5? Should it not be 5?
Look at the latest post from the Commanders, where I think it's a picture of Jaden Daniels and Dylan Cruz celebrating that they were both number 2 overall picks coming from LSU.
Wait, that's a post today?
That's a post today, which is pretty cool.
Why?
I don't know. Just probably.
I mean,
they
I
have
love
nothing better to
that.
do, so why not?
It says 2nd overall pick straight out of the Bayou. Raise hail, go Tigers, Natitude.
Awesome post. Look at the comments under. All of them are release the jersey numbers. What are you doing with the rookie numbers? Release the rookie numbers. People care.
Washington Nationals responded, let's go, brothers. Wonder if they put one finger in the air like Twitch.
So the responses are varied. One says the Mystics should have drafted Angel Reese, so it's not exactly staying on task there.
Is that? I mean, I'm not saying this because they're doing Mystics bits, but I am. Is that a bot?
I don't know. That's the third comment in. Remember, it's like
funny.
could be like, yeah, go Tigers. I'm excited for the quarterback.
You know what? She's an LSU Tiger. That's why it's related.
You know what? I stand corrected.
Go Tigers.
That actually makes sense.
And this guy's going, Angel Reese should be in this graphic. Now, it wouldn't have been number 2 overall, but don't let the facts get in the way of the conversation. I think that, what do they have, the 7th pick? But that is exactly what that guy was saying.
But the rest of it, you're right, is all like, please release the rookie numbers,
But
without the please part. Yeah.
I'm in the comments. Y'all can drop this, but not the rookie numbers. Shaking my damn head.
SMH.
Shake my head.
You forgot the other H's in that. There's a lot of H's.
What are the other H's?
Too many
for?
emojis too, and all
know
these
them.
where it's like, but what number he's gonna wear though? With like the, what number is he gonna wear?
We don't care where the rookie numbers. Again, no
Emoji.
punctuation, no question mark. That's a question,
There's
dude.
some guy here like, that's all well and good. I'm from Louisiana. I like LSU, but I'd like to know what number Jaden Daniels gonna wear though. I don't know. Danny doesn't care. I don't really care what number Jaden Daniels wears, I will say. But I am interested in kind of how we get there. In the same way that with the Haskins, Joe Theismann thing, not the same. Tress Way gonna have to find a new number. Should he give up his number? Should he call Jaden Daniels and go, hey, man, I've been here 10 years. I'm a leader on this team. Here's your number 5. Now I'm going to wear like number 51. And I'm just going to I'm telling you right now, if you're listening, Tress Way, driving home from the facility, you better not wear a number in the 90s. You better not do it.
Do it, Tress.
It's not funny or
Do it.
ironic. Don't even think about it.
Tress, hear me out.
And if
you're
you
not, sorry.
do, I want an apology at the press conference. I want a live apology at the press conference.
Here's what you do.
You hear me,
Tressler. Tressler. Danny Rouillet talking. Okay. Grow a mustache. Don't explain it.
Oh, don't do that.
Longer hair.
You're better
especially
than me.
coming out of the back of your helmet. Again, don't explain it. Don't defend it. Whatever number you please. Wear a lineman's number. Get weird. Put it in the 70s, bro.
Oh, don't do it.
Get wild. You kick your bombs. Puma Let's Rage. You
Be
hear me?
better. You know who does that kind of stuff?
Who?
People that aren't skilled enough to let their play work for them. Like he's got he's the funny mustache guy. He's
He's
the Danny
arrived.
McBride guy.
He's arrived. He can do whatever he wants.
Don't do it, Tress.
Trust or do it. Troll them. Troll them all.
Find Dante Fowler and challenge him to a ping pong game on the new ping pong tables that are pissing Chris Russell off, and tell him the winner.
It's real, by the way.
The winner gets number 6. So he came screaming around here yesterday about ping pong tables and Dan Quinn and Club Dan. And he's already fired up. All right, phones are open. 800-636-1067. Does it matter to you what number he wears? And should he ask for number 5? G&D on the Fan. Hey, coming your way at 3:45. We're Grant and Danny. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. You're locked into the Fan. Max Chadwick on what the Commanders did in the NFL draft at 5. Jesse Winker of the Nationals stops by at 6 here on G&D. Nats hosting the Orioles tonight here on the Fan at 6:45. Right now, the question for you, seems like a lot of Commanders fans are very into what's going to happen with Jaden Daniels' jersey number. He wore number 5 at LSU. Tress Way, the longest tenured player on the team, has been wearing that number for the better part of a decade at this point. And there's some question as to whether or not Daniels is going to get number 5. I was told when I checked in over there that they're not really sure yet what number Jaden Daniels is going to wear and how it's going to go. So I'm just seeing that people seem to care about this a lot, trying to figure out why it's so important and what do you think is going to happen. Peyton is in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. What's up, Peyton?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, so I don't think there's a question whether Tressway would give up the jersey or not. I think that he would. He's that type of guy. I think what comes into play here is that he would, per NFL rules, have to buy the allotment of outstanding Tressway jerseys out there from all the distributors. That's what happened with Kirk Cousins and Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, we were talking about this. I don't know if you were listening a few minutes ago, but we went through that.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
That's all good, buddy.
Yeah, 'cause I was going to say, unless DJ Swearinger was back on the team, he could kind of take 36. That's what Tressway had previously. So if they're willing to do it.
Is that what Tress wore at Oklahoma? Was 36?
Yeah, he wore 36 at Oklahoma, and he wore 30 in high school. So.
That's fine.
Great Tressway jersey knowledge by you, sir, by the way.
But he's been down the rabbit hole.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you, this is happening with the fans. They're like, well, what would Tress change to? Let's see what he wore in high school. Let's see what he wore in college. It's a good phone call. Thank you. And that is one of the sticking points. Here's what I don't know. And this is not a knock on Tress, who's my guy, because, my little guy at home has a number 5 Way jersey, right? Like, people have Tress Way jerseys. I don't get the sense that there are enough Tress Way jerseys in circulation, a la Kyle Pitts, where you're paying $500,000. And for the record, that wouldn't be on Tress Way to do. If I'm giving you my number, you pay for those jerseys. So in other words, Kyle Pitts told Kirk Cousins, no problem. Here's the bill. And here's what I'm charging for the number if I'm going to do that. It turns out Pitts wasn't going to. But let's say Tress wants, I don't know, $500,000. He could also just take nothing. But he could say, you got to pay for all the 5s. Also, it's one of the bad spots when you put, when you ask someone that you're putting them in. We talked about this with Joe Theismann a little bit. Do you really think Tress wants a new number? He's had one number his whole career. He's got people that wear his jersey. He's kind of synonymous with a number. Like there is a relationship between a player and their number. People have written a lot about this. He'd probably prefer to just keep 5. But if Jaden asks him, are you going to say no? Do you look good if you say no to the new franchise quarterback? It's just not a great spot to put him in, albeit very normal and not that big of a deal. I'm not saying I know Jaden Daniels will be a bad guy to do it. It's a very normal sports thing. It's just awkward.
Well, the thing I faulted the team for and the organization for more directly over the years was forcing the legend to have to come and answer the question. Like, that was my hugest problem with the Haskins Theismann number 7 situation is, why does Joe Theismann have to answer that question? That's not fair to him because it puts him in a bad spot. If he says no, then, he's the bully, he's the jerk, or he's saying, no, this guy's not going to live up to my legacy. That's an uncomfortable spot to be in. This semi-formal, retired but not retired jersey thing, no one's going to wear, 28. But if somebody wants to, because they always have, they got to call Darryl Green. That's wrong. Don't do that. Ownership of this. This is a different situation, though.
Let's go to Ricky in Alexandria on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ricky? How are you?
Hey, guys. First time caller.
Appreciate you.
First. First of all, he's going to give up the number. He's going to make sure that kid get around everywhere. He's going to be that kid's concierge for at least 2 weeks.
Wait, he's going to be his concierge?
Yes. Well, that kid needs, Tressway going to go get it.
Well, but he's giving up the number. I don't understand.
Yeah, he gonna give up the number. He don't have a choice but to give up the number.
And then Jaden Daniels is going to wait on him hand and foot, basically?
No, he's going the other way. He's saying Tressway then waits on him. So I don't know how many deals you've been a part of.
It seems like a bad deal for Tressway.
When I'm giving you something,
I don't. Quarterback.
What?
He's the franchise quarterback.
Agreed, but he hasn't done anything in the league yet. So that I don't know if you've been in many NFL locker rooms, but being awesome at LSU doesn't really move the needle for the veterans in the locker room.
I agree with that. But he's the Heisman Trophy winner. He what we need. So Tressway give up. He's a punter.
That is true.
Look,
that is a good counter.
I do think that there is like a group out there, and if you're not a part of this fan base or even like in the DC area, you would laugh at this. You go, really? The Heisman, and this guy's coming from that perspective. Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, number 2 overall, keys to the kingdom, face of the franchise, CEO of the outfit, punter. Who gets the number? A little more complicated than that, I would say here. But I want to go back to the fact that I think Tressway would absolutely give up the number, even if he doesn't want to. That, to me, that really isn't a question. I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to go, I want 5, and Tress is going to go, no, I'll keep it. I don't think that's the outcome. I do wonder what would he ask for? Or would he charge him? Or would he just be cool and be like, oh, it's yours, no problem, buddy? Because as we talked about, there's not really another number option other than him doing something super awkward. Darius, can we confirm punters can wear any number they want in the NFL? Are there any punters who wear super weird numbers? I know some guys are up to like, up to the teens. I remember Hunter, the punter, wore like 17 or something.
Yeah, I'll have to check. Give me a second. I'll look through. But I know Tress wore 36 in college.
Yeah, so that's what the caller was saying. 36 in college, 30 in high school. Dave in Fairfax, what's up?
What's up, guys? I think that Tress is going to give up the jersey number, and I think the other thing to consider is that Jaden wore 5 in high school and college. It's not like he wore a different number in high school than he did in college. And I also just think that a double-digit number would look weird on him, given how like skinny and slender he is. Like I can't see him wearing 10 or 12.
See, I kind of go the other way. I think a double-digit number might be better on him. It's like wearing a big coat.
That's right.
It's
like wearing a puffy coat.
Yeah, it used to be they made the jerseys, based on the numbers. So like 1 was the smallest, and 99 was the biggest. So maybe we go bigger numbers. You can't really see the rib guard as much. Like, I don't know. Number 17 might work on him.
The big 5, I think looks right on him. Looking back at that LSU jersey.
Oh, it's a great looking
right?
number. Totally.
So I'm wondering.
Also, remember, I said this a couple times last week. The reason he wears 5 is he is a massive Donovan McNabb fan. That was the guy he idolized and emulated, and he wanted to get to the league and follow in his footsteps. So I would imagine it'd be important to him. Now, the fact that he wore 5 in high school and in college is cool. It doesn't just mean you get to wear it in the NFL. But again, you're talking about the quarterback making a call to the very popular and very kind.
Very popular.
Punter. The punter probably says, hey, man, no problem. But the way that it is viewed within the confines of an organization generally is like, it's up to Tress, man. 10 years of this number.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's put in the time, the energy, the effort, the sweat, the tears, the blood.
What would you do if you were Tress? How would you handle it?
I would not reach out to him to offer him the number because I don't know that he wants it. Just because a bunch of people on Twitter say he wants 5, I would wait until he came to me. I'd be a little disappointed if like someone with the team came to me and was like, Jaden wants 5.
That's adorable that he wants that. Let him talk to
my
me.
number.
Yeah,
we're teammates now.
Like the way I would think about it.
Let me just finish real quick. If he came to me and said I want 5, I'd give him 5. If I was Tress.
So the way I would do it is whatever charity I was involved in, like whatever interest that I've got, I would go, you owe me X number of hours, appearances, donations or whatever towards that. Because that's going to really further my cause way more, with all due respect to our guy Tressler Way, than I can.
Love that. Here are 4 dates of my events for the rest of this year that matter the most. I will see you at those. And here is number 5. I think that's excellent. Fred's in Quantico. What's going on? How are you?
Hey, Grant, Danny. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Good.
Oh, hey, I certainly agree. I've been hearing the same chatter about the number. I do believe Tressway is a guy that, because he's so honorable and upstanding team player, that he would be a person that, if asked for the number, he would give it up. However, I get that he's been on the team for 10 years, and I would say that Daniels is considered the face of the franchise, while Tressway is considered the foot of the franchise. And understanding that Daniels, as you mentioned earlier, Grant, will have a new contract or be in a contract year 5, it's highly unlikely that Tressway will even be on the team when it's time for Daniels to get a new contract. I'll just add one last thing. on April 1st, I ordered the Jaden Daniels number 5 Commanders
Oh, you're getting
jersey.
thrown out of court. You're biased. You just need your jersey to be the right number, Fred.
No, I'm just telling you, in 5 years, Trustway probably won't even be on the team. Daniels will have the number 5 jersey one way or another, but I would hope that he would go to him and ask for it, as you mentioned, and not go through any other
just do
intermediary
the
to
right
make it
thing
happen.
if you're the kid, right? Thanks, Fred. I appreciate the call. I know Danny does as well. But just here's your chance to be a pro. Calling my teammate up and going, hey man, I want number 5, bro. Because I will say, I know that the fact that it's a punter, everyone's making jokes. Typically, a rookie doesn't do that. It's not like the Haskins Joe Theismann thing was a big deal for that reason. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I wouldn't do it, but I'm not saying it's like a bad thing or we need to judge a guy. But when you get drafted as a kid, it's like an earn your stripes thing. Most of the time, if there's a veteran who's been there as many years as Tressway, you're just not getting the number. You shouldn't ask for the number. Before you show up and play a down, you're going to call the dude that's put in 10 years in the league that's tenured and go, hey, man, I want your number. Like, that's kind of an unwritten rule thing. Now, this is different because it's the face of the franchise, quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner, and the punter, lovingly. Like, I don't like calling Tress that. He's more than that. We all know it. He's been the MVP of this team. Put some damn respect on his name, okay? But you get what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
If this was Terry McLaurin, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Sorry, dude, you can't wear 17.
Well, we'd go, hey, if we want to work it out, it's going to take a considerable amount.
No, I'm saying
right?
if he was number 17, he would not be getting the number. That Terry McLaurin has earned that. That's his number. He's not changing numbers for you. He's a star player. Now, if you want to say, well, Tressway's not that, my point is, okay, because it's a punter, it might be different. But if we're talking about one of the most respected veterans, longest tenured players on the team, a rookie quarterback, I don't care if it's Andrew Luck or anybody, like, you're not taking the number off the back of the guy who was one of the leaders in the locker room, has been a captain for years. This is a little bit different, and that's why it's kind of a fun conversation. Did you look up what we were talking about?
I did. So the only active punter in the league with a number that's not between 1 and 19 is Ethan Evans of the Los Angeles Rams. He wears number 42. So that does confirm that you can wear awkward numbers as punter.
I don't know that guy. He can kick rocks wearing 42.
He had 63 punts last year, so he is their legitimate starting punter.
He can kick. I mean, 42, Danny.
Sure.
Ethan what? Evans? I'm sure, by the way. Get a real number, Ethan.
Heath Evans, the former fullback? Ethan?
He should
Ethan
be.
Allen?
He's wearing a 42. Heath Evans wore?
Tressler.
Heath Evans wore?
A number.
Looking for 44.
44.
Looking for 44. Second-year player, 6'3", 230, out of Wingate. Ethan Evans.
Wingate?
Damn, he averaged 49 yards a punt last year. My guy can get after it a little bit wearing that 40.
So wear whatever jersey you want, Ethan.
800-636-1067. You want in on this Jaden Daniels number convo. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Got a double play coming your way as well. We'll get you a double play coming up on Grant and Danny on the Fan in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the program. We got those tickets to AEW. We're giving those away at 4 and 20 minutes. Excuse me, about 10 minutes ahead of the Beltway Blitz. And then Max Chadwick at 5, PFF's draft analyst. Which of the picks for Washington could have the best rookie season other than Jaden Daniels? And who's going to take a little bit more time, but long-term could pay off dividends? We'll ask him those questions. We got Jesse Winker of the Nats on the show. Real quick, wanted to put a bow on our conversation on Jaden Daniels and whether or not he's going to get number 5 from Tress Way. Mike's in Stafford on G&D. What do you think, Mike?
I've got a little bit of a problem with it. I have a Tress Way jersey. And I actually have one hanging in my closet right next to my Darryl Green and my Joe Theismann and my John Riggins. And he's the only Redskin / commander / football team player that we've had over the last, say, 10 years that I think is proven his worth. And I would like to see him keep his number, especially considering the fact that the last time we had a number 2 overall pick, franchise quarterback type player that didn't really hold up so well.
Appreciate you. I think there is a faction of people out there that maybe aren't as loud that do feel like, hey, the guy's kind of earned it. He's a veteran. He's done everything right on and off the field. Keep your number, man.
Or even still, whether you like Tress Way or not, I mean, presumably you liked him enough to buy his jersey, but it's like I got a jersey that says a different name. Now I'm the idiot.
But that's a very personal thing,
and that's my point.
I'm more talking about for every person that doesn't have his jersey, the several thousand that do. That's one thing. That's obvious. You got a horse in the race. I'm just saying, on average, I think you take Punter out of the equation. 10-year player, been around, done everything right on and off the field, popular with the fan base, as good a guy as there is. You'd probably rather he doesn't get the phone call to ask to. I mean, and oftentimes, like, I don't even want to comp it necessarily to the Theismann situation, like legend, MVP, Super Bowl hero, whatever. It probably isn't worth it. But, you know, I guess it doesn't matter. But his 7 being worn for that short time by the late Dwayne Haskins, like, you go back and you go, man, did we need to do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, which I don't even want to get into because it's so awful to think about that Dwayne Haskins is not with us. I mean, that is still insane and crazy.
Yeah, just impossible to think about.
Awful.
But that whole jersey saga was it was awkward, and then the letdown with it, right? Like that. What's the upside in it?
Let's go to Ernest in West Virginia on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ernest?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call, Grant, Danny. Hey, I guess I'll be like Danny. I guess it doesn't matter which number real quick, because I think that if I was him, I would I like my own number, and I'll have a chance to pick whatever number it is, no matter what number I think. You know, I make my own legend. I make my own, make my own way. And then, maybe in the future, if I become, if he makes some noise and become very popular, people will want to come to him and say,
one
hey,
thing I'd prefer, I think it's a really good
Thanks,
call.
dude.
Thanks, Ernest. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you listening on the Odyssey app out in West Virginia. One thing I would prefer is ideally whatever number he picks that he's a one number guy, theoretically. Like, he doesn't have to bounce back and forth and be 13 for a few years just to make something up. And then he becomes 5.
Then he gets 5 when Tress retires or something.
You'd love it if whatever happens now, because a lot of people are going to buy the jersey if he becomes a star. You don't necessarily want 2 different kinds of jerseys in the crowd. Last word on this goes to Alex in Aspen Hill. What's up?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what I think, what any of the fans think. It's completely up to Tress and Jaden to work it out between each other. But what does matter is my highlight tape that I have of playing with Tress hitting coffin corners all day. I'll send it to you guys later.
I love that.
I love it.
Appreciate you, Alex. Send it over at Grant H. Paulson and at Funny Danny. Our double play is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
It's my first time.
You new here?
Yeah.
You don't know how this works?
Nope.
I say the thing I say. Darius hits the button, same as we've done it for years.
I'm telling you, I'm in a slump today.
Wow. You spilled coffee on your pants.
All over my crotch, no undies.
Yeah.
Where was I? Oh, yeah. There we go. Woo!
After you talk for a little while, I'm going to do a tease. We'll go to break. Then we come back and do another segment.
Break. I'm ready
Just
to
so you
break.
know.
That's where we... Okay. Yeah. What's next? Beltway Blitz? All right, here we go. Vegas Golden Knights on Elon's app tweeted out, in the interest of positive vibe, show us your favorite Vegas Golden Knights memory of all time. And of course, Washington Capitals fans, including yours truly, are having a grand old time. Records and Radio tweeted the picture of Bryce Harper and his wife in Vegas Golden Knights jersey looking beyond miserable, which was great. Somebody tweeted the Devontae Smith-Pelly goal. Here's the reason I bring it up for my double play.
That's fun, by the way.
I had the exact same idea as someone else, and I lost the face-off. I tweeted out the save. So did Records and Radio. He beat me by a couple seconds. What do I do? Do I have to take it down? See what I'm saying? Like, we both had the same idea. I didn't copy off anybody. He didn't copy off me. He beat me to it.
Yeah, but this is all. There's gonna be 100 people who posted that. In other words, that is the iconic moment of that series.
Mm-hmm.
The bid is to send them your moment of the series. So because that's up for grabs. You went if it was more peculiar, more obscure, if it was really a deep cut, and it looked like maybe you kind of ripped off of him, that's fine. But you two are two of the 1,000 people that'll send the save. I think you're fine.
So I don't have to take it down?
I would say no to that.
I feel good about that.
I think you keep it up.
I want to leave it up.
Keep chopping wood. Beltway Blitz comes your way next. Beltway Blitz, Danny. This is a segment.
Okay.
We're going to have 3 teams.
3?
DC sports teams.
Wait, this is in one segment we do this?
Bing, bang, boom. 3 in a row. And then we ask them questions, get everyone up to speed on what's going on with those teams. And ideally, they time it up for a quick break from work. And in 20 minutes, they know everything going on today.
That's a good segment.
Not a bad idea. We just came up with it.
We should do that.
We'll do
on
that
our
next.
show.
Plus, we've got tickets to wrestling. You want to go see AEW wrestling? You can win them as soon as we return on the Fan. Have you seen the Jerry Seinfeld movie on Netflix, Unfrosted?
I haven't yet. It's in the queue though.
Everybody's killing it.
It's bad.
I've heard from a lot of people that it's horrendous.
That stinks.
I'll reserve some judgment, I guess, until I watch it. But it looks terrible as far as I'm concerned. And from what I'm hearing, I'm not too far off.
I love the idea, like the breakfast market war, that kind of thing. Like it's Post versus Kellogg's versus whoever, General Mills. I love that stuff.
We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help, the law firm of Condori and Murat. They'll help by guiding you and your family to draft a will, set up a trust, create a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount if you mention G&D. kmlawyers.com. As promised, right now, caller 10-800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to AEW presented by our friends Dynamite Rampage Show, Wednesday, June 19th, Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. Let's get to our blitz. Hoops on deck. Commanders in the hole. Dave Jagler first. Nats Radio Network. You'll hear him on the Fan. 6:45. First pitch tonight for the Nats and the O's. Game 2 of a 2-game set. Dave Jagler, how about the Nats? Winners of 8 of 11, 16 of 27, and they are over 500 as we are now 8 days into May.
In the postseason, if the season were over today, right? We just need a 35-game baseball season, and we're rocking postseason play here.
Jags, listen, you've been around the game forever. I've been a fan my whole life, etc. It's not sustainable to have Trevor Williams this far into the year have an ERA sub-2. I love the guy. It's awesome. It's a cool story. I'm enjoying this while it lasts, but A, what the hell is going on? B, where can we really expect this thing to settle?
Well, I mean, Danny, honestly, he's being asked to do a certain amount of work, and that's basically 5 innings, occasionally 5 1/3 to 5 2/3. It's 80 pitches. It's basically 18 batters 2 times through the lineup and keep the ball down. I did an interview for a pregame show prior to his last start, prior to this start last night, and after the Texas start, and talked about everything being down. And he said one of the things he did in the offseason was looked at the areas where he got hit hard last year, and he felt that he was trying to elevate the ball too much. And so everything has been down around the knees, and his misses are down out of the strike zone. They're balls. So when you pitch up in the zone and your misses are right in the hitting zone, and when you throw 88, that kind of becomes batting practice. So he doesn't elevate much. Once in a while, like he struck out Gunnar Henderson on a fastball at the belt last night, but that it kind of almost surprises the hitter when he goes up there. So in that respect, if he can keep the ball down, then I think it is sustainable. And again, they're not asking him to do more than he's doing. So, I mean, if he were to go out there for a 6th and 7th inning, then maybe you'd see some balls fly out of the ballpark the 3rd time through. So at this stage of the game, they're going to kind of just roll with what he's doing and hope he can keep up those results.
Yeah, you don't see the guy that gave up the most homers a year ago giving up 0 through 35-plus innings, the only pitcher to do it so far this year. It just doesn't happen. Dave, the Nats stole 4 more bases last night against the Orioles. They lead the big leagues with 61 steals in 35 games. They're on pace. They won't do this, but they're on pace for 282. Only one team since 96 has stolen 200. And again, they are on pace for almost 300. I know the rules have changed and it's easier to do it now, but my goodness, is their philosophy fun and working?
Absolutely. Well, and it has to be because they don't hit a ton of home runs. I mean, they have 31 home runs in 35 games, but amazingly, they're out-homering their opponents. I mean, the last couple of years, they've been giving up 200-plus homers. So that goes back to the pitching discussion. But as far as the base running discussion, that's how they can score runs. And, you have a pitcher like Corbin Burns who, they only had basically 2 hits through the first 6 innings. Well, how are you going to score runs? If you get a guy on base, via a walk or however he gets on, you've got to move him because you're not going to stack together 3 or 4 hits. So it's not just the fast guys who are stealing bases. I mean, we know when Young's on, he's a threat. And was so much of a threat last night that Burns figured, what the heck, I might as well try to pick him off 3 times and take the balk because I know he's going to steal anyway. We know CJ, if he doesn't have extra base hits, he's going to steal. But it's not all the fast guys. I mean, Winker has 4 steals right now, and twice on this homestand, he's been stealing third and would have made it if the batter hadn't put the ball in play for an RBI hit. So it's not just the Jackrabbits who are stealing bases.
Jags, on that front, Lane Thomas has double-digit steals. We haven't seen him in a while. What's the latest there with Lane?
Well, he's taking batting practice, on the field here. He did last night. I'm expecting him to do so here in a little bit. So hopefully that means he's somewhat close to a rehab assignment. I think probably the running is the next step before he has to go out on a rehab assignment, and hopefully that's just a handful of games. I know with Robles, they had his rehab assignment in about a week for him to be back on the active roster. So I don't think it's likely we'll see him on this next road trip, which is 3 cities in a week and a half. But hopefully maybe when the club is back on the next homestand that Lane might be about ready.
Jags, Barry Svrluga wrote a piece that just was published today after James Wood's 2-homer game in the minors this afternoon for Rochester, that it's time to call him up. Davey was asked about it in his pregame presser, said they've got a plan, they're sticking to it. I'm not really sure what that means. They've got a plan. Does that mean they know when they're calling up already? I'm not sure. But what do you make, A, of him not being in the big leagues, and B, when we could see him?
Yeah, I heard one thing that Davey said that he has struggled with, and again, I'm not seeing the games or I haven't looked up the splits, but apparently his strikeout rate is really high against lefties, and so there's some concern there about him going left on left. And if you call him up, you're obviously not going to platoon him. So I think they feel there's still some development there. So I don't think it's going to be long, but I think probably that's the last step in the process is to him to have a consistent approach against left-handed pitching. That's all I've got for you because the numbers look pretty impressive.
He's 5 for 27, so 185 average with 10 strikeouts against lefties. You're always
honestly, you point that out, Grant, and that surprises me how few at bats he's had.
Exactly, and that's kind of my point.
So, but it's not like he's sitting out. I think it must just be fluky that whatever teams they're playing at the AAA level, he's not getting a lot of at bats against lefties for some reason. So it's going to be kind of tough for him to put numbers unless maybe there's some series where, if it's a 6-game series for Rochester, maybe the other team stacks 3 lefty starters. He goes out and has a few good games, and then you say, okay, now we're over that hurdle.
You can always find a reason to justify keeping a guy in the minor leagues. There's no doubt about that. Jax, thank you, buddy.
My pleasure. Talk to you soon.
See you, brother. Hit that NBA sounder, Dares. Our guy, Chase Hughes, covers the Wizards. We'll squeeze in a little NBA playoffs with him as well. Chase, NBA draft this weekend to break down the Wizards' odds. And who might they take up at the top? Doesn't seem to be much of a consensus, huh?
Yeah, so they are tied for the best odds to land the number 1 overall pick, which are split between 3 teams at 14%. Only the Pistons had a worse record than the Wizards. So technically, the Wizards have the second best lottery odds. And what that means now under the current system is they can fall a little bit further in the draft, but they can't fall any further than 6th. And so being in the top 6, that ensures they're going to have their highest draft pick since at least 2013 when they picked Otto Porter Jr. 3rd overall. So they're going to get a high draft pick. This year is a little bit different in that there's no consensus number 1 pick at this point. Usually on lottery night, like what that team that gets the number 1 pick, who they're going to select. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. And I think there's many examples, but one I'd point to right now is the 2020 draft. No one knew who was going to be the number 1 pick up until like a week before the draft. And Anthony Edwards ended up being the guy who went first, and he's turned out pretty good.
What's he up to now? I haven't heard his name in a while.
He's still in Minnesota, still doing okay?
Chase, what's the top of the board look like? Break a couple of the guys, the options down for us and what you've heard about who they like.
Well, a couple of the guys who have been at the top of mock drafts the whole way include Alex Sarr, who's a 7-1 center from France, who could probably, in a best-case scenario, be kind of like a Rudy Gobert. Maybe that's a lofty comparison. Maybe a Evan Mobley Jr. of the Cavaliers is a better comparison, sort of a defense-first big man. Zachary Risacher, he's also from France. He's a wing, about 6'8", 6'9". I'd liken him to like a Michael Porter Jr. or in a very best case scenario, maybe a Jason Tatum. And then there's a few other guys that, there's just a wide range of where they could go. Reed Shepherd and Rob Dillingham at Kentucky. They're 2 guards that are probably going to be in the top 6 or 7. Cody Williams of Colorado is like a 6'9" wing. His older brother, Jalen Williams, is a star, a budding star right now for the Oklahoma City Thunder. And Nikola Topic of Serbia is a 6'6" point guard, really good passer. So those are some of the names that I keep in mind. For the Wizards, I think the name of the game will be positional size. We've heard Will Dawkins and Michael Winger say that a lot. And a lot of those check off that box. Like particularly Saar and Reeses J and Topich and Cody Williams, they're all like an inch or two taller than you would expect for a guy at their position. So those are some names that I would keep in mind because I don't think they're going to stray from that philosophy.
So, Chase, you didn't mention one of the guys that I like a lot. Again, I think this is shuffle up and deal. You can throw a dart at the board and maybe somebody hits, maybe they don't. I like Stephon Castle out of UConn as a guy that sort of fits that bill, a bigger guard, maybe a combo guard, but just to me, a really good player coming from a winning program. I don't know that makes sense at 2, but if they, get a little bit of bad luck here, 4 or 5 or 6, then all of a sudden might be in play. Yeah.
I absolutely agree. I mean, he did such a great job in the NCAA tournament as UConn obviously went on to win it all. And, he's 6'6", 6'7", tremendous wing defender, has a great feel for the game offensively. Kind of similar to Bilal Coulibaly. Like, I think if the Wizards end up with Castle, they could end up someday having one of the better wing defender combos between him and Bilal. But also like Bilal Coulibaly, shooting is a bit of a concern. He was not a big-time three-point shooter in college. I thought he had pretty smooth mechanics, but it's something where, you take that guy and hope that he develops a three-point shot long-term. But it might be a good point in time for the Wizards to take the long view with a player like that because they have time to wait on a guy like that to develop their offensive game.
Chase, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
See you, pal.
That's Chase Hughes talking hoops. It's time for football. Our pal Earl Forsey joining us on our Beltway Blitz. Earl, why don't we start with the Jaden Daniels number saga? Do you care if he wears 5 or not? And do you think if you're Tress Way, you'd call him and say, hey, I'll give you the number? Do you wait for that phone to ring?
First of all, can I start with the Battle of the Beltways, please?
Yes,
because
go for it.
You're allowed.
Because Baltimore got their ass kicked back to up north last night. Is there any more fan, and I'm going to get to the Jaden Daniels number 5 in a second. Is there any fan base in sports with more of an inferiority complex than Baltimore sports fans? I mean, my goodness. And they couldn't get off of Twitter last night. And
what were they saying? They didn't have a lot to say.
Chirping you
out loss.
No, not me, because I don't do the rooster thing. I don't engage with people.
There you go.
Because it's just not.
By the way, we all knew
time.
exactly what he meant as soon as he said it.
I was like, oh yeah, I know. About that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But no, but this whole thing with, and because they have a few fans in the stands and they do their pregame national anthem, the O thing, and some of the Nats fans push back against that. Whatever, I don't care about that. But I do find it interesting that their fans come down here and they shout out the number of runs they're going to score during the national anthem. I think that's kind of cool. And or it could be the number of playoff wins they had last year in the postseason as well.
Earl from the top row.
What is it? Wow.
I find it interesting. The
Earl,
Battle
you're
of the
a
Beltways.
Maryland guy, right?
Yeah, I am.
I would have thought you were one of those old school Birds fans.
No, because it's never been the team here. Because I'm a DC area based Marylander, so they for years, Grant, when I was young and we didn't have baseball, the Senators were gone. They always tried to make Baltimore the regional team. No, it's not. That's your team. Eventually, DC got our team. When the football team left up there and the folks are trying to push Washington to be the regional team, they wanted no part of it. And we see how they've treated, the Washington for years, their old ownership of this whole Masson thing. Anyway, I think it's hilarious that, they had to put up with that last night. Let's hope for another Nats win tonight. Now, football, very quickly. The 5 thing is no big deal. If Jaden Daniels wants 5, guys, he should have 5. I know you love Tress Way. I know everybody loves Tress Way. The punter should have no say in this. I'm tired of the punter being one of the best players in this team. It's time for the star quarterback to be the guy. I don't think he's the kind of guy that's going to dictate things like some of these guys, like, I got to wear 5 or I can't play. I don't think he cares. I don't think it's a big deal. It is to people this time of year, but in the end, it means nothing. I think he'll end up getting 5. And I think,
don't you think the reason people care so much is because they want to buy the jersey, or why do you think this has become such a story?
Probably because all the people that are still bitching and complaining about, I'm not buying any Commanders gear, can't wait to see what the jersey number is for Jaden Daniels so they can go out and buy a Commanders jersey with Jaden Daniels' name. Really, I mean, look, this is it's ludicrous, as old coach would say. It's ridiculous. It's something that we talk about when there's nothing to talk about. Later this week, there's going to be something to talk about because we're going to get some of those films, some of the clips of Jaden Daniels throwing the football. And I've told you guys the last couple of times I've been on, this is the big key. I know it's not real football, and I know it's only springtime, summertime, but first impressions are made quickly. And how he looks this week and the next couple of weeks, the OTAs into this, all the stuff they do in the next month and a half is going to be important, because the other thing that was going around Twitter is him on the what was Keyshawn Johnson, the podcast or whatever, saying, I'll play when I'm ready, when they say I'm ready. He should be the guy right away. If he is not, then this is not going to work. I mean, let's face it. I'm not trying to panic. I'm not trying to push the kid into something he's not able to do, but he should come in here. Marcus Mariota is the guy listed number 1 in your depth. Are you kidding me? Have you seen the PTSD they have in Atlanta from quarterbacks like Marcus Mariota down there? They're still signing guys after Cousins and drafting Penix. So, no, he should be the number 1 guy here. My guess is he will be. I think he's talented enough to be. I think he's ready enough to take this on. And you draft that guy number 2, you're not trying to push it, but he should be good enough where there's no doubt opening day, week 1, he's behind center for this team.
You hear the glass, hits your ass. Earl, thank you, buddy.
One question, that's it? One question?
Listen, you did 2.5 minutes on Baltimore, right?
I could do more. I could do more.
You're
you know what?
promo.
You know what, guys? My other thought is they really tonight for game 2 they should bring Nikki Glaser in for pregame introductions.
Dude,
that would be nice.
You would like that if she roasts the
Oh
O's.
my goodness! Yeah, just do the Orioles, please.
Just roast every Oriole.
Just go.
Who do you
Here
want
come
to
the
see?
Orioles. Go.
I'll give you one bonus question here, Earl. Who do you want to see roasted next? You want to go Charles Barkley? Who you like?
Yeah, I think Tiger would be a good one, but I don't think he'd ever do it.
Yeah, good luck getting him
that.
to agree
That
to
would
that.
be. You had a 3-hour bus. That would be 6 hours for that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure Tiger Woods likes being the butt of jokes very much.
I don't think he'd enjoy it.
No, I don't think so.
Tiger's the one.
There might be some ammunition though. I'll bet you.
I'm not
Nikki
sure they
Glaser
can
could come up with a good joke or two.
I actually thought that was pretty good. And, I'm a guy that grew up as a kid with the old celebrity roasts on TV with Rickles and Dean, all that stuff, which were great. I'm not sure you can top that. They may have to wait a while to top that one.
I would not
It was so
jump
great.
right back into it if I'm Netflix.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
All right, Earl. Thanks,
Thank
buddy.
you, brother.
All right, gentlemen. Bye.
Max Chadwick in 40 minutes at 5. Jesse Winker of the Nats at 6 right here on Grant and Danny. You just heard him reference Jaden Daniels talking about when he'll be on the field. Well, let's play that audio for people next right here on the Fan. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, taking you up to 6:15 this evening. 6:15 is when Nats pregame starts. Charlie and Dave, 6:45 start for them against the Orioles. If they took back-to-back games in a 2-game series against the Birds, they'd be cooking with grease. 17-11 at that point in their last 28. Couple games over 500, first time in 3 years. So could be a fun night at the ballpark, but they got a tall order against a good Orioles team. Baltimore throwing Kyle Bradish, who was their best pitcher last year in his second game back from the injured list. Nats countering with Mitchell Parker tonight, the lefty who's been terrific since getting called up from the minors.
He really has been, by the way.
Very surprisingly, has been stellar. But let's play some audio here. This is from the Keyshawn Johnson podcast. He got Jaden Daniels on, so kudos to him. That's a heck of a get right now. And he was talking to Daniels about the timeline for the rookie quarterback getting on the field. This is what Jaden Daniels had to say.
Do you anticipate starting week 1? Do I anticipate? I mean, I'm confident in my abilities, but if that's a decision that they got to make. That's above.
And I ain't asked you. Stop
I'm
bullshit,
saying that's a decision.
Do you, as the number 2 pick in the draft, anticipate starting?
I mean,
or you think they're gonna bring you along slowly, so to speak?
From what I heard, they said whenever I'm ready, I'm ready.
Yeah.
So whenever I feel like I'm ready, I'm ready. Yeah, they didn't tell me like, oh, like you got to start week 1. They just said, whenever you ready, like you ready. Whenever you feel ready, we feel you ready. We're gonna throw you out there.
That's going to be week 1. Marcus Mariota is the only guy standing between Jaden Daniels and the football field. You started 55 games of college football, young man. You were in the SEC having a year nobody'd ever had before. 50 touchdowns combined, 4 interceptions. You're starting in week 1. You were the number 2 overall pick. And the reason they took you number 2, according to Dan Quinn, is because you've seen the S, to quote him. He didn't say S, he said the full word.
He said the full thing.
I can't say it on the radio. He says, I don't want to take a guy who hasn't seen it. I don't want to take a guy who hasn't made adjustments. They like that you transferred and had to go through learning a new offense because they think you'll be able to learn this one quicker. We heard you're already up in the aisle, already going through some of the checks at the line of scrimmage from the playbook that you're studying. Week 1, Jaden Daniels on the field, book it.
I'm along the same wavelength. I'm just thinking about how I'll feel if there's a, hey, we want to hold off
angry
a little bit. I don't know that I'll be angry. I think you will be.
Livid.
I won't be.
Furious.
If we get
outraged,
if it gets going
apoplectic,
and like September expires
irate.
and he's
Have
still
I said
not
that one already?
I don't think you had said irate. If it still hasn't happened after like 4 weeks, I'll go, what are we doing here? What kind of happened?
Irritable.
I could deal with a couple of games.
You shouldn't.
Now,
that's not very Danny Rouye of you, by the way.
I would disagree, but look, the thing that I like is that adults are here and there's a plan.
I agree.
There's at least some reason for what they're doing. Whether I agree with the reason or not, that's good sports talk. That's just good regular banter. That's
fair.
Smart people disagreeing about something. We should always strive for. Before it was buffoons and overmatched idiots making incorrect decisions without all the information or giving power to someone that was overmatched and also incorrect every second of every day. Always. That was the perpetual machine under that little twerp. So it's over now. So if they didn't, they'd have some reason for that where they're thinking this offensive line isn't, I'm spitballing here. The offensive line hasn't gelled yet. They're not good enough to protect him.
Your fault.
Totally their fault. Agreed. But they can't do anything about it now. That the reality is the reality.
But they're not going to feel that way or they would have fixed it. We already know they're not going to feel that way.
Well, in real time, like let's say whoever the presumptive left tackle is, it may or may not be on the roster yet, sprains his ankle before week 1. Or, Terry McLaurin has a toe and he should probably sit out like he should have last year. Who knows? There could be reasons.
Not for me. Here's how I'm going to do it. I'm happy that adults are here running the show as well. I'm thrilled that smart football people are making smart football people decisions. I'm glad Adam Peters was hired. He's awesome. I think he's going to be really good as a general manager. A new job for him, but he has been a GM in waiting. And
a sous chef and some great kitchens.
Exactly. This is going to be fun. Lance Newmark, come on down. Thrilled about the hire. I love what's happening here. Everyone should be elated and giddy. Everyone should be euphoric and absolutely beside themselves with joy that you've got a new ownership group, smart and know what they're doing, a new front office, smart and know what they're doing, a new head coach, had some success and got to a Super Bowl with the Atlanta Falcons, and everybody likes him. Really good football coach, great defensive mind. Jaden Daniels needs to play in week 1. 50-plus games in college is part of the selling point here. 5 years of experience. If he's not ready to go in week 1 in their mind, that is a tell that isn't necessarily that great. If you took Drake May, who everyone said might have to sit or only played the 2 seasons, who Dan Quinn in that story referenced and said, like, we weren't going to take a guy who hadn't played a lot of football. Different. I would even say the same about J.J. McCarthy, by the way, who I think played 3 more games maybe than May in college, but it's a couple of years where he kind of came into his own.
Playing at the highest level possible. That's not in the NFL, yeah.
I still think he's ready and should play, but this to me is different. Like Bo Nix sitting, the guy played 900 college games. He's 400 years old. He doesn't need any more time to wait. Now, Michael Penix is also older and played a lot of college football, and he's going to have to sit for
He's going to have to wait a
years.
long time. He'll be 30.
But that's because they did something that still makes no sense to me that I can't quite figure out. The picking of Penix might be really smart. I actually really think Michael Penix will be a good player. I think he could fit in that offense. Why did you go pay Kirk Cousins and do what you did before you drafted Michael Penix when you knew all along you would be able to get Penix at number 8? I'll never understand that. But yeah, Daniels in week 1, I think, is a lock. Put that in Sharpie. The only way he does not play in week 1 is if he's not healthy. I don't think there's any more to it than that. It's Marcus Mariota standing between him and the starting job. Number 2 overall pick, not number 12.
You mean Marcus Mariota, number 2 overall pick? Is that who you meant?
12 years ago?
Yep.
Something like that?
Yep.
He didn't go 12th, 14th,
no,
18th, 23rd, second round, third round. He went second overall.
He did.
That means you start.
He went second overall for the. And again, I'm arguing against myself. I think he's starting too. But
You don't need to, by the way. We don't need to first stake this thing if you don't want to. I mean, you think he should start?
Inflammatory, ridiculous. Right. Well, maybe the wrong show. I don't know what show that is.
I appreciate the attempt here.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is, because I'm not even devil's advocating in anything. I'm just saying if you drafted him not to start in week 1, you drafted him for the ceiling, you drafted him for the high, you drafted him for the end product. At least to me, that's the whole point of the exercise.
So A, I agree with that, but I would point out B, Dan Quinn did say part of why they drafted him is because he's ready.
He did.
Because he's seen it and he's done it. And they wanted an experienced guy who he didn't say can hit the ground sprinting, but that's kind of what he inferred. Yeah, I mean, that is in the let's explain why we made the pick on ESPN.com.
Which is before he's had a workout even in Commander's gear,
right?
T-shirt and shorts or whatever. So we may get to this fall and they go, you know what? This offense at LSU was more simple than we thought.
This is my point. Then that is telling. Then that is not ideal. I'm not saying he can't be great or that we should be out on the pick or that anyone should be angry or disappointed in him. But then that's a revealing element of the progress or lack thereof.
It might be. And I think that's fair. And I guess my point is I'll be disappointed because that's what I want. I just want to see the kid play immediately. And it doesn't seem like everyone's that jazzed up, by the way, about it, but that's another discussion for another time. It's all I want. What did he have for breakfast today? What's he gonna have tomorrow? What t-shirts you wearing? Where did he go? What sites did he see? What play did he have trouble with on the Microsoft Surface? What play did he master right away? I want all the information I can about this kid. And I want to see him immediately. I want to see him constantly and all the time doing all the different things that make me believe that maybe there's a chance we don't suck for the next 30 some years of my life. That's all I want. But if it doesn't happen right away, I'm trying to talk myself into a way of saying that it's not a setback, but the way you're presenting it, it's pretty convincing. It might feel like a setback.
Also, again, I'm not saying you've got to play the quarterback because you drafted him. That's not really what I'm doing. I'm saying you have to play this quarterback who is this experienced, who part of the selling point in the calling card is I've been there, I've seen it, I've done it. He was throwing college touchdowns to Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk. He was throwing college touchdowns to a guy who's been on my NFL fantasy team for the last 4 years. Was going into his 5th NFL season. And it wasn't like he was playing initially in JUCO with Brandon Ayuk or some like Germanic Community College of Louisville that's on Last Chance U. They were in the Pac-12 at Arizona State. He was playing high-level, legitimate college football against NFL players. Not as many as in the SEC. But then you transfer and you dominate the SEC the way that he did. Part of the argument for Jaden Daniels has been he did this against the minor leagues of the NFL or whatever. right?
Mhm.
So what are we talking about? I mean, play him. And by the way, if there was a chance you weren't going to, or if you're going to go the veteran route, then
don't do Mariota.
Yeah, then you probably should have had Jacoby Brissett is the option. You know, a guy like
Yeah.
that. Like, not to go back to New England, but that guy, when he starts, people benefit from it around him. I'm not trying to beat up on Mariota. He's a decent backup. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. But that's not a good reason to wait, in my opinion. And if your argument is as simple as see Patrick Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers, like waiting can be good. Number one, I think people assume because it worked out for those guys that's how everyone should do it. Great situations, really good teams, playoff caliber operations. They got dropped into. That's not what this is.
Yeah, that's the one I care about, by the way. Everyone's like, you should sit for a year. It's different.
Yeah.
If you've got a division-winning quarterback or a Hall of Famer
Totally.
in Rodgers' case sitting ahead of you
Or
that's still playing,
Favre.
yeah, that's what I mean. Favre's ahead of him.
But I mean, Rodgers and Love is the same thing. Like,
Oh, yeah.
we've seen it multiple times there.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer, playoff caliber team. Now, Alex Smith's not that. He's not a Hall of Famer, but he was a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro and an MVP candidate in that final season in Kansas City. Good quarterback situation on a playoff, really good team. That's not this. Like, yes, I agree with you. If you have a great quarterback and a great team, then you can wait a year and the guy will benefit from watching. Let me know when Washington's that. But that's not what this is.
Right.
I wonder if people out there feel like I do, where clearly the expectation is that he'll play in week one, but that they would be really annoyed if he didn't. Or if this is just a in Peters we trust bit, where like, hey, whatever they say, I'm along for the ride. If they know better, they're watching him at practice. Facts, true. My point is, like, you could say the same thing about the Nats with James Wood, and they could just not call him up this season. They know better. Well, guess what? If he got called up, he'd sink. Then he'd swim. Then he'd swim. Then he'd sink. Like, that's called baseball.
Mm-hmm.
If you play Jaden Daniels, he's going to have some great games and some bad games. That's what being a rookie is all about. So just being more cautious, like it's not always. Knowing more isn't always better either, necessarily. Like, it's a convenient way to never question anything if you want to do it that way. Or you could just say, you're talking about the guy that played 50-plus college games, who just dominated the SEC, who you took at number 2 overall, partly because of how experienced he is. That's the guy that we're not going to play right away in DC? Okay, that's fine. I'll be over here. Let me know when you're ready.
Let me know when it's cool.
In the meantime, I'll just pay for some tickets to go watch Marcus Mariota.
What number is he going to wear?
Where are you guys at on this? 800-636-1067, the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines.
Do you anticipate starting week 1?
Do I anticipate? I mean, I'm confident in my abilities, but if that's a decision that they got to make. That's above.
And I
me.
ain't asked you. Stop
That's what I'm
with the
saying.
bullshit,
That's
man.
a decision.
Do you, as the number 2 pick in the draft, anticipate starting?
I mean,
or you think they're gonna bring you along slowly, so to speak?
From what I heard, they said whenever I'm ready, I'm ready.
Yeah.
So whenever I feel like I'm ready, I'm ready. Yeah, they didn't tell me like, oh, like you got to start week 1. They just said whenever you ready, like you ready. Whenever you feel ready, we feel you ready. We're gonna throw you out there.
That was the Keyshawn Johnson podcast. Jaden Daniels discussing when he'll be on the field. He's going to start week 1. I think we all know that. Danny, even though you are presenting this possibility where maybe it's not a big deal if he doesn't, you also agree that you think he will.
Yeah, 99-point-something%. I mean, again, this is all barring injury. Who knows what happens if something happens in the preseason or offseason to kind of slow down his progress. But if all things are green, I would be really surprised if he doesn't. I guess the only difference between what you and I are saying at this point might be I might be a little less angry at it in the moment, because I'll assume that there's good cause and good reason and it'll make sense, or even if I don't agree with it.
Also, I want to shout him out for just a good answer there, for a professional kind of leader of men type answer.
Mm-hmm.
Unassuming, not my job to name myself the starter, in a kind of a friendly, fun way. Also doubles down on his confidence, being ready. I know I'm the guy. I know I'm, when they call on me, I'll lead the offense, in his own words. But I thought he handled that beautifully. I thought it was a perfect answer. Let's go to Vince, who is in Akakik on G&D. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Long time no caller.
Yeah, no kidding.
Real quick, I truly trust everything that's in place. Love Adam Peters, love all the news regime, all that. I'm not gonna lie. Every time I hear him talk about Mariota, it slightly terrifies me in my gut, because he really talks about him like he truly believes it. But outside of that, if Jaden is not starting and taking every rep from the day that he steps in Ashburn Park or Commanders Field or whatever it's called, we have a problem. Like you said, Grant, too many games played, too much experience, played in college, NFL. Everything says he needs to start. Last thing I would say, love all his answers. Love his answers at his press conference with us when he basically said, no, I'm not, assuming to take anything over. I don't even know the playbook yet. I thought that was the best answer of his whole press conference, and I love this answer with Keyshawn.
Oh, the answer, for people that forget, I agree with you, was so perfect on the playbook was, and I don't remember the exact question, but the gist was like, do you feel like you're ready to start right now or something? And his playfully, in the best way ever, he kind of took the tension out of the room. And he's like, I don't even know the plays yet. I've never seen the playbook. So, no, I'm not ready yet.
Right. How could I be?
It's just very funny, because we all know he's just kind of not going to give you what is, I should be the quarterback. There's no reason to do that.
Right.
You don't need to ruffle any feathers. Everybody knows the score here. Marcus Mariota is at a point in his career where he signed here to be your backup. The Commanders took you at 2 because it is their sincerest hope that you are on the field when the season begins in week 1. That gives them their highest upside, their best chance for your development and for the betterment of the team, both in the short and long term. That's what everybody wants. My point is not, if he doesn't start, that like we should all be sounding alarms and running around and ripping off our shirts, yelling at the top of our lungs like Will Ferrell in the locker room saying, we got to keep our composure. But what I'm saying is, if he's not starting in week 1, I just think that is a bad sign, because I think right now they expect, they don't need to tell anyone that. They may not even ever vocalize or verbalize that, but there's absolutely no chance that they don't think he's going to be their week 1 starter. It doesn't really happen. Find a number 2 pick that didn't start right away. It's not a thing anymore in this era. Just doesn't exist. I can remember Blake Bortles, who stunk anyway, by the way, and was an overdrafted pick at number 3. I think he sat for a little while, but in the top 2, when you're talking about going with a Heisman Trophy winner in a Power 5 conference, and if you want to add in the caveat of experience as well, it just doesn't happen.
I'm trying to think of an example. Did Mitch Trubisky start right away? Who knows if he did
wasn't
or
in the
didn't.
Heisman conversation.
No.
He played in the ACC.
Yeah, he went to. Yeah, I mean, I guess the points all stand. The arguments are certainly right there. But I guess I would go back to some of the selling points, whether they let this slip or not, thinking of Dan Quinn most specifically, is both the ceiling, which is what I care about, and I think a coach cares about the readiness right now. Because with all due respect to Dan Quinn, there's a great chance he's not here when Jaden Daniels is in his prime. Like, I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm not saying the regime isn't going to work. I'm simply saying coaches change. This happens in the NFL, right? The Gibbs or Belichick or Bill Walsh or some of these guys that, Pete Carroll, that are there for 15 years over multiple builds and teardowns and builds and teardowns of teams isn't very common. Again, I keep hammering this. Mike Vrabel, pretty damn good. Gone. Afterthought, can't get a job, right? Like, that's what happens in this league. One slip up, one bad year, one whatever, when you're saddled with a roster that got a lot worse under your watch. I don't know how much of a hand he had in it, but things change. So they're talking about right now, and that's why the GM and the coach shouldn't be the same person, by the way, because the coach thinks about this game this week. The GM's got to think about all of it. So I don't know if it doesn't happen right away, it is cause for, hey, I got a question. Not necessarily, as you said, throwing everything away, saying it's never going to happen. That's not what we're talking about. It's simply one of the selling points was the immediacy of this thing where this guy could hit the ground running.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Let's dive deeper into the Commanders draft class. Who's going to have the best chance to help them pretty quickly? Also, I want to take a peek at the future quarterback classes coming down the pike with Max Chadwick. One of the reasons I think you saw 6 QBs go in the top 12 is teams aren't that high on the quarterbacks in the next year or two in college. I think that's something interesting that we could bring up. Nationals outfielder Jesse Winker a little over an hour from now right here on The Fan. When's the last time you used a landline telephone? Not like at an office or something, but in a home. Someone had one in their home. I want you to think about that. I want to talk about that in a little bit.
It's been a minute.
There's a reason why I'm bringing this up. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show. The show's Grant and Danny, by the way. They're the law firm of Kandori and Murad. They sponsor this program. They're going to guide you and your family. Draft a will, set up a trust, create a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with one of their estate planning attorneys now at kmlawyers.com. Mention this program and get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Right now, let's go to the BetQL guest hotlines. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. Welcome onto the show. College football analyst for PFF. Our buddy Max Chadwick is back with us. Hey, Max, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on again.
Always a pleasure, buddy. We want to get into a number of things with you, but let's start here in Washington with Daniels coming in at this stage. Draft is done. Dust is kind of settled. Rookie minicamp kind of gets underway here this week. What's a reasonable expectation for him to start the season? And then kind of by the end of the season, what's a reasonable expectation for us looking at kind of a total haul?
Yeah, I think obviously he's probably going to be the starting quarterback pretty quickly there, and there's not really too much competition there for him to be a backup for a little bit. So I think a reasonable expectation is going to be a starter immediately. And then from there, it depends. You know, I like the fit of him in a Cliff Kingsbury offense. Obviously, Cliff has worked with a mobile quarterback before, and Kyler Murray in Arizona, and it worked out pretty well there. Kyler went on to win Offensive Rookie of the Year that year, so maybe Daniels can do the same thing. I think he could remind a lot of Washington fans of Robert Griffin III in a lot of ways, mainly that rushing ability. So I think he'll probably be one of the best mobile quarterbacks day one. And then as a passer, it'll probably take some time. But, you know, I think his floor, he already has a built-in floor just by being a really good runner of the football. Don't get me wrong, he's been a good passer, especially this past season. But I think, you know, day one, you can expect an electric quarterback on the ground and then a guy who can potentially develop even more as a passer, and we'll see what he could do later on in his career.
Yeah, I want to dive into essentially the idea that, you know, he might need time versus starting him in week one, and double click on something we were just talking about. If he doesn't start in week one, how surprised would you be?
I'd be mildly surprised. Of course, like I wouldn't hate any rookie quarterback sitting for a little bit. I think it always is something that's advantageous, as we've seen time and time again for rookie quarterbacks. But you know, I wouldn't be shocked if he's the backup to say a Marcus Mariota or something like that. So again, you got a veteran quarterback there in Mariota who's started a lot of games in his NFL career, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for him to start to be in the backup immediately. But I think right now he's probably the favorite to be a starter pretty much immediately, I would say.
How much is he going to do designed runs, in your opinion, Max? I mean, inevitably it's going to happen. He escapes from trouble, scrambles for yardage. A lot of guys do that. How much design running do you think is going to happen early again versus later?
I think you probably see a lot of it, honestly. And I think that's probably something that can make him pretty comfortable in the offense, and something that Cliff Kingsbury is probably already drawing up a few plays for him. Is to do that. You know, we saw it with Kyler Murray. He did it with Arizona. I think you can see the same thing with Jaden Daniels, a little RPO game with Austin Eckler there. So I think that's something that I would definitely draw up if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, is just take advantage of his rushing ability. That way, you get a really high floor immediately with that rushing ability, because it makes defenses take account for that, and then that could open up some other things in your passing game as well too. So I definitely think you'll definitely see a good amount of design runs for Jaden Daniels. You don't want to get him hurt, obviously. But I do think you still want to take advantage of what's his best asset right now, which is definitely his running ability.
Yeah, from a play calling standpoint, how do you turn up the faders on him as a runner and make that a big part of your offense while also keeping him healthy? How do you walk that balance?
Yeah, I think the first thing you got to do is just convince him to not take as many big hits. You know, that was the thing he did a lot at LSU. He never really slid. He was willing to put his body on the line, which in a way you love that, but in another way you kind of hate that because you don't want him to. You know, he's kind of a slight quarterback. He's 6'4", but he's 210 pounds, so he's very skinny. He's got a skinny frame. I think the first thing you got to do is Cliff Kingsbury is like, hey, slide every single time. Anytime you're about to get touched, just go down. We'll take we'll take the 10 extra yards that you would have gotten by maybe not sliding. We'll take that just because we want to keep you healthy as long as possible. So that's probably the way to do it, and just convince him to take care of his body more, go out of bounds more, slide more. And don't, overrun him, obviously. You still want to have him as a passer in your offense. But I definitely think, like I said, using his best asset, which is his legs, that's probably the way you need to go immediately before you can develop more into a long-term passer.
Max Chadwick with us here from PFF on Grant and Danny. So about him passing, one of the knocks that people had was this kind of short to intermediate over the middle and not that many passes thrown in that regard. And people said, hey, is that something that he can't do? So they had him do other stuff. And my response is he was pretty damn prolific doing other things, and he threw the ball well. I bet you he can hit, an in-breaking route at times. And I saw enough of those on highlights from LSU to make me think it's not a problem. But where are you at on that sort of relative complaint? And maybe is that something defenses are going to try to test him on early?
Yeah, I'm with you. Just because he hasn't done it means he can't do it. Obviously that slot fade from LSU was working wonders last year. And those goal balls with Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. were pretty much a cheat code for that offense. So it's almost like, okay, why would you go away from that if it's working so well? So again, it's not that he can't do it, it's just that he hasn't really done it too much yet. I think one of his issues as a passer is his velocity. It just isn't really that great compared to some of the other top quarterbacks in this class. But he does have good arm strength in order to drive the ball deep downfield. So yeah, it's more, you want to see more of it. You want to see him do more than just throw outside the numbers. You want to see him take advantage of the middle of the field more. But again, that's something he probably wasn't asked to do at LSU because of how good everything else was working on that offense. So I think he's certainly capable of it. You just want to see it actually happen in the NFL now.
So it sounds like you think he's got enough arm strength, but it's not plus. Like, how does it grade on a scouting scale? And are we at a point where he's got to be anticipatory to make it work, or there's plenty there? Like, how do you view it?
Yeah, I think his anticipation is definitely going to be key for his career. I would say his arm is like a B arm probably. Now he can, again, it's a difference between velocity and in terms of throwing it downfield. I don't think there's really too much of an issue of him throwing the ball, deep ball. Honestly, he could throw with a great arc. The problem is when you got it rifled in there, I don't think he's got the velocity that some of the other top quarterbacks in this class have. So the anticipation for him on those routes, those in-breaking routes and those non-goal balls is going to be key for him because I think he just doesn't have the velocity that, like I said, the other top quarterbacks in the draft and obviously other top quarterbacks in the NFL have. So I think the velocity is more of the issue I have with him rather than how far he can actually throw the football.
Max, give me an arm comp. Forget about like the player, like as you remind you of Randall Cunningham. Or I don't mean like the overall player comp, but give me somebody else that's got that B related arm in the NFL for point of reference.
Yeah, and obviously this is a high-end comp, and I'm not going to say he's going to be as good as this player, but I think a guy like Joe Burrow is the same way, where it's like he can throw it downfield, but the velocity, he just doesn't have the velocity that other guys have, which is why his anticipation, which is what he's honestly best at, is why it's so critical to his game. So I think a Joe Burrow type of arm strength is what I'll say. Now, again, I'm not comparing him to Joe Burrow as a quarterback, but I think that type of arm talent, is probably what you could expect to see out of a Jaden Daniels, probably.
Max Chadwick covers college football and the draft for PFF, joining us on Grant and Danny. I'm really curious about the Luke McCaffrey pick. I'm hopeful. I'm betting on the guy, the player, the bloodlines. How big of a deal should it be that the level of competition he faced just wasn't that good? Because he was dominant at times. They're talking about one of the best statistical seasons in the nation, one of 6 guys, I think, this year with 70 catches, and the number of yards that he had, and the number of touchdowns that he had. I mean, you could count them on one hand, really. So how should we feel about that happening at Rice?
Yeah, obviously the jump in competition is definitely something to keep in mind. But again, like you said, he's a natural athlete, man. He's a great route runner, strong hands. He does really well in contested situations. He's a former quarterback, so he knows how to find open spots in zone coverage as well. I like him. Again, the jump in competition going from Rice to the NFL is going to be steep, steeper than other guys like, say, Jaden Daniels going from the SEC to the NFL, which is still a jump, don't get me wrong. But it is a jump in competition level, but I still think Luke McCaffrey has enough in his game that you would like to see. And I think he could be a productive player for them pretty quickly.
How do you feel like Ben Sinnott's going to be used? I mean, that was the guy they took in the second round. I felt like it's a little bit early, but they seem enamored with the skill set. And on the phone call, Adam Peters was like, "Yeah, you remind me of Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle." Pretty high praise, obviously. I've been dreaming on, different ways that he'll line up in both the run game and the passing game. Probably let my imagination run wild. I've already put him in the Hall of Fame. Probably a little bit too much. How do you think he gets used?
Yeah, I think he's definitely a chess piece, honestly. He's a guy that you could put at tight end, you could put him in line, you could put him in the slot, you could put him even at fullback, which is why I think the Kyle Juszczyk comp is interesting and something I kind of like, honestly. So, yeah, he's honestly a chess piece, and I think that's the best way for Cliff Kingsbury to use him is just use him everywhere. I wouldn't pigeonhole him to one position on an offense, because if you do that, I don't think you're taking advantage of him as much. So he's a really talented football player. He was probably the second best tight end in college football this past year, only behind Brock Bowers. I really like him a lot, and like I said, I think he's a guy that you just use everywhere on your offense, and he'll probably play at a high level everywhere as well. So, like I said, if you want him to play one specific role, that's not really taking advantage of his skill set. I think Cliff Kingsbury is creative enough that he'll be a very versatile chess piece probably in that Commanders offense.
Max Chadwick on Grant and Danny. Hey, I want to look ahead to this college football season for a moment and to the quarterback class next year. There's a big reason why it seems like everyone was in on QB, 6 went in the top 12, was that next year's class is not liked nearly as much, and there's a long way between now and the draft. But the 2 quarterbacks I've seen in the betting market near the top of the board are Colorado's Shedeur Sanders, Dion's kid, and then Carson Beck at Georgia. Is it kind of a 2 QB race in terms of the early first round right now, or am I missing anybody?
No, I think you're right on that. I think those 2 are pretty clearly the top 2 quarterbacks in the NFL draft. As of right now, I'd probably put Carson Beck as the number 1 and Shedeur Sanders the number 2. Then you got guys like Quinn Ewers, probably like a late first round, something like that. Drew Aller out of Penn State, Connor Wegman out of Texas A&M.
Is
like
Drew
a lot of those
Aller
guys
seen as a top round guy?
Yeah, I think his arm talent is really special. And I think he's been hamstrung by how bad the supporting cast has been at Penn State. The receivers there were terrible last year. The O-line was okay, and now they lost 3 stars in the offensive line. Play calling was terrible. They never really let him use his arm talent at all. I mean, he had the second lowest deep pass attempt rate in college football last year, which is nuts considering how crazy his arm is. So I think he's a guy that you could see in the NFL being a lot better as an NFL quarterback than as a college quarterback. I think he's going to be hamstrung that much by his supporting cast. Now, he's got a new offensive coordinator there, Andy Kolodnicki, who I think will use his talent even more. But I still don't love the supporting talent in terms of the receivers and offensive line. So I'm a little bit lower on Aller right now as a college quarterback because I don't think he has enough help. But I do think that he's a guy that could be a guy that could maybe start in the NFL for a little bit.
Max, putting you on the spot here a little bit. You can't pick Caleb Williams. I think that's probably the obvious favorite here. But who's the next best bet in your mind to win Rookie of the Year on offense?
On offense, I'd probably say Marvin Harrison Jr. I think he's a guy that's going to be the number 1 receiver day one. He's got a great quarterback to throwing the ball in Kyler Murray. And you look back, I mean, 2 of the last 3 offensive Rookie of the Years have been wide receivers. You had Garrett Wilson in 2022, and then you had Jamar Chase in 2021. And even last year, Puka Nacua had a great argument over C.J. Stroud to win that award as well. So it's proven that it's not like the MVP award where it's always going to be a quarterback. I think there's a really good chance Marvin Harrison Jr. can do it if Caleb Williams slips up. And I also think, Jaden Daniels has a great shot at it too, with how good of a runner he could be immediately, and also how much he's improved as a passer too. So I think those are the top 3, but I'd probably order it Caleb Williams 1 by a pretty good margin, and then I'd probably put Marvin Harrison Jr. 2 and Jaden Daniels 3 right now.
Max Chadwick's one of PFF's top college football analysts. 2 teams I wanted to ask you about that are kind of front of mind. Alabama year 1 post Nick Saban, who bounced. He was tired of kind of the new layout of college football. They bring in Kalen DeBoer, I believe, from Washington. What do you expect? Is this a year where they take a big step back, or where are they ranked going into the season for you?
It depends on what you classify as a step back. Are they going to be a top 4 team in the country like they were this past year, making the playoff? No, probably not. But I still think it's a top 10 team in the country now, and a 12-team playoff. They still are probably going to make the playoff. So I think it's probably like the 5th or 6th best team in the country right now. They still have Jalen Moreau there. I love Kalen DeBoer as an offensive mind, and it's going to be a brand new Alabama that we see. It's going to be much more offensive centric, whereas obviously Nick Saban era was mainly about the defense and how elite it was. This is much more of an offensive minded team now, and I kind of love what Kalen DeBoer can do with Jalen Moreau. He's got a super high ceiling, maybe the highest ceiling of any quarterback in college football right now. If he can unlock even more of that ceiling, I mean, we could see Jalen Moreau hosting up the Heisman Trophy at the end of the year if it really works out well. So they got a brand new receiving core right now, so they got to build that up even more. But that offensive line's elite. They still have some talented players defensively. I still think Alabama's probably a top 5 or 6 team in the country. So I still think they'll still be a really good team in college football next year.
They had 10 players drafted again this year for the third time in 4 years. And Milroe, to your point, 10 yards per attempt last year, I think was number 1 in the country.
Stud.
And DeBoer's got that downfield passing game, so could be a nice fit there. The other team I'm curious about is Colorado. I know Deion Sanders was in some warm water and everybody was angry because he was like tweeting at kids and just being unprofessional and silly last week. But circus aside, like where are they? A few weeks into last football season, everyone was kind of thinking, all right, like everybody's going to transfer there and want to play for Deion, and they're going to play for a national championship. Supposedly they didn't have a great offseason. What's the deal with Colorado right now?
Yeah, they're in an interesting spot. You know, they got a really talented quarterback. It's already talked about Shedeur Sanders, who could be fighting for the number 1 overall pick, honestly. I think he's probably a top 3 quarterback in college football right now. They have excellent receivers. I mean, they have so many talented receivers in that room. Will Shepard transferring in from Vanderbilt, LaJohntay Wester transferring in from FAU, obviously Travis Hunter there as well. They have a really good receiving core, and then some talented players defensively as well, obviously, namely Travis Hunter. The issue is the trenches, and it'll always be the trenches, namely the offensive line. Now, they'll have a brand new offensive line this year. All 5 starters probably on that offensive line are incoming players. So whether it be a true freshman or whether it be a transfer. And one of those true freshmen is probably going to start is Jordan Seaton, who was the number 1 offensive tackle coming out of high school this past year. So obviously it's a lot.
Was I wrong then when I said that they had a bad offseason? I thought the story was like a lot of guys left. Is that not true?
No, they did. But I also think they brought in a lot of talented players as well. So they did lose a lot of players, and obviously it's going to be interesting how they transition to the Big 12 now. But I still think, they have so many talented skill players. It's just a matter of whether or not they can protect Shedeur Sanders, because from a clean pocket, Shedeur Sanders had the 3rd best clean pocket passing grade in the country last year, and the only 2 above him were the first 2 picks of the draft in Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. So if you protect him and you keep him clean, he's probably the best quarterback in the country. The issue is, can you do that? Can you protect Shedeur Sanders? And that's the biggest question for them right now. And like I said, it's a brand new offensive line. So no one really from last year is starting on that offensive line this year. We'll see how they do, honestly. We'll see how that offensive line does. That is, to me, that is the biggest key to this team, is that offensive line, even the defensive line, stopping the run. They just need more help in the trenches right now, because they have great talent at all the skill positions and at quarterback. It's just about the big guys up front and whether or not they have the big guys up front to compete for more wins in the Big 12.
Max, great info, buddy. Really appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys.
Be good. There's Max Chadwick of PFF, their college football expert draft analyst on Grant and Danny. Landline phones. When's the last time you used one at a house? Who's got one? Want to get into that? Plus, who is going to get roasted next to follow in Tom Brady's footsteps? Got some odds I want to bounce off, Danny, right here on G&D. Outfielder Jesse Winker joins the show. Danny, landlines may be a thing of the past for some, but millions of Californians still have them, according to a study. According to data from the Chamber of Commerce, 70% of American adults, 183 million, now rely solely on mobile phones to make calls. 30% is a big number.
Yeah.
I'm pretty stunned by that number, frankly. If we're suggesting that 30% of the population still has a landline, that's a little bit of a show for me. But what was interesting to me was in the Golden State in California, just over 35% of residents still use landlines, which equates to approximately over 10 million people. 10.6 million Californians actively use landline phones.
Actively.
Who
Not
are
like
these people?
also have a landline because
Right.
it came with the cable.
No, like they're calling
Yeah.
to order their pizza. They pick up their phone. They sit down in the chair next to, it's sitting on the end table. They dial the pizza number. They say, "Hi, I'd like a sausage and pepperoni pizza, please." So I ask you, because I was racking my brain to try to figure this out. When was the last time in a home that you used a landline phone?
So this is a bad answer for this question. The answer is 2022. The reason is we bought our current home from some incredibly kind folks, these wonderful people who were well into their 60s, and they have one. And we have it in our kitchen area as kind of like a bit of nostalgia.
You still have it?
It exists. Now, it doesn't work, but it was still working when we bought it. Does that make sense? Like they were
Hey,
paid
you
up through
bought
the end of the
the
month or
house.
whatever. And so I called my dad. I was like, Dad, I'm going to call you from a number you're not going to recognize. Give it a second. So I was like, hey, Dad, I'm calling you from a landline. That's all. I'll see you later. We were in the new house. Hang up. It's a bit of nostalgia. Before that, I mean, this is to the point where when my wife and I bought our first condo in DC, we had Xfinity. It was cheaper to do the triple play or whatever the hell it was, right? Where they get the cable, get the internet.
Oh, I hate that.
And they were like,
they're like, "We want to give you a landline." I said, "I don't want one."
and they
We
go,
really want to give you a landline. I don't want one.
yeah. It's like, where do you want the phone? I was like, hear me. Do not bring a phone into this house. Or not house, condo. Do not bring a phone past my threshold. I don't want the hole. I don't want the cable. I don't want anything to do with it. She's like, what do you want us to do with that? I said, I don't care. That's your business. I do not want the phone. I'm getting a triple play, but I want two of the plays. The third play, I have no interest in.
I've been racking my brain trying to think about this. My parents had a landline, and it has to be that the last time I used one was at their house. But when they last had a landline, they went with the portable phone. So it was like the ones that you put on charger blocks that you can carry around the house.
The cordless was a revolution, dude.
Cordless was the play, except that they never knew where it was. So it would be ringing, but the actual ringing came from the part on the wall.
The anchor.
Exactly. And then the phone could be anywhere. So it's like, where's the phone? Where's the phone? I mean, it's worse than a cell phone because at least that's in your pocket probably. But I remember, I'm going to guess maybe around 2010-ish, where I would go back and visit and I might pick up the phone. Did you guys have a way that you had to answer the landline at your house when you were growing up?
Yes, because until we got, again, this was a huge deal for us to get separate lines. Because there was
Phone
one,
waiting?
there was one phone for the house, one number. And my dad was a sales rep, so he worked from home an awful lot, would travel around. So there'd be business calls. So sometimes you'd have to say, hello, Rouillet residents.
Yeah.
I speak with Dan. Which one? Big one or little one? And then like it would be a client from a dad or something like that, and we'd head to him. So, and it wasn't until I was in middle school that it was like, okay, we need a different phone number for the kids.
Well, that's
so
big time.
That was a huge development for us, right? So we were 6248. They were but Dad was 5416. That was a massive deal.
So my bit was for us, you would have to say Paulson residence Grant speaking. That was the play. So someone would
there's
call.
so many boys around the same age, it'd be hard to tell.
Well, that's right. I had the older brother Ryan. I had Sean. I got my little sister Nicole. I probably sounded like at the time as a little kid. And so it was Paulson residence Grant speaking, or Nicole Paulson residence Nicole speaking.
Wow.
And if we didn't do that, my dad was Rick. And he didn't have like a company or anything, but it was often a relative or aunt or an uncle.
Yeah.
That's just how we answered the phone. But so I remember the big thing was voicemail. You would come back from being out at night or whatever, and there would be a message. And you would hit the button, and it would, play like, you have 2 new messages. And the first one would be like, hey, guys, it's Connie down the street. Just wanted to know if I could drop off what, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
That was fun. And then the big development for us, we never got a second number like you guys. But my dad one time got super creative, spent hours like setting it all up, where each of us had our own. And you would talk about a waste
Press
of time.
1 for Ryan.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
In hindsight,
You had that?
But so dumb, right? Because glad he did it. It was awesome. Like the idea, it was like the notion that you could get a letter in the mail or an email. That's exciting when you first get your first email inbox. Doesn't matter if it's Best Buy sending you, something about coming into the store. Like you want to see I've got mail. So we had this mailbox where there weren't 6 of them. So it was like, for Dennis, please press 1. For Janine, press 2. For Sean or Grant, it was like,
you had to divvy them up.
Exactly.
You had to share one with Sean.
So we did that. And I mean, no one ever touched the button and left me a voicemail, because my buddies, they call and get voicemail. They're not leaving one. But I remember that was a big thing. And then the other huge thing back in the day.
Can I ask real quick before you move on? Was that on an answering machine?
Yes.
It had options on the answering machine?
Well, that's the point. Yeah. As opposed to
like the touch tone voicemail, where you'd have to dial a pin code or whatever.
We're not a laundromat or something. No,
Right.
there were no buttons to press. Yeah, it was the actual voicemail.
Amazing.
So it was like, you've reached, 540. And then it would be like, my dad's voice would be like, hey, if you want to leave a message for Dennis, press this, or that was the bit.
That's incredible.
But the last thing I remember about legit handheld, the landline telephone was, do you remember when you got call waiting?
Yep.
Because forever it was like someone's on the phone, it was a beep. You called someone, and they were on the phone or on the internet or anything. I guess we would get kicked off the internet, actually, if somebody tried to call us. It would come through, and then we'd be off the internet. Do you remember that?
Now, we always had it where you couldn't get through on the phone. It was a busy signal.
Maybe it was that. I remember getting kicked off the internet anytime anyone lifted up the phone. Like if my brother tried to call out or something, or he was mad at me and wanted me off the computer.
Oh, yeah.
All he had to do was lift up the phone, and now I'm off the internet.
But I thought you were talking about inbound calls.
I assumed that, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I thought you got kicked off, someone called. That might not be the case. But so forever, someone calls you. It was just a beep, 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 beep. But then we leveled up, and you call, and you can click over. It was like
click over,
ringing.
bro.
That was the big development.
So we were old enough where you actually had to click the thing that hung up the phone for the click over. You follow me?
The little button on the top.
Yeah. So the
press in
the push in. I don't know how to say that. If you did it long enough, it would hang up the phone entirely, which happens so many times. Like you trying to click over, and it's like, who's this? This is still the same person you were talking to. Damn it! And you try to click again, then you click too long, and then you hang up. Oh, it was so clunky at first, but that was a huge deal.
Our guy Gilo on X just hit us up. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. He said, "I'm sorry, but I'm fascinated by this. In your family, do they call you Little Danny?"
Yes. When I was growing up, they did.
Really?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it have been Dan and Danny?
Just, friends or close folks to us would know who was who, but somebody that's got my dad's number that has only spoken one time or whatever.
House, why wouldn't you have just assumed it was for a lot of people calling you as a kid?
Well, no, they'd say, is Dan there? Or is Danny there? And
Dan
or Daniel,
Danny.
Whatever. Who knows? But so they'd go, if I didn't recognize the voice without knowing who it was, who are you looking for? Big Dan or Little Dan?
Big Dan or Little? So you went by Dan?
No, Danny usually. But if it's someone we didn't recognize who wouldn't specifically say.
You wouldn't just defer to it's your dad? If they called and said, is Dan there?
Not every time. I mean, if it's a voice we didn't recognize.
So then, I don't know.
No one should be confused. Everything I'm saying is so basic.
But what I'm saying is so easy.
Yeah.
When you're a child, you're Danny and your dad is Dan. So if they say, is Dan there? Then it's your dad. And if they say, is Danny there? Then it's you. Why is that wrong?
And if they didn't say Dan or Danny or Daniel, if it's a name, if it's someone we don't recognize right away, his voice I don't know. My dad answers the phone and says, who are you looking for? Big Dan or Little Dan? Or I'd say, who are you looking for? My dad
Little
or me?
Dan.
Yeah. When I'm a little guy. Now, by the time my voice changes, right? It's I think it was around 12 or so. I got my own, the kids had their phone line. So my sister and I shared a phone line, 8248, if you're sleeping at home. sleep on that, rather.
The fact that as a house, you guys had 2 phone lines.
Because we got so sick of the problems. We got so sick of the issues.
That is some silly.
Dude, we thought we were the kings.
That is some first world stuff.
I mean, that was huge for us.
2 phone lines?
Yeah, 2 phone lines.
Wow.
We had cable and 2 phone lines on the early side.
I remember one time Trent Williams called me over to his locker. I've told you the story years ago before. And he's like, GP, I'm like, yeah. He goes, did your family grow up with a refrigerator in your garage? And I was like, I said, when I grew up, we didn't have one. I said, but my parents have one there now. And like him and Brandon Banks and a few other dudes like start high-fiving and laughing. I'm like, what? He's like, you have an island in your kitchen? And I'm like, yeah, I do have an island in my kitchen. He's like, And he was just like laughing at me. And I don't remember if he was like saying like rich boy.
Yeah, like spoiled rich kid. Yeah.
He was doing rich boy bits, And it was just a hilarious conversation. He's like, did your family have a boat? And he's like asking all these questions. Right. And the bit was, if you have his whole point was like, if you had
a boat, an island in the kitchen.
In your kitchen, like these. So for me, if the kids have one phone line, and the parents have another, and there's 2 phones at that house,
that was a big deal.
My guy is farting through silk.
Now, I will say that I know how that sounds, where we were that spoiled that we had 2 different phone lines. It was quite literally my dad was self-employed. No, I'm telling you what happened.
You were explaining yourself. You don't have to.
I'm explaining what happened.
Of it.
It's not a pride thing. It became too much of a deal. It became too much of a thing. Once, like, my sister got to a certain age where kids were talking on the phone all the time. I was old enough where people were talking on the phone all the time.
I'm in a house with 4 kids.
I know you know.
Everyone deals. Most people don't go with the 2 phones. Just be happy that you went with the 2 phones.
It was the best thing ever. Because my dad could write it off. The phone was a business expense. So the second line, that's how we convinced them to let us do it.
Do you know that our boy Matt in Stafford says he still has a landline? Matty,
are you calling us from the landline?
There's no way you still have a landline.
I still have a landline, and sometimes I call the sports junkies with it. It depends on when I'm at the house.
Why do you have a landline? You're 35.
Well, because I got it in the triple play.
Got the triple play.
I never got rid of it.
But don't you just get calls from fake companies lying to you all day long? Isn't it just one telemarketer after another?
No one ever calls me except one guy named Gary. He's the only guy that has the number. And if it rings, I know it's Gary. And
is he a person you know, or is he some random guy that just accidentally calls?
Yeah, it's just this old buddy I used to have that I worked with, and for some reason I gave him that phone number. So every time it rings, I know it's Gary. And there's something romantic about still having it, and in case of emergency and calling the sports junkies. But
the 2 things.
Do me a favor.
Emergencies 1, junkies 2.
I want you to text me your landline number. I want to call you on your landline.
I'll call you from it in a little bit, and then you'll have
good.
it.
Yeah, call us back. I want to hear the silly crystal clear landline. Me and Gary are going to be. I'm just going to start calling in the middle of the night.
Grant and Gary.
Let's go to Brandon in Woodbridge on G&D. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, how you doing, fam?
Hey, buddy.
Good.
Yeah, back in the day, you used to be able to have an emergency breakthrough. Did you guys ever do that?
Yes.
No, what is that?
I had to do it once, yeah.
Emergency breakthrough, you would be on the phone, and if you would call and the phone was busy, then what you could do is tell an operator, hey, I want to do emergency breakthrough, and they will call you while you're on the phone and say, hey, the operator would just interrupt your conversation and be like, you have an emergency breakthrough from Grant.
Wait, hold on. Explain this to me.
So
Thank you for the call.
I'll tell you the story what happened. So this is actually a sad day. The lightning strike that was at the St. Albans Landing game that killed a Landon student when I was in 6th grade. And the storm was terrible. Nobody knew it was coming. I was stuck at school in the torrential rain. Ambulances were everywhere. No one knew what to do. I sprinted back up to the main building and called home like dozens of times, but my dad was on the phone. I'm stranded there in the storm. Everything's locking up. Everything's crazy. So I had to dial 0, talk to an operator and say, please do an emergency breakthrough. Then I gave my phone number and tell them it's from Danny.
No way.
And then it happens. And I'm like, Dad, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And was it an actual human that has to then do it for you?
Connections says absolutely. So you had to pay extra for the service, whatever.
You remember calling 411 for information?
Oh, of course.
They're like, I want the number. My parents used to get so mad. I'd do it like 11 times a month, $1 every time or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I want the number for Blockbuster Video,
for
And
Pizza
they're
Hut
like-
picza. I want a Bigfoot.
They're like, for another 50 cents, we'll
We'll
call.
connect
And
you.
I'm like, let's do
We'll
it.
connect you.
So then you could call the
Yeah.
operator and they connect you.
Yeah, and I'd go, so sorry to interrupt you. I know you're doing a business thing, but I'm stranded here at school. Please, someone come get me.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd never heard
The
about
emergency
that.
breakthrough.
That might be something that would be nice to still have. Jesse Winker of the Nats in 20 minutes on Grant and Danny. Matt and Stafford just called me during the break on my cell from
Did
his
he really?
landline.
Is it real?
It sounded so good. You could tell it was a landline.
Crisp.
I do. I like the idea, even though I'll never do it, of having a landline for radio hits. Because like when I go on with the Junks
Yeah.
or Sheehan or if somebody asks me to come on or whatever and I'm at home, I'll just jump on the Comrex and I think it sounds so much cleaner and so much better. Get it plugged right into the Ethernet and the router, and it's going to be crystal clear. But I do love a landline guest spot. You get on someone chopping it up, talking football. Now you got my juices flowing a little bit. Like a Greg Cosell, a Michael Lombardi on a landline. That's what we're looking for. There's no interruptions. Nothing's getting cut out. Nobody's dropping. I love a landline.
I'm with you too. So the only recent example is doing that Junkies draft that we did, like the mock draft day of, right? And Drab initially reached out, was like, hey, do you want to do pick 4, pick 5? And I was like, listen, I'm walking my kids back from school. Reception sucks right there. And I feel so self-conscious where if like I'm on the air when they're trying to do a bit rapid fire and I'm going, like I hate that more than anything. So I was like, give me an extra 7 picks or something. Give me time to get home, get the old Wi-Fi going. Then I can feel more solid about selecting Bo Nix for the Broncos, which they did in real life.
We got Jesse Winker coming up at the top of the hour. Didn't get to this today, but I do want to make sure we hit it tomorrow. What's your prediction for the Commanders' Week 1 game? I'm on record here. I got the Bears. I got Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, 1 versus 2, a la Winston Mariota, Bucks, Titans yesteryear. I could see that being a Monday Night Football, national TV Week 1 game under the lights. Let's say non-division, because normally it's just...
I was going to say one of the divisional
teams. A lazy Eagles, whatever. But let's say non-division Week 1, Washington opens with...
If it's not Chicago, what about your Atlanta Falcons? With just a little tiny bit of intrigue. The quarterback that was versus the quarterback that is.
Kirk O'Chain's coming back for the second time.
Is that not crazy? Again, I think the Bears is the 1 seed.
There's been enough years where I don't know if that's a draw. You know what I mean?
Not as much juice.
A needle mover. Maybe it is. I don't think it's a bad call by any means, but I also think it's a decent game. It's a Washington team that's much improved, a lot of new personnel, might be frisky in the East, and a Falcons team that's going to go in arguably the favorite in the NFC South.
I could throw another couple at you. Let's say we don't know it's a home game, right? We don't know anything.
No, we have no idea.
A couple of the road tilts are intriguing as well. Ravens, potential Super Bowl champion again.
Would love that.
Right?
It'd be a tough way to open Week 1 for the lads.
Be a wee bit harsh. What about the Bengals with a little Burrow intrigue coming back? A team that is a championship contender, but he was gone, so they weren't.
They got to do something better for the Bengals. That's a Bills, Chiefs. You know what I mean? Like that's a power in the AFC. Let them play one of the really good teams in the conference. You don't need to waste that. I mean, Washington's their big reveal.
Probably not. Steelers with Russell Wilson.
They
That's
opened
new
against the Steelers at home in that FedEx takeover. Remember going back several
years ago,
That
right?
was a Monday night game.
Yeah.
Let's give you your Nats starting lineups and pitching matchup presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
My lineup is loading. Behind Mitchell Parker. Leading off playing center field, Jacob Young. Batting second, shortstop seat. Abram is batting third at second base, Luis Garcia. Your cleanup hitter, Nick Senzel, batting fifth in left field. About to be a guest on the Grant and Eddie program. Jesse Winker, Joey Meneses at first base, batting sixth. Cabra Ruiz doing the catching, hitting seventh. Eddie Rosario back in right field, hitting eighth. And Trey Lipscomb batting ninth at third base.
Mitchell Parker, the lefty, 24 years old from, I was looking for Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque.
That was Albuquerque,
New
Mexico. Drafted out of Manzano High School in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Was still looking for Albuquerque. 2.53 ERA through 4 starts, 21 innings. Been very, very impressive. Lineups, pitching matchups, the Window Man every day on Grant and Danny. Jesse Winker is next right here on G&D. You are locked into your flagship home for the Nats and the Caps. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future, but please don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad, can help. They will guide you and your family by drafting a will, setting up a revocable trust, creating a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. Mention G&D, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The Nationals beat the Orioles last night. They are 18-17, a shutout win over the Birds. They 3-hit a really, really good Baltimore team. Jesse Winker joins us now to discuss the win and tonight's game coming up at 6:45 right here on 106.7 The Fan. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler pregame about 15 minutes away. Jesse's on the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. Jesse, I was in the ballpark last night. The vibes were tremendous. 30,000 fans, really good energy, and the Nats finished first. How about the 18-17 Nationals?
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Shout out to all the fans on, both sides, Nats fans and O's fans for coming out. It's a midweek game, and so to come out and show both their teams support was really cool. And then obviously, it was a great win for us as a team. Trevor really, really dominated yesterday, and everybody that came in behind him, Rob, Harv, and Finney. Am I missing anyone? I think it was those.
Garcia for a short time there?
Yeah, no, that's Rob.
Oh, you got Rob. Then you're good.
That's everybody.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, those guys that came in after him all did their thing. Anytime you can shut out a team like that, it's great. So hats off to them, and it was a fun one for sure.
I mean, you've been around now. This starting pitching has been unbelievable for you guys. I think it's probably the biggest reason you guys are where you are in the standings. What have you seen from this group doing it in dramatically different ways? Trevor Williams throwing, wouldn't get pulled over on most highways with his fastball at this point, but he's shoving, man. It's been great.
Yeah, no, it's they're every one of them. They're ultra competitive. The starters and our bullpen. They're attacking guys. They're keeping when we're on defense, they're keeping us engaged. They're pitching with great pace, and it's just really fun to play behind them. It seems that if trouble arises, they get out of it, and then they've really been outstanding, man. It's been so fun. They've really led us this year, and it's been so much fun playing behind them.
Jesse Winker of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. What a game, what a win for the Nats last night. One of the things I've loved so much about watching you guys is how often you're running. You're taking advantage of the new rules, 61 steals, which is more than this team had over 162 games 3 times in the past, but leading Major League Baseball going away now. You're a big part of that. The steals right before RBI knocks last night, twice, manufacturing runs. How much of a emphasis and a mindset and a philosophy is that's kind of a stated goal that at some point was verbalized by Davey? And how much of it is just you got athletes and it's contagious and you get on and everybody's running?
Yeah, these guys are fast, man. These guys are fast, way faster than me. But what it does, it's inspiring. Anytime guys like, JY, CJ, Trey, Louis, anybody gets on base for our team, it's like they're stealing second. Laner, I forgot about Lane. They're stealing second or stealing third. And what I think that does, it's just constant pressure. It's just constant pressure. There's if a guy gets on, he's in scoring position then it's just, we talk about it every day, just whatever you kind of have to do to get the run in. And, but it's so inspiring to play on a team like this because you just want to you want to do your part, whether that's get a guy in or just get on to try to get to the next base. So it's great, man. So much fun to be a part of.
It feels like you guys are having a lot of fun. And I know it's outside looking in, and we don't, obviously we don't know anything, but there seems to be a great energy, camaraderie, and it just feels like you guys are okay with your roles as kind of, I can't remember who said it last night, but you're coming from the shadows, such as it is. I love this. I love watching you guys play on a nightly basis because it seems like you're having a blast.
Yeah, it is fun. Winning's fun, right? And when you have 26 guys all in on winning the game today, that's what this is about, right? so it's fun, man. Everybody just wants to do whatever they can to help a team win. That's why you wake up every morning. And then if a moment presents itself, you just want to be prepared to the best of your ability, and then, just kind of go out there and give it hell, see what happens. So it's really, really fun to be a part of this team. Like I said, there's a great energy every single day. Like I said, there's a ton of inspiration with just how we play. And it's really cool, man. I think everyone kind of feeds off each other in very positive ways, and it's a very good time.
Well, Nats have won 8 of 11 and 16 of 27. They're playing excellent baseball. Jesse Winker's been a big reason why. One of their leaders, circuit to circuit, and on-base percentage, and a spark plug and a catalyst for them this season. He's got 4 homers, 4 steals, and OPS over 800 through about 120 at-bats. I really enjoyed, like so many other people did, your post-game interview on Masson the other day after the big win. When you talked about walking through the Navy Yard, you were name-checking a bartender you had a conversation with. I'm just curious, you're still new to D.C., and it's not like you guys get to spend a lot of time, in air quotes, at home here in the Navy Yard in the D.C. area, but it seems like D.C. and this team have grown on you really quickly. What do you make of, as someone who's pretty well traveled now in your big league career, kind of the camaraderie of this group compared to others, and then also just the environment in D.C. that you're getting used to?
Yeah, this team, it's a very close team. I feel like these guys, they've like the core of this team, they've played with one another for a few years now, a couple of years now. So when you come into a new team, like obviously there's familiar faces like Trevor. I think one of the first conversations we had is how many games we played against each other. I feel like we've been in opposite dugouts for so many years, and now we finally get to share one. And what a pleasure to be a teammate of his. Like that guy's really good people, man. And it's just like, I would describe it as the vibes here are really cool, man. Really good vibes. Everyone just, like I said, everyone just wants to help the team win. So it's really, when that's the goal and that's the mindset, being a new guy coming to a team, it's really easy to get acclimated, because that's what you want to do as a player as well. So it's really cool to be a part of. And as for DC, the city, it's always been a really cool place to visit. I used to, when I was a visiting player coming to this city, I used to ride around on scooters a lot and go see all the, all the sightseeing stuff. And now that I get to live here, it's a really cool town to be a part of, man. There's a lot of Nats fans here. And it's really, really cool to just kind of walk around and interact with the people. I have found a little coffee shop I enjoy going to. I don't want to give away where it's at.
Don't give away the business.
But no, it's obviously clearly in the Navy Yard. You guys already called me on that. So. But yeah, man, it's a really good spot, really good area, and I'm very happy being here.
Jesse Winker with us here on G&D. Sorry about that, buddy. Jesse, I remember a couple years ago in Cincinnati, the Nats had a series there, and I think you went like 12 for 13 with like 8 just piss rope doubles and a couple bombs and like walks, and I was like, this dude's unbelievable. And you had a ridiculously good season. Last couple of years, probably you could tell me I'm an idiot. Probably didn't go the way you wanted to. I'm always curious when those kind of things happen for a player that had such an upward ascending arc, and you had broken out. What goes through your mind, and then what does it mean when someone calls and says, "No, we want you"?
Yeah, it means a lot. Obviously, being a Major League Baseball player is such a privilege. It's such a blessing. So when the Nats called and we had conversations with them, I was just very thankful. The opportunity here is something I've been so grateful for, and the opportunity to wear this uniform has been, I can't say thank you enough. It's been such a privilege. It's such an honor. So every day I just want to go out and enjoy baseball, and just kind of remember how special it is and what a privilege it is to be a Major League Baseball player. So
did you always have that mindset, or is that something that's come with some of the struggles more recently after you were kind of on an all-star and on top of the world? Like, is that a perspective that's newer, or has that always been how you carried yourself and played?
I think it's something I've definitely learned. I think you early on in my career, you get so caught up with trying to stay in the big leagues and trying to prove yourself that you kind of think about yourself And I think as time's gone on, since I have a beautiful daughter. I had her in 2020, and ever since I became a father, it kind of changes your mind. Not just how you look at sport, but just kind of how you look at life. And you realize very quickly that it's not about you anymore. It's about your child. And so I think that gave me some great insight, some great perspective. And I think just I would really just say that a lot of, time and thought, and having my daughter has just kind of helped me out. And like, look, I'm not perfect by any means. You're going to have your days where you might forget that, right? But it's all part of getting staying on track to the best of your ability and focusing on the collective. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. Are you guys I have a daughter the same age as yours, by the way. I've got 3.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm wondering.
Shout out Girl Dad.
That's right. Girl Dad season. Are you guys a Bluey family?
Bro, huge. I have a video of her on my phone. I asked her, I was actually brushing her hair, and I said, "Who's your favorite character in Bluey?" And she goes, "Bingo and Bluey."
Bingo.
Almost as if I should have known that.
Right, how could you know that?
I was like, look, personally, I like the dad. I think the dad's great. He's my favorite character. Yeah, he's unreal.
The newest episode they dropped, where it's 27 minutes, and he I was on the verge of tears as they're thinking about moving, and he's ripping the sign out of the front yard. If you haven't seen that, wait till you see that. It's bang.
No, I haven't watched it yet because I hear it's actually low key kind of sad. So I don't.
It is.
I don't want to cry.
It'll hit you in the feels. Don't do it when you're alone in the hotel room. Do it when you got the family around you, sitting at your house. Jesse Winker, the Nats with us. All right, before we let you go, when we get players from town on the show, we always go rapid fire here to get to know them a little bit. So I'll start with the last TV show you binged.
Peaky Blinders.
Oh, so good.
How about this? We'll go, if you weren't a big league ball player right now, what would you be doing for a living?
Ooh, my heart wants to tell me I'd be a hockey player.
Mm-hmm.
My lack of ability of stopping when I did play hockey would probably say otherwise. But if I could, I'd probably say hockey or boxing. Those are my 2 other favorite sports I like watching besides the Buffalo Bills. So maybe a hockey player, maybe a boxer, maybe just I don't know, a Zamboni driver, something like that. I don't know.
That's one of those 3.
It's you and one of your teammates. Bad situation, bar fight, dark alley, the whole 9 yards. You got to get out of there. You versus 7 or 8 guys. Who are you picking?
I'm taking my boy CJ Abrams, and we're getting out of there alive. By the way, it has to be one of these teammates, right?
Yes.
One of current Nats teammates.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have a celebrity guest teammate?
I was going to
as
say,
well?
Who's your all-time teammate? Yeah.
So it'd be me, CJ, and Amir Garrett, and we're getting out of there.
Dude, Amir Garrett going 1-on-50 with the Pirates at the edge of the dugout.
Yeah,
still one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, man. So obviously, me and CJ Abrams are getting out of there, and then if we get to throw Amir Garrett into the mix, we're getting out of there. All 3 of us unscathed.
Well, Jesse, awesome having you on the show. Thanks so much for the time, man. Stay hot, and it's been a blast watching you guys. Keep it up.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, buddy.
Jesse Winker on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Easy guy to root for, easy team to root for. Hopefully they get a second straight win over the Orioles over at Nats Park this evening. Speaking of which, it is time for pregame, so we've got to say goodbye. For Darius and for Ryan, great job behind the scenes as always. For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. We will be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Charlie and Dave pregame ahead of Nats O's next right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.